Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror.
Neuvěřitelné, dvojičky hoří. Já to mám na kameře.
Vamos con el World Trade Center de la ciudad de Nueva York. ¿No? Un avión se estrelló contra este edificio.
El World Trade Center.
Y pues estamos a la espera de mayores informaciones, saber qué fue lo que ocurrió.
И вновь в эфире специальный выпуск новостей на канале НТВ в студии Петра Марченко. Мы продолжаем следить за событиями в Нью-Йорке. Буквально минуту назад там рухнуло одно из двух зданий Всемирного торгового центра. Сейчас мы покажем то, что было снято операторами ведущих телекомпаний. Вы видите, что центр Нью-Йорка окружен.
Grounded across the United States. Transport Minister David Collinette saying that they are monitoring the situation here in Canada, that we are taking security very seriously here as well.
しかし何人の乗客乗員が乗っていたのかなど詳しいことは分かっていません。はい、先ほどは1機がボストンでハイジャックされたと伝えましたけれども、2機ともボストンでハイジャックされた可能性がある。はい。
Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
So welcome to our three-part series on September 11th. Normally, I always kind of give this preamble, disclaimer in a certain sense. Catholicism and Disasters. If we have one class, we talk about the disaster and the Catholic reaction. If we have two classes, a whole week, the first day is dedicated to the disaster itself and then the reaction. This is exceptional, the only time in the semester where we'll have a three-part class. And so we're going to have long-standing background today, not even getting to the attacks. Today is day one. We're just going to do background of the towers, that kind of thing. Next week on the 13th will be the day itself, and then 15th, disaster. So the original World Trade Center was a large complex of 7 buildings, and the number 7, of course, I think matters, is important if you know what happens with the play-by-play. We're going to do that on the second day, kind of play-by-play of the day, second by second almost. That building 7 is the one that collapses at the end of the day at 5 p.m., right? I think it's about 5 p.m. The 2 towers are hit first, they collapse, the Pentagon. Building 7 is the one that collapses in the late afternoon. Anyone know when the World Trade Center opens? What year? No clue. Anyone?
Like the 80s.
1973. April 4th, 1973, at the time of their completion, the Twin Towers they're almost equal in height. The North Tower is 6 feet higher than the South Tower. The North Tower is 1,368 feet, or for all of our European listeners, we had like 65,000 people listening from Bulgaria last class, which is super cool. If you're Bulgarian and you measure things by the metric system, 417 meters, where the South Tower is 415.1 meters, or 1,362 feet. So 1368, 1362 feet, they're almost the same height. They were the tallest buildings in the world at the time of their completion. The World Trade Center complex hosted more than 430 companies engaged in various different commerce. Obviously, it's the whole point. In fact, I'm going to give you background today on how this was commissioned for Lower Manhattan and why, and to kind of increase not just foot traffic, but business itself. It's all about business, obviously. How many square feet? Anyone want to guess? How many square feet in the complex, just of office space? 13.4 million. 13.4 million square feet of office space in 2 towers over 1,300 feet high, which opened up for business April 4th, 1973. When I post this later on, obviously anyone watching on YouTube now is watching it live and has this in the whole 3-part series together. Hello, Barb. But when I post this later on, I'll have a bunch of slides and stuff in the preamble. In fact, the most recent episode that I posted to our channel of Chernobyl, I did the same thing. It's a 2-part, but I, weaved in a bunch of different slideshows about Pripyat, the disaster. I mean, the same thing for the World Trade Center. These 3 parts. Barb, we're doing just background today, day 1 on 9/11. Next week, the Monday's class is going to be all about the attacks, the day itself, and the next day, the reactions. And there'll be, of course, slideshows throughout this. April 4th, 1973, 1,360 feet tall, plus 430 companies, 13.4 million square feet of office space, which were, according to a 1970 report, supposed to be able to accommodate 130,000 people at full capacity. On a typical weekday, an estimated 50,000 people worked in the complex, but almost 3 times the number of that passed through as visitors. 140,000 people pass through as visitors on your average Wednesday, your average Friday. When are the attacks? What day in the week? Who knows?
Tuesday.
On a Tuesday, exactly.
I'm sorry, I missed it. It was rude.
No,
140,000
no problem at all. Yeah, about
per day.
it's supposed to accommodate 130,000 people at full capacity. About 50,000 are working in the complex, are there professionally. But 140,000 pass through as visitors on any kind of given day. The World Trade Center was so large, it had its own zip code, 10048. Anyone know what was atop the South Tower? 1,362 feet. What is on top of the South Tower?
Is that the taller one?
It's the shorter one. The South Tower is 6 feet shorter than the North Tower.
Is it with the observation deck?
That's right. On the top of the South Tower, you have an observation deck. It's a very creepy is the wrong word. It sounds almost disrespectful, but a very kind of like chilling view from the South Tower on the day before it happened. Someone posted a YouTube video. You can just look it up from September 10th, 2001 of going up to the South Tower, the last time this was available for anyone, right? What is on top of the 6 foot taller North Tower? What is on the 106th and 107th floors of Building 1 or the North Tower? Anyone know?
Is it like, I don't want to say conference center, but a place that you can rent out?
No, that's a good guess, but no. Windows on the World restaurant.
I was gonna say a bar.
Yeah, and a bar is included. Windows on the World boasts this bar called the greatest bar on earth. I mean, like, you got to give it to these people. And by that, I mean New Yorkers, like Frank Sinatra. If I can make it there, I can make it anywhere kind of attitude. I mean, New York is the city, and New York's awful. New York's amazing. However you feel. I personally like New York. I personally like New York a lot. I'm not saying that for present company. Like, anyone watching the show will open with a slide, like, in memory of all those who lost, loved ones or were affected by this day. I'm not just saying it to be nice. I sincerely like New York. I grew up basically in New York City, about 2 hours away in Pennsylvania. And my father, for a long time, worked in the city at the Polish Institute in Manhattan. So I would go to New York City sometimes like once a week in my teenage years. The first school that I went to for 18 months, 3 semesters, was Seton Hall, which is in South Orange, New Jersey, which is in Newark, which is you can take the train from downtown South Orange, and in 10 minutes you're in Times Square. I love New York City. New York City is a city I've been in the most in my life of all kind of major cities. Like, I've never been to Los Angeles or San Francisco. I've been to Miami once, Chicago multiple times, because we lived in Illinois. I like Chicago too. But New York, I like a lot. Even if you hate New York's awful, it's overrated. I mean, New York is the thing. It's the most important city in the world. It definitely eclipsed London, especially in the post-World War I era. And so they want to call it the greatest bar on earth. I mean, like, the most famous New York City landmark, arguably 106th floor, you can see for 50 miles. Off the observation deck, you can see for 50 miles. I'm going to say, yeah. I'm going to say they can back that up. It's not some guy on the Palouse being like, greatest bar on earth, Colfax. Why? Anyone who's a fan of maple syrup history, you might ask, why does Kraszewski always use Colfax as the butt of his jokes? I don't know why. When I think of a city to roast, like, let's burn a city to make fun of it, I think Colfax, and I'm sorry about that. I know we have tons of viewers, and Colfax put up a banner over Main Street, like, we love maple syrup history, and I'm still so mean to it. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize to all Colfax denizens. Windows on the World restaurant had a wine school, and actually, Marie, you're half right, conference and banquet rooms for private functions, which are located. Then there you go. Then yeah. To me, the Windows in the World restaurant is more famous and more kind of outstanding. But yeah, there's a conference and banquet rooms you could rent out. Everyone present in the restaurant died that day. Obviously, it's on the 106th floor. As all means of escape were instantly severed by impact. We're not talking about the terrorist attack today. That's next class. But the first plane hits the North Tower at 8:46 in the morning between the 93rd and 99th floor. If you're on the 106th, may God rest their souls. I mean, it's kind of obvious. You cannot go down through all that jet fuel and fire and whatever it was. Obviously, you were hoping if you were on top of the tower, it would not collapse. People did not think the tower would collapse. That was so shocking for that reason. We'll talk all about that again. If you're watching live, not live, if you're watching the whole video in the future, so to speak, we'll talk about that when I post this with the whole set in like an hour and a half on this video, but not here on day one. But yeah, victims trapped in Windows in the World either died from smoke inhalation from the ensuing fire, they jumped to their death. The North Tower collapses at 10:28 a.m. And at least 5 of occupants from this tower witnessed jumping to their death. I can't imagine that choice. Like the fear of the fire, the feeling on your skin. It's like the ultimate, rock in a hard place, obviously. There were 72 restaurant staff present in the restaurant, including Assistant General Manager Christine Olander, whose desperate calls to Port Authority Police represented the restaurant's final communications. After about 9:40 a.m., this is about 54 minutes after the plane has struck the North Tower, there are no more further distress calls. The last people to leave the restaurant before Flight 11 crashed into North Tower, again at 8:46 a.m., were Michael Nestor, Liz Thompson, Jeffrey Wharton, and Richard Tierney, who all shared an elevator together. They departed at 8:44 a.m. That's crazy, just thinking about their elevator descending as the plane is, simultaneously, right? Incoming as their elevator goes down, they're able to make it out. World Trade Center Lesser, this guy leasing it, who owns it, right? Larry Silverstein was regularly holding breakfast meetings in windows on the world with tenants as part of his recent deal of buying these twin towers, of getting them from the Port Authority. He was scheduled to be in the restaurant on the morning of the attacks. However, his wife insisted he go to a dermatologist appointment that morning. So he wasn't there, obviously, he survives. Tons of stories like that. Special Assistant Liaison of the Families of September 11th in the office of the mayor of New York City is a woman named Christy Ferrer, F-E-R-E-R. She's the widow of Neil Levin. She's a 9/11 widow who lost her husband, Neil Levin, who was the director of the Port Authority, a bigwig in New York City politics. Neil Levin, director of the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey. He was, I believe he was in the restaurant. He was having breakfast in the windows of the world when this awful, awful thing happened. That, again, forgive me for being a broken record, but we're going to go into every detail for an hour and a half, like minute by minute on Monday's class. She represents 4 months after the 9/11 tragedy, Michael Bloomberg, who was the mayor at that time, famously during the attacks. It's Rudy Giuliani, of course. 4 months after the 9/11 tragedy, Michael Bloomberg appoints her as the 9/11 liaison very appropriately. She is a stand-in for many of these, 9/11 widows, war widows in a sense, right? She represents 3,000 9/11 families who lost loved ones on all government issues, including victim compensation negotiations, ground zero rebuilding, gift programs, even stuff like DNA identification. Ferrer initiated fundraising and creation of the Battery Park Spear Memorial, as well as a temporary memorial park chapel containing unidentified human remains, and the family rooms and platforms at Ground Zero. Since 2002, her responsibilities have included being connected to these 9/11 families and shaping balanced media coverage throughout New York newspapers, op-eds, whatever. She's like the go-to person for questions about, I would say, specifically personal loss and that kind of thing related to 9/11. All right. Day one, all the facts. Despite it opening on April 4th, 1973, the core complex begins to be built in 1966. The core complex is built between 1966 and even continues on, kind of fine-tuning until 1975, at a cost of how much money today, do you think? How much money do you think it would cost today to build two 1,360-foot, they look like Jenga towers, just straight up towers, right? $3.56 billion. $400 million at the time, but $3.56 billion. Great guess. It's actually nice you overestimate. People often underestimate. It cost $20. No, it's $3 billion. People usually guess, guess way low. The idea of establishing a World Trade Center in New York dates back to the Second World War, to 1943. The New York State Legislature passes a bill authorizing New York Governor Thomas Dewey to begin developing plans for the project, but they were put on hold at the end of the 40s. During the late 1940s and 1950s, where is economic growth in New York City really going bonkers? What part of New York City? Well, no, Wall Street's in the South. I mean, and that's why the Trade Center, which they're on the tip, they're on the southern tip of, no one needs to hear this, everyone knows this, but New York City has 5 boroughs. We're not talking about Staten Island, the Bronx, Brooklyn, or Long Island. We're focused on Manhattan. The World Trade Center complex, like Wall Street, is in the southern part of Manhattan. Where is the big, everything though? Like the big shops and the park and whatever, and all the glitz and the glamour, and 30 Rockefeller Center, Midtown Manhattan, right? St. Patrick's, kind of, up the island. So people are like, well, what about down on the south part? How do we get people down here? I know we need to have a thing, right? Why do people go I could go up Manhattan to see Central Park and to ice skate in Bryant Park and to go to 30 Rock and to see the large Christmas tree and stuff like that. Why do people go to the Bronx? No good reason ever to go to the Bronx, except for the Yankees, right? Like Yankee Stadium's in the Bronx. Would anyone ever admit they're from Queens? No, they would deny it. I'm definitely not from Queens. Oh wait, the New York Mets are in Queens. And Staten Island, Long Island, I mean, it's just like, I'm not related to them. If you're a New York City borough, like they're brothers. They're not my brothers. Exactly. Exactly. So Manhattan, and of course I'm being facetious and joking, and I think this lecture needs a lot of levity because it's so sad, it's so serious and somber. But Manhattan really is top billing. If some kid on the Palouse says, I'm going to New York, they're not going to the Bronx. They may end up there for whatever reason to go to the Bronx Zoo or go to see the Yankees player or whatever, or go visit family. I have family on Staten Island. They're going to go to Manhattan. So these guys are like, okay, Manhattan is the thing, and the 40s and 50s are blowing up in Midtown. How do we get people to be excited about the southern part of Manhattan? So to stimulate urban renewal in lower Manhattan, a very famous guy, scion of a very famous family, David Rockefeller, he suggests the Port Authority. Now remember, Christy Ferrer, this 9/11 widow, her husband Neil is the head of the Port Authority on 9/11, dies in the Windows of the World restaurant. The Port Authority are the lever puller guys. We're going to, move around the permissions and stuff for this to be done. David Rockefeller suggests the Port Authority build a World Trade Center. What is a World Trade Center? It is for that. It is a center to people to wear really nice Armani suits and make deals and make trades. And they're going to obviously be, hand in glove with Wall Street and the markets and all that. It's a business place, right? And all the different, you can look at who all the companies were in there. A lot of them were, brokerage firms, really high-powered firms, Forbes type companies.
Like, where's the New York Stock Exchange in relation to the World Trade Tower?
I don't want to give you false information. I think the stock exchange, I think Wall Street, I think it's also lower Manhattan. Let me look it up right now. My apologies to all New Yorkers who are like yelling at the screen right now. But you know what? New Yorkers are always mad. There's a guy, when I was in New York, a taxi cab guy once, we were driving, true story, and he put his hand up on top of the hood and like slowly unwound his middle finger to flip me off, And I'm like, you're not even mad. Like if you were actually road rage, you just flip me off, and that's fine. But you're gonna like creatively, artistically flip me off. You're just doing it for like a shtick or something, So New Yorkers are always pretending to be angry, but they're all like teddy bears. New York Stock Exchange, where is that located?
You're trying to be helpful, though.
I'm telling you, I'm not even kidding. People literally, I expect like 9 billion views on this video because everyone in New York is gonna watch this, obviously. And I want to say that like I honestly like New Yorkers a lot. The city and the people are so nice. Yeah, I've only had good experiences with New Yorkers. They're very nice people.
They're impatient.
The whole I'm walking here, forget about it type stuff is a joke. It's a cliche. It's funny.
Right.
It's not. Yeah. Yes, all this is South Manhattan, Marie. I was right all along. I'm glad. So far, my record in life is I've never been wrong. So it's continued. I'm glad. The New York Stock Exchange and Wall Street. All of that is lower Manhattan. All that is very, very close to the World Trade Center. In fact, the 9/11 Memorial Museum and where the World Trade Center used to be is north of that. So the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, and where the memorial now is all the lower tip of Manhattan. Okay, very south Manhattan. The New York Stock Exchange and Wall Street is even southeast of that. It's even a little bit. They're all in that same lower Manhattan area.
On the east side of Midtown.
I have no idea where the UN is. I know it's in New York, but I have no idea where it's located.
Okay.
Let's look that up too. United Nations.
Well, it's just kind of like why this was targeted, where it was. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, UN is more exactly. UN is more Midtown. United Nations Plaza. It's already up there on 48th Street.
So it's
okay, yeah, it's in the Midtown. Why was it targeted? Because it's so famous. I mean, no way. I mean, like, obviously, God have mercy. Do we have to say, duh, what the terrorists did is so evil, disgusting, and reprehensible. It's awful. In terms of picking targets, though, I think the World Trade Center is way more kind of noticeable than the UN. No one cares about the UN, whatever. Like,
no, I know, but I was wondering, like, did they want to avoid international?
I don't think so. No. I from what I understand, again, we're going to talk all about that next class,
Okay.
but it was just the most recognizable shock thing. The World Trade Center like represents New York and represents like Western obsession with materialism and whatever. Like it was a very famous. Every brochure, even like travel guides, from the 90s, like, oh, go on Interstate 80, show the Twin Towers to the Golden Gate Bridge. Twin Towers are one of the most famous landmarks in all of America, obviously. All right, we have a lot to get through, guys. So forgive me if I'm just diving right back in, but we do have we have a lot. This is gonna probably be a 4-hour episode. I'm serious. So far in maple syrup history, again, I've been saying, because we've been getting a lot of people watching our stuff online. My first World War episode, guess how many views I have on that? Well, what do you think? Seriously, I won't be sarcastic. Like when I'm like, 65,000 and whatever. Guess how many? We've had at most in this class like 12 people, which has been a lot of times, 10, 12. How many views do you think I have in my World War I lecture? 720. Isn't that cool?
Really?
Yeah, dead serious. And that one has 720, and there's the Hiroshima one is 300, Challenger has 300 views. So this is awesome. So if you, I feel like a gross YouTuber, I said, but definitely like and subscribe, and definitely ring that bell for notifications. So I'm not even joking. I've been posting this on. It's actually been pretty fun. I'm not into social media at all. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Facebook, or I do have Facebook, but I don't use it at all. But YouTube is fun. I enjoy YouTube. I've been getting into like making the channel hopefully better and more like user friendly, and like have like playlists for maple syrup history and hippo lectures. The longest episodes I have on there, most of them I just upload directly. But the 2-part Chernobyl and World War I are both 2 hours and 20 minutes. This, I'm not kidding, will be 4 hours long. It's gonna be an hour and a half today, and an hour. It's gonna be 3 hour and a half is what? It's 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So plus slide, maybe close to 5 hours. I'm super actually excited. So I watched a really good 9/11 documentary that was 5 hours long, and I could have watched it for 20 more minutes. I was like, it wasn't long enough. So I'm like, if this is gonna be our longest episode ever, I'm pumped for that. But that will be on later. But again, sorry, as I just said, I was gonna dive right in and go off on these rabbit holes. We have a lot to cover. So remember, it's proposed already in World War II. At the time, ridership, people who used New Jersey's H&M Railroad had declined substantially from a high of about 110, 113 million people in 1927 to 26 million in 1958. After new auto tunnels and bridges had opened across the Hudson River. In December 1961, there's a meeting between Port Authority Director Austin J. Tobin and newly elected New Jersey Governor Richard Hughes. The Port Authority offers to take over the H&M Railroad. They also decide to move the World Trade Center project to the Hudson Terminal Building site on the west side of Lower Manhattan, a more convenient location for New Jersey commuters arriving in the area. With the new location and the Port Authority's acquisition of the H&M Railroad, New Jersey agrees to support the World Trade Center project. So it's being proposed as early as World War II. That's a key year, New Year's Day, 62. Okay, we're gonna do this. On September 20th, 1962, the Port Authority announces the selection of Minoru Yamasaki as lead architect and Emery Roth and Sons as associates. So the architectural firm, if you're like, are you going to get into architecture? Dang right. We're getting into every detail. Again, if I'm really going to show this in New Yorkers will boo you. Like, I want New Yorkers to be like, this is the greatest 9/11 documentary I've ever seen. His blue tie with gray suit was epically picked. I want everything to be perfect. I'm going to go into every freaking detail. Absolutely. Emery, Roth, and Sons are associate architects, but the main guy is Minoru Yamasaki, Japanese architect. He's American, Japanese name. He's Japanese the way I'm Polish. My name, like I said, should be like Redneck Jones from my background and whatever. I just have a Polish name. Yamasaki is 100% American. His parents are Japanese immigrants. Yamasaki devises the plan to incorporate twin towers. His original plan called for the towers to be only 80 stories tall. But to meet the Port Authority's requirement for 10 million square feet of office space, remember, it ends up being 13.4, right? The buildings will each have to be 110 stories tall. Yamasaki's design for the World Trade Center is unveiled a year and a half later to the public. On January 18th, 1964, he unveils the design, calling for a square plan approximately 208 feet in dimension on each side. The buildings were designed with narrow office windows 18 inches wide, which reflected Yamasaki's own fear of heights, as well as his desire to make occupants feel secure. His design, including building facades clad in aluminum alloy. The World Trade Center was one of the most striking American implementations of the architectural ethic of Le Corbusier, and was the seminal expression of his own Gothic modernist tendencies. Le Corbusier, if you don't know, he was a Swiss-French architect. His most famous design is Villa Savoie, Villa, new word, Savoye. It's this raised white Bauhaus-like sheer facades, monochromatic white, massive glass interplay that blends interior exterior space. and again, raised on stilts in France, Via Savoie. It's a very classic modernist building. Le Corbusier, though, is more of as an architect, more of a theoretician, an abstract designer guy, more than a builder. But he's, yeah, the fact that Yamasaki is influenced by him, people love Le Corbusier, designers, like, oh, he's the man, I'm going to try to, he's one of the people, like, he's often imitated. As much as the founding father of the Bauhaus school itself, Walter Gropius. I would say Walter Gropius, Le Corbusier, and Mies van der Rohe of Farnsworth House fame, a house that he builds in Plano, Illinois for Edith Farnsworth, the Chicago heiress, are kind of very famous modernist architects. Philip Johnson too.
Design, they're called, like, you can use the building for anything. So any black building with a bunch of windows is basically a rectangle. That was his idea.
Yeah.
You can use the building for anything. I was friends with his grandson.
Really, you knew his grandson? That's amazing. That's super cool.
Yes. But did you say the World Trade Tower was clad in aluminum?
Yes, his design included building facades clad in aluminum alloy. One of the most striking American implementations of this Corbusier amalgam with Gothic modernist tendencies. He was also inspired by Islamic architecture, elements of which he incorporated in the building's design, having previously designed Saudi Arabia's Dhahran International Airport. A major limiting factor in building height is the issue of elevators, right?
Yeah.
The taller the building, the more elevators needed to service it. Duh. So Yamasaki and the engineers decided to use a new system with 2 sky lobbies, floors which could switch from a large capacity express elevator to a local elevator that goes to each floor in a section. So there were 2 sky lobbies in the World Trade Center on the 44th and 78th floor. Altogether, the World Trade Center had 95 express and local elevators. Back to the architecture, the frame tube design introduced in the 1960s by Bangladeshi-American structural engineer Fazlur Rahman Khan was a new approach that allowed more open floor plans than the traditional design that distributed columns throughout the interior to support building loads. Each of the World Trade Center towers had 263 high-strength load-bearing perimeter steel columns, which acted as Vierendeel trusses. The perimeter columns were spaced closely together to form a strong, rigid wall structure supporting vertically all lateral loads, such as wind loads, and sharing the gravity load with the core columns. The perimeter structure, containing 59 columns per side, was constructed with extensive use of prefabricated modular pieces, each of these consisting of 3 columns, 3 stories tall, connected by spandrel plates. The core of the towers, the core hosed the elevator and utility shafts, restrooms, 3 stairwells, other support spaces. The stairwells become very critical on 9/11 itself. People who escape, God bless them. Imagine the horror of that. The power's gone, I mean, just chaos, the smoke, the power, everything, sure, every alarm's going off, whatever, just absolute chaotic kind of thing. They're descending through the stairwell. Very sad story. I watched a documentary of a woman who's descending in a stairwell, and her friend are going to make it out. I don't know if they're in the north or the south tower. The plane that hits the south tower hits lower. Remember, north tower is 93rd through 99th. South tower is hit between the 76th and 84th floor, I believe, the impact zone. But they're like on the 40th floor. They're going to make it out. And the woman says, we got to keep going. And the woman says to her friend, I can't breathe. I need to take a rest. And she dies when the tower collapses. I mean, so you got to make your way down, perhaps it was pitch black, right? Down 100 stairwell. But I mean, this is the critical normal escape pattern. If you found yourself, let's say, like, what would be the best of a bad situation? To hear the planes hit, you're on the 20th floor. Okay, you got to go down the stairwell, 20 flights. And some people are going down 80 flights, right? Where are we here? Okay, here it is.
What the core of the building was?
Yeah, the core of each tower is a rectangular area, 87 by 135 feet, containing 47 steel columns running from the bedrock to the top of the tower. The large column-free space between the perimeter and core was bridged by prefabricated floor trusses. Large floors supported their own weight as well as live loads, providing lateral stability to the exterior walls and distributing wind loads among the exterior walls. The floors consisted of 4-inch thick, lightweight concrete slabs laid on a fluted steel deck. A grid of lightweight bridging trusses and main trusses supported the floor. The trusses connected to the perimeter at alternate columns and were on 6 foot 8 inch centers. The top cords of the trusses were bolted to seats welded to the spandrels on the exterior side and channel welded to the core columns on the interior side. Okay, so it's a lot of like just, you know, architectural talk, jargon kind of stuff. How many core columns total?
Yeah.
Ooh, good question. The perimeter structure containing 59 columns per side. So I don't know if that means times 2 or times 4.
36.
Let me see how many core columns in World Trade Center. I'll look it up here right now. It's a great question. I actually don't know that myself. How many core columns World Trade Center? 47 steel columns. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Sorry, I read that and I misplaced the area of my reading. The core of each tower was a rectangular area 87 by 135 feet containing 47 columns, 47 core columns, which once more, thank you, run from the very bedrock to the top of the tower, right? And people talk about when the planes hit, the severing of these core columns is one of the main reasons enabling the kind of very quick disintegration. Disintegration is a great word. Complete demolition, I think it falls in 10 seconds, complete collapse of these towers within 90 minutes or so of their original striking by the planes. Okay, plans to build the World Trade Center were controversial. Its site was the location of Radio Row, home to hundreds of commercial and industrial tenants, property owners, small businesses, of course. So what does the Port Authority do? It's a very classic move, obviously. They invoke eminent domain, right? The case makes its way through the court system to the U.S. Supreme Court, which the Port Authority invokes eminent domain to say, we need this land, we're going to get it, we don't care. People living there, businesses, whatever, we need it. It's the common good requires it. What does the Supreme Court do with the case? They refuse to hear it. Supreme Court's like, yeah, that's good enough for us. There's a lot of criticism. Okay, so the plan's going to move forward. Sorry, small business owners, the city needs this. We'll make sure to compensate you for your trouble, but okay, the Supreme Court's like, whatever. We're not even going to hear this case. Yeah, they can do it. There's a lot of criticism of the World Trade Center. The Institute of Architects and other kind of like national organizations don't like the aesthetics, which are very interesting because this time, again, we're deep in the Gropius, Philip Johnson, soon to move into postmodern architecture, even rejecting, moving away from the modernism of Van der Rohe and people like Gropius towards the postmodernism of like the best practitioner, I think, Frank Gehry. These kind of people are going to who Frank Gehry, by the way, if you want to see any of his stuff, Experience Music Project in Seattle, it's Frank Gehry. That museum is like a smashed electric guitar homage to Jimi Hendrix. That's Frank Gehry, or his house in Venice, California. Yeah. So it's surprising these guys don't like it. You guys like things that are like, gray and monochromatic and very industrial. What's your problem? They don't like it. Lewis Mumford, author of The City and History and other works on urban planning, criticized the project, calling it, quote, just glass and metal filing cabinets, end quote. The Twin Towers were described as looking similar to, quote, the boxes that the Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building came in, end quote. Many disliked the Twin Towers' narrow office windows, which are only 18 inches wide. Activist and sociologist Jane Jacobs argued the waterfront should be kept open for New Yorkers to enjoy. Some critics regarded the Trade Center's super block, that it replaced a more traditional dense neighborhood. This is the kind of eminent domain problem again. And it created this inhospitable environment that disrupted the complicated traffic network of Manhattan already. It's already hard enough to get around Manhattan. Now this disgusting filing cabinet, behemoth, capitalism, monster, all of those kind of, that ruined the neighborhood where I used to walk down the street to my baker and all. Fine, right? I mean, that's a criticism. For example,
What's it?
What kind of neighborhood? I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know if it's like an Italian neighborhood or, a Haitian neighborhood. I have no idea. In his book, The Pentagon of Power, Lewis Mumford denounced the center as, quote, example of the purposeless giantism and technological exhibitionism that are now eviscerating the living tissue of every great city. That's very harsh criticism. To eviscerate something that's bad. It's not just like, oh, it's kind of, it's a stain, let's wash away. Like ripping out the guts of this great city with this nonsense, this purposeless, gigantic technological exhibitionist, ooh, look at me, money, money, money type thing. One World Trade Center, two World Trade Center, give people a lot of office space, though, however, in the defense of Minoru Yamasaki, the architect, they do the job that it's supposed to do. When completed in 1972, North Tower was completed first. It becomes the tallest building in the world for 2 years, surpassing the Empire State Building after its 40-year reign. What surpasses Trade Center 1? Well, becomes, remember, only 2 years. For 40 years, the Empire State Building up, North Tower, but then that reign as tallest building in the world only lasts for the Sears Tower in Chicago.
Okay, now here's a question. The Sears Tower had to be built in blocks. If they couldn't build it straight up. So was this about building straight up?
I have no idea. I don't know that. Yeah, well, it's a great question. As I always say, and to all our viewers, I never want to give you false information. I don't know. Like, that's a good question. Like, what was the stratification of the building process? How could they do it? From what I've seen in pictures, they just built it kind of traditionally from the ground up, piece by piece. But how much has it?
It's hard though. Like when you get to a certain height, again, the Sears Tower is built, it's chunks.
Yeah.
That builds up, and the Hancock, which probably isn't as tall, but is built like this, right? A lot of those tallest buildings are built with a wider base. So I don't know if it was an engineering marvel as well, the trade towers. Well, I mean, it's certainly, I mean, to me, yes. I mean, just the idea of, first of all, I'm a big fan. I thought that looked really cool. I'm probably romanticizing and lionizing it because of the disaster that happened. And we always do that with ruins, but I thought that they were very beautiful. The towers had more floors at 110 than any other building before the completion of the Sears Tower. And their floor counts were not matched, and they were not surpassed until the construction of the Burj Khalifa, which opened in 2010. Each tower, 1 and 2, North and South Tower, had a total mass of around 500,000 tons. So together, 1 million tons of mass, these towers. When it was completed in 73, the South Tower becomes the second tallest building in the world. Remember, once more, it has a rooftop observation deck, from which you can see on a clear day upwards to 50 miles. I'm going to read this in a couple minutes again, but there's like the 1995, I believe, chess championship is held on the top of the World Trade Center. That is freaking cool. Like, would I want to go into chess and become a world legendary chess player? Let's assume I had the ability. I do not, but imagine if I did. Yeah, that's probably a pretty cool sport to be a part of. It's a mental sport. You're not worried about wear and tear on your body. To travel the world, go do a bunch of stuff, play chess in Dubai. That experience could never be topped. I played in the chess championships on the South Tower. That is so sick. That's to me, like, that's like equivalent to walking on the moon, basically. This guy's like, I went to the moon. I'm like, I don't care. I played chess in the World Trade Center. Like my story's cooler than yours. Sleepless in Seattle also takes place on the observation.
That's right. Sleepless in Seattle, when Meg Ryan, right, goes back.
Right, it's the World Trade Center.
It's the absolutely. She
Maybe it was the Empire State.
Is it Empire State? I thought it was World Trade Center.
Oh, from the period.
Well, that's total BS. I used to like that movie, not anymore. I thought it was World Trade Center. I did. Meg Ryan dominates that movie in 1991. I talked about Meg Ryan a lot last semester. I did. That's right. I did. It's true. I did. I really did. Okay. So, guys, weather permitting, visitors could ride 2 short escalators up from the 107th floor. And on a clear day, you can see from the South Tower once more 50 miles. 50 miles out over all of glorious New York City, and you can feel like Frank Sinatra that you have made it here. During a press conference in 73, Yamasaki was asked, why 2 110-story buildings? Why not 1 220-story building? And his response was, I didn't want to lose the human scale. And then he didn't say, quote, you moron, but he was kind of not happy with this question. Like, I didn't want to lose the human scale is the real response. His actual response is, you freaking think I'd build a 220-story? That looks disgusting. Just this massive, that would look awful, actually. And talk about talk about structural stability. Yeah, that sounds horrifying. Now, final criticism, architectural critic Ada Louise Huxtable. What an amazing name. Huxtable. She's crushing. Ada Louise Huxtable criticized the design of the Twin Towers when they were first announced, saying, quote, "How dare you?" Just kidding. She actually said, quote, "Here we have the world's daintiest architecture for the world's biggest buildings." So a lot of people don't like the kind of very rough, it's not brutalism, but kind of brutal, like just gray, monochromatic. Oh, I thought it was awesome. But anyways, I'm wearing a World Trade Center colored suit. Obviously, I liked it. But all right, how about background? Guys, we have half an hour left. We have like 35,000 minutes to go. So we got to keep going. Background on previous problems. On February 13th, 1975, a 3-alarm fire broke out in North Tower's 11th floor, spreading to 9th and 14th floors after igniting telephone cable insulation in a utility shaft. This leads to 1981, Port Authority announcing a $45 million plan to install sprinklers throughout. The first terrorist attack on the World Trade Center happens when? 1993, 12:17 p.m., a Ryder truck filled with 1,500 pounds of explosives detonates in the North Tower's underground garage, opening a 100-foot hole through 5 sublevels, the greatest damage occurring on levels B1 and 2. 6 people were killed, God rest their souls, 1,042 injured, awful stuff.
What was the date, February what?
It's 1993, exact date. February 26th.
You said it was at night?
February 26th, 1993, 17 minutes after noon. No, 12:17 p.m. In January 1998, Mafia member Ralph Guarino gained maintenance access, and he does a 3-man heist that nets $2 million from a Brinks delivery to North Tower's 11th floor. Finally, November 20th, 1981, an Aerolíneas Argentinas airliner was guided away by air traffic controllers after radar signals indicated it was on a collision course with the North Tower. So 20 years before 2 planes purposely, awfully, tragically collided in the towers, February 20th, 1981, an Argentinian plane almost crashes into the North Tower.
Was it thought that was intentional if they were diverted?
I don't think so. No, I think it was just maybe pilot error. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think it was a possible or the pilot, God have mercy, God forbid, was trying to commit suicide, or I think it was an honest mistake. But here's some positive stuff. Anyone know who Philip Petit is?
The guy who walked between the towers?
On August 7th, 1974, performs a high wire walk between the North and South Towers. For his unauthorized, I do declare, no one authorized this. And he was like, "This is New York, forget about it." For his unauthorized feat, but he said it in a French accent because he's French. And I'm not going to do that. Because I respect all parts of that too much to do that. Especially myself. I have too much self-respect to do that. For his unauthorized feat, 1,312 feet above the ground, he used a 440-pound cable and 30-foot-long balancing pole. What a legend. Performed for 45 minutes, making 8 passes. What a stud. That's really cool. But coolest of all, 1995 World Chess Championship was played on the 107th floor of the South Tower and was won by Donald Trump. Just kidding. Trump's in New York. In 1995 World Chess Championship, Donald Trump defeated Joe Biden in 4 games. Yeah. But the chess championship part is real. Like I said again, that was very, very cool. Okay, more background. How about geopolitical background? So guys, recapping for all of our beloved online viewers, and guys, thank you so much. You said you just gained 3 million subscribers in the last hour. It's amazing. Thanks, guys. For everyone just tuning in right now, what have we covered so far? 13.4 million feet of office space, tallest buildings in the world when they're built, even just for a brief time. South Tower, observation deck, 50 miles. North Tower, Windows of the World restaurant. A long-standing project from the 40s. It started in 66. This Japanese-American of Japanese heritage designer who's very influenced by Le Corbusier and some Islamic style and some modern Gothic kind of touches, builds this. A lot of criticism, but it serves its purpose for the commercial money aspect and also as a kind of symbol of the World Trade Center.
And long before we get to our next class talking about the 9/11/2001 actual day of attacks, a lot of stuff has happened. It was the bombing in 93, heists, fires, and kind of like spectacle stuff like tight wire walking and chess championships and all this. Okay, 9/11 is the worst case of domestic terrorism. I think a lot of these guys who do this get arrested and then they get like slapped on the wrist, which they should. They should actually get arrested and be asked for their autograph. Sorry, I wanted to arrest you because myself and Officer Smith wanted to take a selfie with you. You're free to go.
So the windows were about the size of that one panel.
That's crazy. Wow, that is very diminutive.
It's small. Okay.
Barb, do you wish that you worked in the World Trade Center?
No.
Like, nothing to do with the bad stuff, just in general? No desire. I kind of would, but
I had a friend who died in 9/11.
you did in the actual attack? They were in the World Trade Center or somewhere else?
Yeah, he worked in the World
Man,
Trade
that's
Center.
awful. God rest his soul. It's terrible. Sorry for your loss. I mean, even all these years later, it's just that's awful. Where was he at? Like what floor? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Mm.
I know we have like sort of a little memorial with this.
Sure. No kidding.
But you want a little levity on this?
Give some levity.
My husband likes to tell me fake news stories because I don't always follow the news. And he was
Oh, you told me he was in China and said turn it on. You thought he was kidding, right?
Yes, so my husband was in China. He's like, turn on the TV, the US is under attack. I'm like, very funny. It's early in the morning. I'm not getting up for this. He's like, the road trip covers were hit, and he was delayed for like 3 weeks. He couldn't get back to the US because
Just that's
because there were no planes. That was eerie.
remind me.
Do you remember that? Like, are you old enough?
No. Well, so I'll even do it now. Like my 9/11 story, I was 14 years old. I'm born in 1987, so I was 14 years old on 9/11. I was a freshman in high school. I was going to school in Pennsylvania, right in the middle of all this. Like again, 2 hours, hour 40 minutes from New York, 3 hours above DC, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania was to the west of us. I was literally in the middle of this. Unlike a lot of people, like my wife is in Idaho, she's like, they watched it all day. I didn't find out about this after school ended. Like, I don't know why. Like, first of all, I didn't know what the World Trade Center was when I was 14. Seriously, like if you told me then, what is the Empire State Building? Okay, Lady Liberty, definitely. Like, I didn't know what the World Trade Center. I learned what the World Trade Center was that day later, watching with my family in the afternoon. Like at that point, I was going to school. This happened 8:46 in the morning, 9:03 Eastern time, our time. Nothing. A lot of no. I heard at lunch there was someone had said that was the first time I heard at lunch. Someone was like, something happened, the plane crashed. But none of our teachers said anything. I don't think they were like, maybe just lived in a very like rural place, but no TVs turned on, nothing. I was playing freshman football then, went to football practice. My father picks me up from football practice at 4:30, and he was like really emotional. And like just that I think that emotion every like mature American. My father then was 39, 40 years old, I guess, which I'd probably be feeling now. Like I, as a kid, you're so oblivious, like emotionally, like he's holding back like anger, disbelief, whatever. And he's like, I need to tell you about this thing. And I blurred out, even like, did they do it on purpose? Like I was that like naive. I was like, well, what? Like, and so at that point, my father and I would drive home from practice, like 5 minutes to our home. We turn on the TV. I learned all about everything about the World Trade Center 9/11 the rest of the night, watching like CNN and Fox and whatever ABC News for 6 hours. But what I mean is, like, I remember my experience was not like a lot of people were like, they turned on the TV, dismissed school. We went through our whole day. We had football practice. I learned after school.
Everything in Minneapolis shut down. We were living in Minneapolis then.
Wow.
Everything. Stores, restaurants, schools, museums, everything was shut down.
Wow.
Like they thought that Mall of America. That's what I love about Minnesota hubris. They thought
The Mall of America was a target. Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
Well, guys, really quickly, and again, we might go overtime today. If you have to go, by the way, Damien, so honored to have you in class today. Anyone was always like, especially Grace Martin is one of the coolest people of all time. You guys don't know Grace. She's a sometime attendee. Grace is so awesome. What I tell her and tell everyone is like, you can come for 20 minutes if you want. Like this whole class obviously is completely voluntary in every possible way. That really breaks my heart because this semester we've had the most people we've had in class. Like I said, I think we've had like 11 or 12 people. We've actually had the most individual attendees ever. Like I said, like we've had like it's like our 23rd class. Everyone at St. Augustine's has come to like 2 classes at one point, but never at the same time. And it breaks my heart. People are like, well, I want to come to class, but I don't want to leave in the middle. You can do that. Or you can, like, people are so sweet. Oh, I don't want to come if I just come for one class. No, come for one class. So I'm so glad you can do this today. We normally finish at 1:30 earlier. We're probably gonna go like 1:45 today. I have to pick up a suit in town from Moscow before it closes at 2 o'clock. So I'm gonna have to close it before then. But we're definitely probably gonna go over. I mean, this is gonna be like a 5-hour episode. So just back to it. The next point, there's that recap, right? What about geopolitical stuff? This World Trade Center attack on 2001, 9/11, is the worst act of domestic terrorism that displaces the previous one, which is what? The Oklahoma City bombing, 1995, Timothy McVeigh, Alfred P. Murrah building. Yeah. What's some stuff that's going on in the world? 96, Taliban comes back to power in Afghanistan. 97, Hong Kong returned to China. 98, Clinton and Lewinsky scandal. February 98, the Iraq disarmament crisis. No one needs to hear this. You know this. But what does the Taliban have to do with 9/11 or Iraq? Obviously, especially our response to the attacks afterwards. The Iraq disarmament crisis, United States Senate passes Resolution 71, urging President Bill Clinton to, quote, take all necessary and appropriate actions to respond to the threat posed by Iraq's refusal to end its weapons of mass destruction program. Sadly, we know that Iraq does not have WMDs. Everyone knows that now. But the buildup to this is very much like we got to get Saddam out of power. February 20th, Saddam supposedly negotiates a deal with UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, allowing weapons inspector to return to Baghdad. This prevents US military action. August 7th, 1998, embassy bombings. Bombings in the United States embassies in excuse me, embassies in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and Nairobi, Kenya, killed 224 people, injured over 4,500. They are linked to Osama bin Laden. One of the first times perhaps the public hears this guy's name. The United States launches cruise missile attacks against alleged Al-Qaeda camps in response. First time the American public hears this name. We know Saddam for a long time. We supported Saddam against the Iranians in the 80s. First time the public hears Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden in relation to these embassy bombings. August 26, 98, more Iraq disarmament crisis stuff. Scott Ritter, this guy, he resigns and tells that Iraq is not disarming. They retain a capability to launch a chemical strike, criticizing the Clinton administration and the UN Security Council for not doing enough. Long before 9/11 happens, in the preceding years, a big buildup, like Saddam's a bad guy and we got to get rid of him, and it's going to influence a lot of the decisions. We're going to talk about, obviously, the after effects. September 29th, 1998, U.S. Congress passes the Iraq Liberation Act, which states the United States wants to remove Saddam from power and replace the government with a democratic institution. This is unbelievably important. September 29th, 1998, we say we want to do regime change. That's like a 4-letter word now. Oh, no, we're not trying to get rid of Putin or this leader or Maduro or whoever. Remember, this is like the apogee, the apex of the neocon era, which 9/11 becomes the ultimate response. That America has a divine duty to spread democracy throughout the world, be this arsenal of democracy, as Woodrow Wilson said. December of that year, Clinton orders American and British airstrikes on Iraq. 1999, March 8th, U.S. Supreme Court upholds the murder conviction of Timothy McVeigh. McVeigh, I'll read it in a couple of minutes, but he's sentenced to death. He's executed a few months before 9/11 happens, in summer of 2001. June 12th, 1999, Texas Governor George W. Bush announces he will seek the Republican nomination for president. The year 2000, Y2K, January 5th to the 8th, Al-Qaeda holds a summit. The 2000 Al-Qaeda summit of several high-level members, including 2 of the 19 9/11 hijackers, right? This January 5th through 8th, 2000 Al-Qaeda summit in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The summit's purpose was allegedly to plan future attacks, not just 9/11, but here apparently the October 2000 bombing of the USS Cole is strategized. March 7th, George W. Bush and Al Gore, Vice President Al Gore, emerged victorious from their respective primary caucus, whatever. They're going to be the 2 candidates, obviously. Again, I say obviously because I assume most people watching this know, oh, Bush versus Gore, hanging Chad 2000, this thing very, very well. September 8th, 2000, following a 3-day Millennium Summit of world leaders gathered in New York, the UN General Assembly adopts some 60 goals regarding peace, this Millennium Declaration. That same month, September, which it'll last till 2005, the Second Intifada begins. Palestinian uprising against the state of Israel, which is very apropos, very like, oh wow, this is happening literally now in real time in the Middle East now. This constant, can there be a two-state solution? Who's supporting whom? What's going on? Is there going to be a war, a ground invasion? This constant, often, based around the Gaza Strip. The Second Intifada, the second uprising, which will last 2005, begins. October 12th, 2000, in Aden, Yemen, USS Cole is badly damaged by 2 Al-Qaeda suicide bombers. 17 crew members are killed on the USS Cole, almost 40 are wounded. 2000, Bush becomes president. In November 2000, Bush becomes president. Hillary Clinton is elected to the US Senate, becoming the first lady of the United States, first lady of the United States to win public office, afterwards. November 8th, December 12th, the whole election. An automatic recount begins, especially in Florida, these hanging chads. December 12th, Bush versus Gore, the US Supreme Court overturns the ruling by the Florida Supreme Court, ending the recount, effectively giving the state and the presidency to Texas Governor George W. Bush. So the stage is getting set. Talked about the whole 9/11, or excuse me, the Twin Towers history, talked about all the political stuff, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, George W. Bush. All the main actors of our next episode, our second part of this 9/11 lecture, are getting in place. Nothing happens in a vacuum, duh, right? Speaking of background, anyone know what the project for the New American Century was? What is that? Okay, this is very interesting. The project for the New American Century was a neoconservative think tank. Remember, what is neoconservatism? That is, America has a divine mandate, manifest destiny, you can say, or failing that, just nature abhors a vacuum. Someone's got to do it. It's best if we do it, to be the world police. Neoconservatism means we can go out through the world and spread American values. Hopefully, by getting them to drink a lot of Coca-Cola and watch Friends, soft power. But failing that, we can bomb and remove people like the resolution to remove Saddam. He's not going to play ball. Well, he doesn't want to watch Friends. He doesn't want to wear Levi's jeans. So just remove him from office, put in a democratic leader. That's why we got involved with Bashar al-Assad in 2011, trying to remove him, which fails, or Gaddafi, which succeeds in removing him. And the whole question now with Putin and Ukraine, all this kind of stuff. Does America have the right to tell the whole world what to do? Of course we do, because we're the best and our values are the best. Of course we do not. Why are we always sticking our nose in our people's business? That's the constant kind of debate. These guys are pro stick our nose wherever we feel like it. Project for New American Century, PNAC. Established a nonprofit educational organization in 1997, founded by Bill Kristol and Robert Kagan. You might know Bill Kristol, conservative movement. To this day, still a very kind of important figure. Its stated goal, quote, was to promote American global leadership. Quote, American leadership is good, both for America and for the world, end quote. And it sought a support for, quote, a Reaganite, very muscular, Reaganite policy of military strength and moral clarity. It will dissolve in 2006. Of the 25 people, here's why I'm reading this. Of the 25 people who signed PNAC's founding statements of principles, 10 went on to serve the administration of US President George W. Bush. So who's associated with this? Well, people like Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz. These are important people. You know, Rumsfeld and Cheney obviously are massively, massively important figures in the Bush administration. During the summer of 1996, Kristol and Kagan co-authored an article in Foreign Affairs titled, quote, Toward a Neo-Reaganite Foreign Policy. In the article, they argued American conservatives were adrift, purposeless in his friend's Coca-Cola 1990s type world. It's the economy, stupid, right? Clinton's doing great. Who cares what he's doing with Monica Lewinsky? America's winning. What's our value position as conservatives? Well, they say it should be a more elevated vision of America's international role and suggests the U.S. should adopt a stance of, quote, benevolent global hegemony. That sounds ominous or awesome, depending upon your benevolent global hegemony sounds Orwellian. Trust me, this global hegemony we're going to impose on you guys, you're going to like it. You're going to love it, actually. Maybe, I don't know. Again, I'm not here to pass judgment. I'm here to present the facts. You tell me what you think. The organization was especially well connected. Stuart Eldon has said the influence that PNAC had was astonishing. And as we just talked about before, people like Rumsfeld and Cheney, these are not like bit players. These are the Secretary of Defense, Vice President, like have the ear of George W. Bush, the main decision maker, kingmaker people in the whole world sphere. In 1998, Crystal and Caven advocate what in Iraq? The regime change. PNAC becomes those lauding voices, we need to get rid of Saddam, no matter what. Following perceived Iraqi unwillingness to cooperate with UN weapons inspectors, core members of the Project for the New American Century, including Richard Pearl, Paul Wolfowitz, Elliot Abrams, Donald Rumsfeld, John Bolton. Remember John Bolton from the Trump administration recently? John Bolton apparently did a very neocon style, comes out to a press conference a couple years ago with a yellow notepad, says like 5,000 troops to Venezuela. Oh, you guys read this? Oh, I didn't mean for you to read this. I mean, I walked out with like this, but oh, wait, what? Very kind of neocon style. We're going to go regime change if we want, whatever. These are all part of these guys. They're amongst the signatories of an open letter to President Bill Clinton calling for the removal of Saddam Hussein. Long before 9/11, like, we need to get rid of Saddam. He's portrayed as a threat to the United States because, of course, right, he has these weapons of mass destruction. We know he does. The letter asserts the U.S. could, quote, no longer depend upon our partners in the Gulf War to continue to uphold the sanctions or to punish him when he blocks or evades UN inspections. Quote, the U.S. has the authority under existing UN resolutions to take necessary steps, including military ones, to protect our vital interests in the Gulf. The U.S. has the authority to take necessary steps, including military ones, to protect our vital interests in the Gulf. Shortly after September 11th, PNAC sends a letter to now President George W. Bush, specifically advocating regime change through a, quote, determined effort to remove Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq. From 2001 through the invasion of Iraq, the PNAC and many of its members voiced active support for military action against Iraq and asserted leaving Saddam Hussein in power would be, quote, surrender to terrorism. So these guys are very influential. They're not just some person on the blog who seem to be very interested in, I don't want to say exploiting the situation, but saying, hey, we need to be more involved. Our thing is called Plan for a New American Century. What are we going to do in the 21st century? We got to be a world player. This is
out of where? Saudi?
What is what?
Al-Qaeda comes out of where? It's not out of
Saddam Hussein, or no, Osama bin Laden is a Saudi guy who's banned by the Saudis because he does like terrorism against them, apparently. From what I understand, Al-Qaeda is like a totally loosely affiliated terrorist organization, often becomes based in Afghanistan, where bin Laden kind of takes residence. Apparently the Afghan government, perhaps the Pakistanis too, give him some kind of like comfort. Again, I don't want to misspeak on this. But from what I understand, Al-Qaeda was not based in any kind of direct locale. They had like training camps in Afghanistan and throughout, different parts of the Middle East, but it's all kind of very underground.
And the vehemence with which they wanted to remove Hussein from Iraq stemmed from where? Iraq's attack on Kuwait or where?
Yeah, sure. Like a lot of people say that George W. Bush, basically his policy of trying to get Saddam is they tried to kill my daddy. And it's like, well, no, Saddam Hussein, invaded Kuwait. And then we went in Operation Desert Storm and kicked Iraq's butt. Because of course, on an open, military conquest, no one can match American firepower. But Saddam was our guy. We supported Saddam in the 80s because he's a secular guy. He's part of the Ba'ath party. He's not religious, kept the peace, the sectarian violence, especially against the bad Iranians from our perspective, the black sheep Iranians who, with their 444-day hostage crisis, broke diplomatic relations. Then Saddam starts not playing ball. Like he doesn't want to play ball with us. It seems like he actually wants to do his own thing, go like Napoleon or something. So it was more just, we don't want him in there. Maybe find the pretext for this. So in fact, one of PNAC's most influential publications was a 90-page report titled Rebuilding America's Defenses, Strategies, Forces, and Resources for a New Century. It sought to preserve and extend its position of global leadership, America, by maintaining the preeminence of U.S. military forces. Rebuilding America's Defenses recommended establishing 4 core missions for the U.S. This PNAC, influential neoconservative think tank, Rebuilding America's Defenses, one of their publications, says we have to have 4 core missions in the 21st century. The defense of the American homeland, 2, fighting and winning multiple simultaneous major theater wars. 3, the performance of constabulary duties associated with shaping the security environment. And 4, transformation of U.S. forces to exploit the revolution in military affairs. I have no problem with 1, 3, and 4. Protect the American homeland. Protect the American homeland, check mark. Protect the American homeland, sign me up. Number 3, constabulary duties associated with shaping the security environment. I'm for security. Number 4, exploit the revolution in military affairs. If there's great tech, I'm a proud American. I want the Americans to have it. Number 2, are you freaking kidding me? Multiple simultaneous major theater wars. So basically do World War II, but it's in World War III now. One of their goals is to fight multiple simultaneous. Let's fight Russia and China together. That's one of their goals. And I'm not going to comment further because it's so absurd. Written before the September 11th attacks and during political debates on the war in Iraq, a section of Rebuilding America's Defenses entitled Creating Tomorrow's Dominant Force became the subject of considerable controversy. Why? Because listen, this is quoted from 1997. Listen to what these guys say. In their policy paper, Rebuilding America's Defenses from Project for New American Century, listen to what they write in 1997. How are we going to achieve these goals? Muscular Reaganite foreign policy, multiple wars. Quote, further, the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor, end quote. So they're basically saying, I don't want like a 9/11 thing to happen. I don't know what that is, a Pearl Harbor. But I mean, it really would help us a lot if like something really bad happened where Americans were like, they'd wake up from watching Friends and like smoking weed all day and be like, maybe we need to support the military and fight a huge war. Journalist John Pilger pointed to this passage when he argued that the Bush administration had used the events of September 11th as an opportunity to capitalize on long-desired plans. Is that true or not? I don't know, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it all next class. I think this has been by far the best maple syrup lecture we ever do because of the length and everything. Like all the information today has been so good. It's only going to get more interesting and more sad. And our heart will break and we'll pray for everyone. All those poor people who lost their lives. It's going to be a horribly sad lecture on Monday. We're going to talk about the horrible events. Every one of those people, every one of those poor people who died in the towers of the Pentagon is a precious child of God. It's going to be a very sad lecture. But we're going to get through every last detail. Leave no stone unturned. No stone. What is the phrase I'm looking for? Unturned. Thank you. No stone overturned. I'm thinking. No, unturned. No stone unturned. Thank you. Exactly right. I need to brush up on my American colloquial expressions. No stone unturned. And then a week from today on Wednesday, we'll talk about the Catholic reactions, which we actually started the whole semester with. Remember, we kind of brief things. It's already 1:30, so we'll probably be done in probably 10 minutes. I got to go pick up that suit. Anyway, so 2001, what are some things that happened? Clinton delivers his farewell address. Bush is sworn in. All right. Iraq, disarmament crisis. February 16th, 2001. We're still carrying out bombing raids on people. Oklahoma City news, February 19th. The museum is open. Oklahoma City Bombing Museum at the National Memorial. June 11th, McVeigh is executed in Terre Haute, Indiana. I heard a story that McVeigh was Catholic. I don't know if anyone knows this, and he repented before he died. Father Larry Richards, if you know him, he's EWTN priest. I think either he knew the priest who took his confession or he himself. Apparently McVeigh repented. McVeigh was like, sincerely, we can pray, hopefully, because God rest all the souls of people who died in that horrible day. But apparently before he was executed, he actually had a sincere like conversion, said he was sorry. It's beautiful if that's true. I don't know. I know that McVeigh requested 2 cartons of mint chocolate chip ice cream for his last meal. Neither here nor there, but truly beautiful. Out of such, talk about just as evil as 9/11, Oklahoma City, just as evil, just as senseless and stupid and disgusting and diabolical. A silver lining out of that, perhaps that guy had true contrition before he's executed, but he is on June 11th. Last couple things, yeah, right, done in 5 minutes. September 10th, the day before, Donald Rumsfeld gives a speech regarding $2.3 trillion in Pentagon spending that cannot be accounted for. Sorry, guys. Oops. Identifying the bureaucratic processes of the Pentagon as the biggest threat to America. I should know where $2.3 trillion is. You know what? Watch me button this suit, walk away from the podium, down with bureaucracy. Okay. But Mr. Rumsfeld, where's the money? I said down with bureaucracy. I have to go. I'm wanted somewhere in DC. The day before, he's like, there's $2.3 trillion. I don't know where it is. When the plane hits the Pentagon the next day, it hits in a spot where a lot of these documents are supposedly held. Talk about these crazy coincidences. I'm not even kidding. Again, we can talk about 9/11 conspiracies and whatever. I believe as a historian, I mean this with all sincerity, there is no such thing as conspiracy. There is only fact or fiction. 9/11 happened exactly as they said it did. That's either true or it's not. There's no conspiracy, right? There's a lot of things, what was going on. We're going to talk about everything. What I don't understand is there was a priest recently did a video. But by the way, what is my view on 9/11? I'm a pretty standard person. I tend to believe like the official narrative. I'm not some kind of like tinfoil, whatever. But I definitely am not going to denounce people who have what are the facts? That's all that matters. Christ says the truth will set you free. Some priest was in this video. There was some guy who's like a 9/11 truther who thinks oh, everything's a lie, whatever. And then he finally met like a 9/11 widow. And she was so distraught. And so he is no longer a truther now. And the priest did this. It was talking about, remember our logic class last semester? He told a logical fallacy. He was like, oh, see, so you shouldn't believe conspiracy theories. That woman's husband died on 9/11. Independent of who did it, whether it was the real narrative or this or that, right? It was a completely awful video by this priest. I won't mention his name. And no one associated with us. As far as I understand, no one in the Diocese of Boise makes priests make videos anyways. If they do, let me know so I can like and subscribe. I don't think anyone does. It's not a priest local to us or anything like that, but online. It was a horrible logical fallacy. That woman, may God rest her husband's soul. Her husband died. That's true. Is she gonna be less sorrowful when she's like, well, my husband was killed, but at least it wasn't like an inside job. The terrorist did. No, her husband died. That's what she cares. But the terror did it. Should I be more mad if it was like a whatever? But so I just want to say for the record, online for everyone, I generally am anti-conspiracy and I generally believe the narrative. But if people have good facts and there's weird coincidences, I'm always willing to hear that. I think you have to as a historian. The worst thing a historian can do is stick his head in the ground, ostrich. Oh, I'm not going to hear that. Does this mean anything? I don't know. But that is a fact. That where this $2.3 trillion, the paperwork is, that's where the plane hits the next day. So oops, that's gone. I guess problem solved. And we don't want like a Pearl Harbor thing to happen, but if it did, oh, that happened. I mean, I don't know what to make of these things. I don't know. I don't know. But we're going to talk about these questions in the next 2 lectures. And you're welcome to, by the way. And anyone watching who comes in later, you're welcome to propose anything.
But again, Rumsfeld is one who ran into the building to try and save them.
That's great. I swear to you, I'm not accusing Rumsfeld or anyone. I'm not. I would tell you, I think this guy, that's disgusting. There's a serious sin. The catechism lists 2 sins: calumny and detraction.
What is it?
Calumny and detraction. And detraction, I think, is like backbiting and gossip, but calumny is like making stuff up. I'm going to make up a story about Damien that's totally false and just spread rumors about it. That's evil. That is a mortal, serious sin. It's false. I'm ruining his reputation. I'm not going to do that with Don Rumsfeld. I'm not saying Rumsfeld was involved at all. But I'll say to you, the fact that he runs back in the building, okay, and it doesn't prove anything either. Except that he's a brave man. It's awesome he did that. But what I'm saying is, I am not saying at all that any specific conspiracy is true or whatever. I'm saying that it's interesting that the place where these documents are held is where Flight 77 blows up the Pentagon the next day, and that's gone. And that is what it is. And that's just interesting. Does it mean anything? I really don't know. There's some people that say yes, it does. Some say absolutely not. I will say for the record one more time, I tend to believe the traditional narrative. It takes a lot for me to believe a conspiracy. You got to show me real good evidence. Not that and especially if you're going to pull out like my boy Tony in Montana said, no, thank you. It's got to be, but okay. Last 2 things. July 10th, 2001, the Phoenix memo is sent to FBI headquarters. Special Agent Kenneth Williams recommends the assembling of a worldwide listing of civil aviation schools. Because he says all these guys are doing this flight training, but it seems weird, for whatever reason. Maybe some of them don't. I think some of the guys, and obviously these are the terrorists, right? Practicing. Apparently some of the guys were these guys didn't even ask how to land a plane. Of course, I called the FBI. these guys kept coming back to my school, and all they wanted to do was just take me up on the plane and show me how the controls work. They had no desire how to take off or fly. Like, talk about the horrible blowing your cover, first of all, right? I mean, like, at least pretend you're trying to fly the plane. They were almost literally saying, like, I'm just trying to learn how to do this, one thing. But the FBI ignores it. Robert Mueller, who becomes FBI director, the famous of the Mueller report, Trump, he becomes FBI director tonight, September 4th, 2001. He later tells the US Congress in a very emotional hearing in May 2002, failure to act on the memo was the result of deficits in FBI analytical capacities. And speaking of deficits, I encourage all of you to read President's Daily Brief. Bin Laden determined to strike the US. Anyone know this? On August 6th, 2001, the CIA gave George W. Bush a PDF, a President Daily Brief, that read, Bin Laden determined to strike in the US. That apparently laid out, like, hey, and this is against the conspiracy theorists, right? Who are like, oh, look, the government's involved. No, the government's telling our leaders, like, let's try to stop these guys. And by the way, again, for the record, I tend to believe that kind of traditional narrative. I don't believe there's like these rogue bad agents in our government, or maybe I don't want to believe that. Whatever reason, Bush, I don't know. Bush has a very hilarious response that people say later, it's not attributed to this, but apparently when he gets this, if I understand the context correctly, Bush gets this thing, and this guy's like, well, here, sir, look, there's this bad guy, you know him, Bin Laden, the terrorist guy, 90s, we already know about him. You know a lot about him, Saudi Arabia, money, whatever. That Bush apparently tells the guy kind of like, I got it, Junior. So he says to him, quote, all right, you've covered your ass. All right, you've covered your ass. Like, get out of here. Like, you sent me the memo, but they don't act on it. So this later intelligence failing is, people hold this up as one more lack of seeing the warning signs. I'm gonna actually read to you, if you all don't mind, really quickly. Let me see, should have it here somewhere. I saved what it actually said to read to you all. Let's see where it is. Well, I've got a lot of text-to-speech rap songs on my phone. That's not going to help.
So how much of the Pentagon was
Here it is.
taken out? I'm trying to find pictures.
It's just one area. Okay,
It was a
small area, yeah. Bin Laden determined to strike US. I'm going to end the stream on this. August 6th, 2001, presented to President Bush. Does this have any at all? Again, this is how dumb conspiracies go, right? Oh, August 6th, that's like Hiroshima, same day. It's just the total coincidence, right? But August 6th, 2001, here's just two small paragraphs from Bin Laden determined to strike US. FBI information since the time indicates patterns of suspicious activity in this country consistent with preparations for hijackings or other type of attacks, including recent surveillance of federal buildings in New York City. The FBI is conducting approximately 7 full field investigations throughout the US that it considers Bin Laden related. CIA and the FBI are investigating a call to our embassy in the United Arab Emirates in May, saying that a group of Bin Laden supporters was in US planning attacks with explosives. Thank you all. I will see you next class. Next class, when you're watching this on the stream, probably after a slideshow compilation, part 2. And you know it's part 2 because I'm wearing a different suit, as well. It would be obvious enough. Part 2 is going to be just on 9/11. We've done all the background. We're just going to dive into the day itself. The next hour and a half will be just on the day itself. Until then.
St. Mary's.
Oh, okay. What is that?
Oh, they're having some sort of a ceremony, a little luncheon.
That's beautiful. That's awesome.
So,
We need-
that.
My wife and I and our kids went to the November 11th, Armistice Day, Veterans Day stuff over at U of I. The commemoration was very nice. I think we need more patriotism, kind of like that. oh, thank you for your service, but sincerely, right? You know, to honor people that served. And
people, yeah, of course, thank you for my service, but wasn't exactly voluntary.
right.
Got drafted.
Right. Well, nonetheless, I mean, still.
But, you know, I went, I didn't escape to Canada.
That's right. No, amen. Amen. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, this is part 2 of our lecture 9/11. You can't see this on the screen, but Brad King and I are both wearing the same color shirt, which is cool. And Brad has an awesome hat. I do not have a hat, but we were talking about 2 of them.
It's got dirt on it.
Oh, dirt on it. It's awesome. It's all the more Idaho. Day 1. Now you're all watching this in the future, right? As I said earlier, you know, when I post it as one compilation, I'm guessing probably close to 4 hours with the different stuff all fixed and the slideshows. Last class, we talked about the buildup to 9/11, the towers and all that kind of stuff, how they were built and the kind of the funding and everything. Today we're talking about the day itself. So without further ado, if anyone doesn't know, I have like 9 movements for you today, and we probably won't actually finish all of them. We're probably in this part 2 going to just get through. This is obviously the most important part of the lecture, the attacks of September 11th, 2001. We're probably not going to finish them all. We'll just do as much as we can for about an hour. And then on Wednesday, we'll finish this day. In addition to, as always, Catholicism and Disasters, our class this semester, the Catholic reactions to 9/11. First movement, if anyone doesn't know, just basic information. I feel like, I mean, you'd be living under a rock, right? But the September 11th attacks, commonly known obviously as 9/11, were these 4 coordinated bombing attacks using airplanes by Al-Qaeda on Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. I've mentioned many times, I remember that day well. I was 14 years old, a freshman at Dallas High School, just starting my high school career. Dallas is 2 hours west of New York City, a couple hours east of Shanksville, where Flight 93 crashes. But like I said, I did not learn about this day, really, even though despite being in the middle of all this in Pennsylvania, I did not learn about this until after freshman football practice. My father picked me up and obviously explained everything, and then I spent the rest of the day and the rest of that year, right? All of us, the rest of 2001 was just, I mean, really living in the constant news cycle of that day. Imagine what that would be like today with social media. You know, I remember when Kobe Bryant died, God rest his soul, on Twitter, he was trending like 5 million tweets. I mean, today with 9/11, it'd be what, 100 million? Could it break 1 billion tweets of like instant updates? And I remember that day, you know, watching, you know, the news forever, right? The rest of the day, the rest of that year. And it's a day that certainly changed the world forever. Hijackers crashed the first 2 planes in the Twin Towers. First, the North Tower at 8:46 in the morning, then the South Tower at 9:03. Both these planes leave from Boston's Logan Airport at 8:46 in the morning. Flight 175 hits the North Tower. Flight 11 hits the South Tower at 9:03. United Flight 93 out of Newark will be the one that crashes in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, in the field. God bless these heroes, these true heroes, people like Todd Beamer of the famous Let's Roll appellation, you know, and they take down the plane, saving it from people think most likely attacking the Capitol or the White House. And Flight 77 is the one that crashes into the Pentagon. The attacks killed nearly 3,000 people and, of course, instigated this multi-decade global war on terror. You probably know this now if you see the full stream, but I said the time continuum is funny here, that I'm speaking live before I actually make this video, but when you're watching it, so the video is already made. And by the way, today is November 13th. The video will probably be posted in a week. Thanksgiving break is coming up. We're gonna have a whole week off of maple syrup history. I'll be working on editing this and stuff. I'm gonna probably try to get some, you know, President Bush's, whatever's like in the public domain, you can share video wise, some of his, you know, addresses, things he said in the wake of these attacks. This obviously instigates the whole, you know, war on terror that is still ongoing. It changes TSA, airport security forever, right? Both 110-story skyscrapers, the Twin Towers, collapse not long after. One is within 1 hour and 41 minutes. The second tower that is hit, the South Tower, collapses first, actually. So North Tower is hit first, but collapses last. South Tower hit and collapse before the North Tower collapses. Within hours of the attacks, the CIA determines that Al-Qaeda, generally speaking, and Osama bin Laden, in a particular sense, they think are responsible. The US's invocation of Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, this whole thing in the news now with Russia and Ukraine, us invoking this, the only time we've done so to date, calls upon the allies to help us fight Al-Qaeda. And of course, we get involved in Afghanistan October 7th, 2001, not even a month after this. But we also get involved with Operation Iraqi Freedom, Saddam Hussein, 2 years later, 2003. So definitely a whole kind of global war on terror. Cleanup of the World Trade Center site, which was referred to obviously and still is as ground zero, takes 8 months, is not completed until May 2002. Pentagon is repaired within a year. Construction of that which is there now, where the Twin Towers used to stand in Lower Manhattan, One World Trade Center, begins November 2006 and is completed 8 years later. 9 years ago, November 2014. A beautiful monument stands there to all these people that lost their lives. And let me say again, right? Catholicism and Disasters. We learn about the history, maple syrup history. What does that mean? Like a maple syrup bottle, extra thick facts. We do all that. It's a history course as Catholics, right? To remember these people, pray for their souls, pray for their families. Very much an American tragedy, whether people were believers or not, different religions, whatever it is, as Catholics, and we pray for all the faithful departed. They may, rest in heaven in peace for all eternity and for healing for their families. So let me just say that as kind of a catch-all. We're going to be talking about a lot of, awful stuff throughout this entire lecture, obviously. Other memorials to the attacks include the National September 11th Memorial Museum in New York, Pentagon Memorial, and there's also Flight 93 National Memorial at the Pennsylvania crash site. Okay, that's Act 1. I have like 9 acts for you today. We're probably not going to finish today. I'll probably finish the next act wearing a different suit. If you remember for the first part of the lecture, I wore a gray suit. I think same tie, same blue tie, if I remember correctly, but a different colored suit. I'll probably be wearing a different suit in next class, Wednesday, when we finish all this information that we have. But the first movement is this basic information. Remember, second movement is the notes on warning signs leading up to the actual day. And I talked about, there's this Phoenix memo from July where this guy talks about he's in intelligence. And he says, hey, you got to check this out. He's telling, I don't know who, I forget, the CIA, the FBI. I don't believe there is a Department of Homeland Security yet. People talk about, the Patriot Act and all that being formed in the wake of 9/11. 9/11 being the impetus, the reason for the founding of things like Homeland Security, the National Security Agency. But, FBI, domestic police, just the people in charge of keeping the country safe, that apparatus, they're telling people in July, hey, look, there's these guys and they're at these flight schools and they don't even want to learn how to land and they can't even fly a plane. But they're just like taking all these classes. It's sketchy. It's weird. What is this? Like, I don't know if these are quote unquote terrorist cells, as it turned out to be, but it's like there's something going on here, and that's kind of perhaps ignored. I think later on, the government says we unfortunately overlooked these signs, and God bless these people, these government people. I'm not criticizing. I have no idea what it's like. My job is not life or death, right? Today, you all don't know this watching on YouTube, but there is a whole kind of outage. There's a gas line was knocked out on the Palouse. And so people have to get their pilot lights relit and a bunch of stuff, and school's been canceled. And so I had to change the class today, which is normally held at 12 p.m., 12:07 p.m. Pacific time, to 8:30 in the morning. Right now it's 8:45 a.m. on Monday, November 13th. No one cares, right? No big deal. It's not life or death. If a class is missed or whatever, if you're working in intelligence and you miss a terrorist cell, it's life or death. I can't imagine the pressure of that. So I'm not criticizing. I certainly wouldn't do better. I'm just stating a fact that's unfortunately overlooked this. And remember the famous August 6th memo. Brad, you missed this last class. This is kind of getting you all caught up now. August 6th, George W. Bush gets a presidential briefing. It says bin Laden determined to strike in the US. And that's also kind of ignored, perhaps, or it's not given it the proper attention it should be. A month before the attacks, there's these memos being put out. Bin Laden is being tracked, we talked about last class, as far back, perhaps even earlier, but 1998, certainly, the bombing of the USS Cole and just different terrorist activities. So Al-Qaeda, they have this infamous summit in January 2000 we talked about last class. This is not out of the blue. People talk about literally in a very sad sense because it happens again. Go look at, you know, the morning of 9/11. Go look at the news coverage. The sky was a pristine blue. There's not a cloud in the sky. Literally not a cloud, not even a wispy white. There's nothing. It's a blue sky. And so people took that kind of like visual, like this is out of the blue. No one expected it. I don't know if that's exactly true. I mean, there are some warning signs that are perhaps overlooked. Movement number 3, headlines from September 10th. What was the world talking about on September 10th? Let me jump ahead. The day of September 11th, remember the planes strike at this time that I'm speaking. It's actually 8:47 now. So if this was the morning of September 11th, Eastern time, the first plane would have hit the North Tower a minute ago at 8:46, just right now. As America wakes up, these morning shows, right? You know, Good Morning America, whatever it is, 6 a.m. One of the top headlines on the morning of September 11th is that Michael Jordan is going to come back to play basketball. And one of this anchor, she's like, the whole country is focused on the question of whether Michael Jordan is going to come out of retirement and play basketball. Oh, how little did she and all of us, you know what the country would be talking about the rest of that day and the rest of forever, that they were still talking about this, you know. What about the day before? Well, there's a headline from Idaho, Brad. New York Times, college football, Monday morning quarterback. With Idaho State holding a 40-7 lead over Montana Tech and 12 minutes, 53 seconds to play in the game Saturday night, a blackout hit Pocatello, Idaho, and the power went out at Holt Arena. Officials and coaches held a flashlight illuminated meeting at midfield and decided to end the game. The announcement was made by Bullhorn. There were no storms or lightning in the area. So, okay, there's an ad for Canadian Rockies. If the Canadian Rockies in the fall appeals to your leaf watching instincts, then consider Rocky Mountain Rail Tour's fall packages, departures between August 1st and 17th. There is an opinion piece to the editor. This is interesting. Opinion piece to the editor dated from September 4th. This appears in the New York Times, September 10th, 2001. Remember, the headline's the day before. A September 4th letter argues that, quote, groups like the American Muslim Alliance should begin speaking up against oppression wherever it appears. In fact, I believe that most, if not all, members of the American Muslim Alliance are enraged at the ruthless and inexorable actions of the Taliban in Afghanistan. The Alliance's efforts are geared to mobilize American Muslims for candid participation in mainstream politics, civic education, and community volunteering, in part to dispel unfair public stereotypes of Muslims at large. A sustained international effort is necessary to combat oppression and intolerance in Afghanistan. This is written by a man named M.A. Sadiqui from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. The writer is president and coordinator of the American Muslim Alliance's New Jersey chapter. It's amazing. The day before these attacks, this guy writes a letter about Muslims in America, Taliban, which have been in power in 1996, Al-Qaeda. None of these things mean anything to anyone reading this on September 10th, right? The intelligence agencies are tracking Al-Qaeda. No American person. You read today, ruthless actions of the Taliban, you think most likely September 11th, top of that list. And bin Laden's connection to the Taliban, to Al-Qaeda, all this, because no, this is just a letter the day before. Another letter, Israeli Arabs suicide bomb points to enemy within. Israel suffered a jackhammer series of terrorist blows today, included the first suicide bombing ever committed by an Arab who is one of its own citizens. Violence flared in the West Bank, the Gaza Strip. Sounds like a lot of our headlines today. Talked about last class, the first or the second, I believe it's the second Intifada, the Palestinian uprising begins in September 2000. And that goes through 2005. Washington Post, September 9th, 2001, 2 days before. The Washington Post profiles National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. One of Rice's defining ideas, which is now Bush's idea, the paper says, is that the US military should refrain from what she and Bush disparage as, quote, nation building, or what supporters of that idea call helping nations develop democracy and rule of law. In Rice's view, the world's greatest democracy cannot and should not do for strife-riven peoples what they can't do for themselves. That's interesting. That's exactly what we're going to do after 9/11, is do a bunch of nation building, make the world safe for democracy, Woodrow Wilson style, World War I, arsenal of democracy. But in Afghanistan, Taliban, why do we remove Saddam? Because he has weapons of mass destruction. Well, it turns out he doesn't. But that's okay because we want to build democracy. Why are we supporting Ukraine? To build democracy. Why is Putin bad? He's a threat to democracy. Like, we hear this all the time. I'm not going to tell you how I think about these things. I will admit, I love America. I'm a proud American, but I'm not going to tell you that I support or don't support Biden or Trump or Obama or whatever. We're always doing this nation building stuff. It's interesting, 2 days before the attacks, we're claiming that's not what the Bush administration is going to be about. Well, how things change because of the events of these days. The day before September 11th, the New York Times also publishes a story of Robert Piche, Piche, pilot of, quote, a doomed flight salvaged at the last moment by quick thinking and heroism. He was asked about being a hero. I don't consider myself a hero, sir. I could have done without this. And a September 6th dispatch from Cairo's headlines, quote, Arabs expect no wider war, but fear U.S. coolness. A Los Angeles Times article reports Christian aid organizations were leaving Afghanistan following Taliban raids and arrests. A lot of chatter, LA Times, Washington Post, New York Times, in the lead up to 9/11. A lot of chatter. The creepiest coincidence headline I found, you can look at New York Times, September 11th, 2001. Oh, excuse me, wait a second. Exactly. The morning of September 11th. If I'm a paper boy in New York City and I'm throwing papers on a brownstone apartments in Brooklyn or whatever, that paper is hitting the brownstone stoop when? Like at 6 a.m., 5:45. There has been no attack yet. This is the morning of September 11th. These papers are backdated. They're done the day before, obviously. It's how newspapers work. I don't have to explain newspapers to anyone, right? I open my New York Times. I can be reading this article as I look out my window and see the first plane hit the North Tower, 846. There's a headline on the front cover of New York Times, traced on internet, cold case 1971 hijacking is resolved. Amazing coincidence. The day of the attacks, on the front page, not like page D90, on the front page, a little inset says traced on internet, a 40-year cold case about an airline hijacking is right there on the New York Times. Crazy coincidence. And we're going to have the worst example of this thing, airplane hijackings, only a couple hours later after maybe someone was reading that with their eggs and their toast and their coffee on the morning and looking out the window as this transpires. All right. Fourth movement. Brad, do you know what Vigilant Guardian was? Vigilant Guardian and Global Guardian. You know what these are? Global Guardian was an annual training exercise sponsored by the U.S. Strategic Command in conjunction with Air Force Space Command and NORAD. Its main purpose to test the military's command and control procedures in the event of nuclear warfare. Global Guardian performed in conjunction with Vigilant Guardian, an annual training exercise done by NORAD to evaluate possible threats to American airspace. The September 11th attacks on September 11th, 2001 occurred during that year's Global Guardian and Vigilant Guardian joint exercises. According to the 9/11 Commission report, Vigilant Guardian postulated a bomber attack from the former Soviet Union in North America. But in contrast to this, Michael Ruppert has characterized Vigilant Guardian as, quote, a hijacking drill, not a Cold War exercise. He cites direct quotes from participants, which indicate that, quote, the drill involved hijacked airliners rather than Russian bombers. General Arnold, Tech Sergeant W. Powell, and Lieutenant Colonel Dwayne Deskins have stated that when they were first informed about the hijacked airliners, they thought it was, quote, part of the exercise. So you understand? The day of 9/11, when, to all of our sorrows, this great American tragedy happens, these actual hijackings, The response team that is supposed to respond to real hijackings is doing a hijacking simulation. And there are tons of examples of people getting on the phone saying, is this a drill? Is this real? By hijackers, you mean like the exercise we're doing, the Vigilant Guardian, like not the real one? Is this real? What's going on? According to page 17 of the 9/11 Commission report, when the Boston-based center calls the Northeast Air Defense Sector, NADS, the response was, quote, is this real world or exercise? Well, that's really unfortunate, right? That this terrible coincidence is happening at the same time. It's going to hamper the response possibly. According to the 9/11 Commission staff statement, page 26 of the Commission's final report documents FAA's report of a, quote, Phantom Flight 11 at 9:21. This is more than half an hour after American Airlines Flight 11 has crashed into the North Tower in real life. And even longer after the war games are alleged to have been aborted. However, General Ralph Eberhart told the 9/11 Commission that, quote, it took about 30 seconds to make the adjustments to the real world situation. The Vigilant Guardian war game was discussed in chapter 1, footnote 116 of the 9/11 Commission report thusly, quote, on 9/11, NORAD was scheduled to conduct a military exercise, Vigilant Guardian, which postulated a bomber attack from the former Soviet Union. We investigated whether military preparations for the large-scale exercise compromised the military's response to the real-world terrorist attack on 9/11. According to General Eberhart, quote, it took about 30 seconds to make the adjustments to the real-world situation. Ralph Eberhart testimony, June 17, 2004. We found that the response was, if anything, expedited by the increased number of staff at the sectors and at NORAD because of the scheduled exercise. So there's your two arguments. The one side says this is awful because NORAD was doing this Vigilant Guardian, Global Guardian exercise. It hampers the response. People think that when the actual hijackings are happening, it's a game because there was a war game going on at the same time. To practice for a fake hijacking, a hypothetical war game, think video game, movie, right? Just we're doing a dry run, and actually real thing happens, and that kind of like clouds it or shrouds it, makes the response confusing. Other people say, the 9/11 Commission report comes and says, no, because we were doing the war game, the silver lining is when this awful thing happens, we're actually ready to respond sooner. Okay, let's talk about the day itself. So, let me quickly, just so everyone understands who's who in this scenario. Okay, there were 19 hijackers. 5 hijackers aboard United Airlines Flight 175. Marwan al-Sheikhi, Fayaz Banimad, Ahmed al-Ghamadi, Hazma al-Ghamadi, Mohand al-Shehri. 5 hijackers on United Airlines 175. That's the plane that's going to crash into the second tower, the South Tower at 9 o'clock, 9:03. The first plane that hits the North Tower, American Airlines 11. The main hijacker is a guy named Mohammed Atta. Atta is considered the kind of mastermind of the whole plan. If bin Laden is the ultimate evil mastermind behind it, Mohammed Atta is considered the kind of point man on the ground. Mohammed Atta, Wali al-Shaheri, Satam al-Sukami, and Abuldiz al-Omari. So I can find you the other.
75 and 5.
Yes. Flight 175, South Tower 5, 11, North Tower 5. There's also 5 hijackers on American Airlines Flight 77 that hits the Pentagon. So 3 times 5, 15. There'll be 4 on the last one. There's 5 hijackers on American Airlines Flight 77. Hani Hanjour, who's the pilot, and we'll talk about him and the supposed like impossible difficulty of the movement he does. That's in a second. We're going to talk about this obviously point by point, but Hani Hanjour is the terrorist pilot. I even hesitate to call him a pilot. It's so disgraceful and evil what these people did. They don't even deserve to have, you know, that appellation of pilot. But he's the guy who commandeers, takes over the plane, is going to crash it. Hani Hanjour, Nawaf al-Hazmi, Khalid al-Mikhadar, Majed Mokwed, and Salem al-Hazmi are the 5 hijackers on 77 hits the Pentagon. United Flight 93, the one that crashes in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, is the only flight that does not have four hijackers on the plane here. Ziad Jarrah, Saeed al-Ghahmadi, Ahmed al-Haznawi, Ahmed al-Nami. Okay. So today's lecture we've already had, a ton of facts, a ton of information. I'm going to be reading a lot from Arkin's timeline, not exclusively so. I'm going to be going kind of back and forth between my notes and his book, but I want to do a huge shout out to Arkin. Thank you very much. If you ever watch this episode, if this ever, I want to tell you a sincere thank you for the wonderful work you did compiling all this information. All right, so we're just going to read. We're starting the day now. We're on now the fifth movement. This is the day. September 11th, 2001. At 4:45 a.m., UA flight hijacker 93, pilot Ziad Jarrah, starts making telephone calls at the Days Inn Newark Airport Hotel. For the next 2 hours, he makes calls to local members and long-distance numbers in Lebanon, France, Germany, using an AT&T prepaid calling card. Ziad Jarrah is going to be on Flight 93, commandeer that plane that crashes into the Shanksville, Pennsylvania field, thanks to heroes, God bless him, like Todd Beamer, who rushed the cockpit, do this just amazing bravery, epic level mensch, kind of like we think about, not to go too far off topic, but we often think about, could I achieve greatness? What about these people in the past, like the greatest generation, the heroes who stormed Omaha Beach? Todd Beamer belongs in that category. Storming the cockpit to take Flight 93 down, to save all the lives he did. That's the same thing as like D-Day. It's amazing. 5:01 a.m. And that's what I love too. Thank you, Mr. Arkin. He literally timestamps this down to the 01, 02, like precise timeline. UA flight hijacker 175 pilot Marwan al-Sheikhi is in the Milner Hotel in Boston and receives a call on his cell phone from the aforementioned Ziad Jarrah. The call lasts for 1 minute. 5:33 in the morning. 5:33, American Airlines Flight 11 hijacker pilot Mohammed Atta and Abdul Aziz Al-Amari check out of room 233 at the Comfort Inn in South Portland, Maine. Reports say that the two spent their last night pursuing ordinary activities, making ATM withdrawals, eating pizza, and shopping at a convenience store. Their three fellow hijackers for Flight 11 stayed together in a hotel in Newton, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston. They make that point. Flight 93, Newark, leaves Newark Airport, New Jersey, New York City, crashes in Pennsylvania. Flight 77 leaves Dulles in DC. The two flights that hit the World Trade Center, Flight 11 and 175, leave from Boston Logan Airport. But these guys, why are Mohammed Atta and Abdul Aziz Al-Amari in a hotel in South Portland, Maine? Because they will take a small connector flight from the main Portland airport to Boston. In fact, at the Portland, Maine airport, Atta and Al-Amari go through security at 5:53 in the morning. You see here, I'll put on the screen. This is people have long wondered, why do we not have the security camera footage of these terrorists in the departure airports? From what I understand, and I may be mistaken, we have pictures of Atta and Al-Amari, the hijackers in Portland, boarding the small plane to go to Boston. Why do we not have pictures of them in Logan Airport? the actual planes that hit the towers. Why is that not available? The camera footage fail is, well, I don't know. I don't know. Again, if I have to tell you that a professor on the Palouse in northern Idaho, Washington is not exactly like clued into the highest matters of national security, duh. I don't think I'm telling you anything obvious. I have no knowledge about like the inner workings of like, why are there no security cameras? I just know that's been a big kind of question. Like, why do we have footage of them in certain areas before they, but not at the day? I don't know. 5:43 a.m. Atta and Alamari checking the U.S. Airways ticket counter at the Portland airport. Atta checks 2 pieces of luggage, one owned by Alamari. The agent who checked in the 2 hijackers recalled that when he handed Atta his boarding pass, Atta asked why he was not given a boarding pass for his connecting flight on American Airlines from Boston to Los Angeles. The agent explained to Atta he'd have to check in with American Airlines in Boston to obtain the boarding pass for the second leg of his itinerary. The agent told them they had better get going if they're going to make their flight. He said Atta looked as if he was about to say something in anger, but turned to leave. Both Atta and Alamari departed for the security checkpoint. Point number 7. Atta picked up a black shoulder bag. Alamari claimed a similar bag and also a smaller black case that he held in both hands. The item cannot be identified, but resembled a camera or camcorder case. Neither of the bags was physically examined by a screener, a step that is required if the X-ray monitor displays a suspicious item. So one of these guys has something, a black thing, bag, case, but it's not determined what it is. It doesn't go through extra screening. 6 a.m. Atta and Alamari board U.S. Airways 5930, leaving Portland, Maine for Boston, Logan. 6 o'clock, previous mention, same time. At command centers throughout the North American Airspace Defense Command, NORAD, personnel prepare for day 2 of exercise Vigilant Guardian, a homeland defense exercise being held simultaneous with and as an adjunct to Global Guardian, the annual nuclear war game sponsored by U.S. Strategic Command. Though the live play element of Vigilant Guardian was only in its second day on the morning of 9/11, Global Guardian was in full swing. So, well, we already talked about how this thing either helps expedite the process or serves as kind of a cover, unfortunately, unintentionally. 6:15 a.m. American Airline Flight 77 hijacker pilot Hani Hanjour and Majed Mokwet check out of the budget Host Valencia Hotel in Laurel, Maryland. These are the guys who are going to be on Flight 77, the one that crashes in the Pentagon. 6:20 a.m. United Flight 175. Marwan al-Shahi checks out of room 308 at the Milner Hotel in Boston. Hamza al-Ghamadi and Ahmed al-Ghamadi check in at the United Airlines ticket counter at Boston Logan. They approach a United Airlines customer service representative who immediately refers them to another agent because one of the men presents an identification certificate that the first agent is unfamiliar with. 6:22 a.m. American Airlines flight terrorist hijacker Nawaf al-Hazmi and reportedly 3 other unidentified males check out of room 122 at the Marriott in Herndon, Virginia. Where is Bush on 9/11? You remember, Brad? Anyone know where President Bush is in the morning 9/11?
Florida.
He's in Florida.
Talking to a flag.
Exactly. 6:28 a.m. President Bush is picked up at the Colony Beach and Tennis Resort, Longboat Key, Florida, to go for a run. Exactly. He's going to be visiting this elementary school. He's going to be famously told about the attacks when he's in the process of or about to begin reading a story. I think it's My Pet Goat, or My Little Goat. I forget the exact name of the story, but yeah. Okay. Keep in mind the timeline. Remember, tragically, sadly, 8:46 a.m. is when United Airlines Flight 11 out of Boston Logan hits the North Tower. We're still at 6:52. 6:52 a.m. American Airlines Flight 11, Mohammed Atta receives a cell phone call from a payphone located inside Terminal C at Boston Logan. This call is believed to have originated from one of the United Airlines Flight 175 hijackers boarding in Terminal C. 6:54. Atta's cell phone receives a final phone call from a payphone in Terminal C, Boston Logan, located between the screening checkpoint and the departure gate. 7:20 a.m. United Airlines Flight 93 is ready for boarding at Gate 17 at Newark. The plane is a Boeing 757-200, capable of seating 182 persons, but it is only 20% filled for the early morning trip scheduled for San Francisco. It can seat 182, and yet there are only 5 flight attendants and 37 passengers. I don't know if anyone knows this. There's so many crazy kind of subtexts around 9/11. One of them is, once more, that these planes were super underfilled. This plane that can seat almost 200 people, and here I'm being a little bit, the fish is this big. The exact number is 182. Not exactly 200, but 182 people only has 42 people on board, 20%. Not a lot of interest for Newark to San Francisco. I don't know. I don't know why it's so underfilled. I'm telling you, I'm not getting at anything. I don't know. And again, I want to give Arkin a huge shout out. Last time, seriously, thank you, Mr. Arkin, for such a wonderful book. He doesn't specify either. I think to his credit, in a certain sense, he's just reporting the facts. I mean, that's like, I don't know why there wasn't a lot of business in San Francisco. I don't know why all the planes are, from what I remember, are kind of underfilled. 7:32 a.m., a White House email from James R. Wilkinson. Quote, subject, President action, Tuesday, September 11th, lays out the president's schedule of themes for the day. 7:35, president's schedule, written for September 11th, states, quote, 7:35 a.m., president's schedule, 9/11 states, quote, phone call to the Prime Minister of Israel. And then there's a parentheses, Rice. So I believe it means Condoleezza Rice is going to be on this call, or perhaps, I don't want to misspeak here. So here, the footnote, Arkin writes, schedule of the president, Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. Rice makes no mention of any such call to no higher honor, and there is no other reference to it. So I don't know. Perhaps there's some disputation there. If Condoleezza Rice is supposed to be herself making the call, or the point man on the call, or alongside President Bush. All right. 7:45 at Secret Service headquarters in Washington, a routine staff meeting convenes. 7:46, A Flight 11 pushes back from the gate at Boston Logan. 7:46, an hour before it's going to hit the North Tower. It is a nonstop flight from Boston to LAX, Los Angeles. Captain John Ogonowski and First Officer Thomas McGinnis pilot the Boeing 767-223. On board are 9 flight attendants, 81 passengers, including the 5 hijackers, led by, again, the ringleader of all these 19 guys, Mohammed Atta. Here is another picture of hijackers at the airport in Washington Dulles. This is on page 32 of Arkin's book. Salem al-Hazmi and Nawaf al-Hazmi, clear security at Washington Dulles Airport. The source is listed as the FBI, in the FBI files. Remember, a lot of this stuff is later, Arkin leans heavily in his book on the 9/11 Commission, the 9/11 Commission report, which I believe comes out, a large section, if not all of it, a large section is published in August 2004, 3 years after the attack. 7:56, American Airlines Flight 11, Boston Airport Traffic Control Tower issues taxi instructions. This is the first of the 4 hijacked flights to depart. 7:58, UA Flight 175. This is the one that's going to hit the South Tower. Scheduled to depart Boston, also for Los Angeles LAX, pushes back from the gate. It is then delayed 14 minutes on the runway before taking off. Captain Victor Saracini, First Officer Michael Horrocks pilot the Boeing 767, 7 flight attendants, 56 passengers on board. The hijacker pilot Marwan al-Shekhi is located in 6C in business class. Al-Shekhi, seat B2, Fayez Bani Hamad, seat 2A, Hamza al-Ghafmadi and Ahmed al-Ghafmadi are seated in the 9th row.
And which flight hits the North Tower?
Both flights, this is a great question. It's good to have this all kind of exactly in order. Both flights that hit both of the towers depart from Boston, headed for LA. The flight 11, the smaller number, flight 11 hits the North Tower at 8:46 a.m. Flight 175 hits the South Tower at 9:03. Flight 77 hits the Pentagon. Flight 93 is the one that goes down in the Pennsylvania field. (8 a.m.) President Bush receives his daily intelligence briefing. According to Morell, who's the CIA briefer, Michael Morrell. He delivers the presidential briefing. According to Morrell, that morning's briefing was, quote, unremarkable, focusing on the most recent developments in the Palestinian uprising against Israel. Also 8 a.m. At the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld hosts a congressional breakfast meeting in his private dining room. 8:01 a.m., Flight 93 pushes back from Gate 17A at Newark. Because of typically heavy morning air traffic congestion, flight takeoff is delayed 42 minutes. If anyone knows, Newark is one of the main airports in New York City. I would say, I think LaGuardia is still operational, but really JFK and Newark are the two big ones. Yeah. It's of course, New York City, it's huge traffic, right? Traffic congestion. 8:09 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, now in the air, establishes radio contact with the FAA Boston Center. Boston Center, good morning. American 11 with you, passing through 190, 19,000 feet. 4230, 23,000 feet. Boston Center acknowledges from this time until 8:31 a.m., all communications are normal and routine. The flight is instructed to climb to 28 and then to 29,000 feet cruising altitude. This is 8:09, Flight 11, the first plane that's going to hit the North Tower. 8:14, UA Flight 175, once more, the one that hits the South Tower, begins takeoff, roll on runway 9, lifts off from Boston Logan. All communications with Boston Tower and with Boston Departure Control are routine and normal. 8:14, American Airline 11, flying at about 27,000 feet, is taken over by hijackers. And seriously, I pause almost in that kind of sincerely. God bless all the awful victims of this day, this evil thing, as kind of a moment of silence. Like, this is when the evil commences. At 8:14, 32 minutes before this will hit the North Tower, American Airline 11 is hijacked. It's about this time the fasten seatbelt sign would have been turned off. Flight attendants would have begun preparing for cabin service. American Airline Flight 11, 8:19, Betty Ong, O-N-G, Betty Ong, one of the heroines of this day. She's a flight attendant, reports, quote, the cockpit is not answering. Somebody stabbed in business class, and I think there's mace. We can't breathe. I don't know. I think we're being hijacked. This is 8:19 in the morning. I'm still reading from Arkin's timeline. I'll stop once the planes hit the tower and go back to the notes. I'm jumping back and forth. I'll have more from Betty Ong as we continue on. American Flight 11, 8:24 a.m. Hijacker pilot Mohammed Atta keys the cockpit microphone in an attempt to communicate with the passengers. Instead, he transmits outside the aircraft, and those transmissions are heard on the ground. FAA Boston Center controller Zalewski hears 2 clicks over the frequency assigned to the flight and radios in response, quote, this is Boston FAA, says to the Flight 11, is that American 11 trying to call? 8:24:38 a.m., Atta says, quote, we have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We are returning to the airport. Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself in the airplane. Just stay quiet. 8:25 a.m., President Bush finishes his 25-minute morning intelligence briefing. 8:26, AA Flight 11 begins a 100-degree southward turn over Albany, New York, heading south toward New York City. Near Albany, New York, the flight began a hard but level turn to the south, is reported in the book, The First 109 Minutes, 9/11 and the U.S. Air Force. Flight attendant Betty Ong reports the plane is, quote, flying erratically. 8:30 a.m. According to Senator Bob Graham, when he's talking, this is again one of these amazing coincidences. Okay, this is 8:30 in the morning, 16 minutes before the first plane hits the tower. No one knows anything's going on now. Remember, a lot of the air traffic people are thinking like this is an extra. I don't know. There's a lot of confusion. There is a 8:30 a.m. a breakfast meeting in Washington with the chairman of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. Also present at the breakfast meeting is Pakistani ambassador to the U.S., Maliha Lodi. According to Senator Bob Graham, he's a Democrat from Florida, quote, we were talking about terrorism, specifically generated from Afghanistan and Osama bin Laden. So at this morning meeting with the Pakistanis, that's not suspicious. Bin Laden, Afghanistan, Pakistan are border countries. But before anything has taken place, don't confuse the timeline. You're like, oh, we're talking about after. This is before anything happens. Before anything has happened. Bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, terrorism are still very kind of like, remember this, are kind of like on the mind topics. This did not come out of nowhere, as a lot of people say. 8:32 a.m. American Airlines flight service manager at Boston, Logan, Michael Woodward returns to his office to find that flight attendant Sweeney is on the phone. The phone call between Sweeney and Woodward lasts approximately 12 minutes. It is not taped. According to Woodward, Sweeney is calm and collected. She provides the following information. 8:32 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, ones can first hit the North Tower. She provides the following information. Flight attendant Sweeney. The plane has been hijacked. A man in first class has had his throat slashed and is believed dead, and 2 flight attendants have been stabbed. The number 1 flight attendant in first class has been stabbed seriously, is on oxygen, whereas the number 5 flight attendant in business class wounds are not life-threatening. A doctor has been paged. The flight attendants are unable to contact the cockpit, and there is a bomb on board. 8:33, flight 11, Atta, a third radio transmission. Quote, nobody move, please. We are going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves. It's at this same point, 8:33, that flight 175, it's gonna hit the South Tower, reaches its cruising altitude of 31,000 feet. 8:37. FAA Boston contacts NORAD Needs headquarters in Rome, New York, and tells them American Airlines Flight 11 has been hijacked. Joseph Cooper in the FAA Traffic Management Unit reaches Needs Senior Director Jeremy W. Powell of the New York Air National Guard and Operations Floor. FAA Boston Cooper, quote, hi, Boston Center TMU, we have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys we need someone to scramble, some F-16s or something up there. Help us out. NORAD responds, is this real world or exercise? Cooper, no, this is not an exercise, not a test. End quote. Powell is taking part in exercise Vigilant Guardian when the call comes in. The DoD later writes, quote, it took some time for NEADS to realize 9/11 was a real world scenario and not part of an exercise. (8:42 a.m.) United Airlines Flight 175 is hijacked. Less than 2 minutes after communication with the FAA about a, quote, suspicious transmission overheard from Flight 11. Between 8:42 and 8:46 a.m., the hijackers begin their takeover of the flight. Flight 11, 8:44. Flight attendant Sweeney says over the phone, something is wrong. We are in rapid descent. We are all over the place. Woodward asks her to, quote, describe what she sees out the window. She responds, I see the water. I see the buildings. I see buildings. We are flying low, very low. We are flying way too low. The call will end with a burst of very loud, sustained static. This is 8:44. This is 2 minutes before Flight 11 hits the North Tower. This is what Arkin writes about the actual impact of Flight 11. It's still jarring 2 decades later to describe what happened when American Airlines Flight 11 struck the North Tower of the 110-story World Trade Center, impacting at close to 500 miles per hour. The Boeing 767 plowed into and through the tower, destroying everything in its path, severing and damaging support columns, destroying the structural core running up the center of the building. The momentum of the airliner shot fragments of the building and the plane itself to the ground as far as 5 blocks away. Thousands of gallons of burning aviation fuel exploded, fireballs shooting down elevator shafts, bursting out onto lower floors, with the main fire erupting out of the opposite south face of the building. It is estimated that between 16,400 and 18,800 people were in the World Trade Center complex, including over 14,000 combined in both towers. About 300 people are thought to have died instantly. Another 1,300 were trapped on the upper 11 floors. About 2 minutes before the attack, the last elevator carrying breakfast customers down from the windows of the World Restaurant on the 107th floor managed to leave. As more people below the severed stairwells started to evacuate, fuel was pouring down stairwells, elevator shafts, and the outside frame of the building. So I'm going to stop the timeline right here for a second, go back to my notes. 8:46, 35, 8:46 and 35 seconds. American Airlines Flight 11 strikes floors 94 to 98 on the north side of World Trade Center 1, the North Tower. Flight 11 is going to hit the North Tower between the 90th section of the floors. Remember, both buildings are up to the 110th register. The flight 175 that hits the South Tower hits lower, I believe between the 76th and 84th floors. So back to the notes. And I want to not repeat anything that I already said. There's obviously a lot of overlap between the notes I created and Arkin's wonderful book. But more things from Flight 11. Betty Ong, again, quote, when she calls from the airplane phone, is ongoing. Okay, my name is Betty Ong. I'm flight attendant number 3 on Flight 11. Our number 1 got stabbed. Our purser is stabbed. Nobody knows who stabbed who, and we can't even get up to the business class right now because nobody can breathe. And we can't get to the cockpit. The door won't open. And remember, we talked about the ATA hijacker transmissions. Nobody move. We're going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves. Once more, right? The airplane traveling, between 400 500 miles per hour, loaded with around 10,000 US gallons. That's 38,000 liters of jet fuel, strikes the skyscraper's northern facade between floors 93 and 99. Its nose impacting the 96th floor. Arkin says, and about 300 people are probably killed instantly, but please realize it's so sad and awful. I don't think anyone from the 91st to the top floor of the North Tower survives. They all die when the towers come crumbling down. That was the whole thing about the Windows of the World restaurant, that beautiful restaurant on the top of the North Tower, that I don't think you can get a closer call than the people who take that last elevator down at 8:44. As they're descending down, the plane is coming in like this at the exact same time. In the South Tower, one of the stairwells I think still remains operable. And we're gonna give every detail. This lecture might end up being 5 hours by the time it's all done. We might spend next class 2 full hours. I don't know, which is completely fine. I want to do justice to this event. Good idea.
Well, say, what floor did the couple that jumped out holding hands jump from?
I have no idea. But that's an excellent point. Very sad point. The smoke and the fire become so overwhelming that a lot of people just jump to their death, not being able to bear the inferno raging up there. But there's a lot of these kind of stories like that, right? I think one of the stairwells in the South Tower remains intact. People can evacuate down. And there's a beautiful story. We're talking about a lot of survivor stories later on. We're going to first do the whole timeline, obviously, but then all the addendum stuff. In the North Tower, everything is completely crushed at 91st floor. Some people remain up there hoping that the towers, of course, no one thinks they're going to collapse. That's the ultimate shock that day when they both collapse. No one thinks, how is this possible? They're meant to withstand. There's been a lot of stuff written about this in the aftermath, a lot of engineers weighing in, whatever. But everyone on the 91st floor upwards, sadly, will die when the collapse happens.
It's a steel structure and steel frame melts.
Sure.
Had it been wood, if you could have done it that way, it would last longer.
Wood would have been better, you think, really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. Why?
Well, it burns, but it doesn't melt.
Okay.
The steel.
The structure might have been.
Will melt and fall quicker. And Franklin built the building.
Right. Well, yeah, you're not thinking that you're building it for resiliency to a terrorist attack. Some reporters claim the plane that struck the North Tower was, quote, a small twin-engine jet, despite the size of the hole in the skyscraper. At 8:55 a.m., this is 9 minutes after it's hit the tower, senior advisor to the president, Karl Rove, conveyed this misleading information to George W. Bush as he arrives at Emma Booker Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida. And the president surmised the crash, quote, must have been caused by pilot error. There's a couple footages, if that's the proper pluralization of that word. There's multiple extant footage from the first tower being hit. It's kind of very, it's a good ringtone. That's an awesome toad sound. That is awesome. That's very, it gets your attention. But I don't know if you can hear it on on the stream, but Brad King had a toad ringtone that makes you jump. It's awesome. It's a good one. A duck. Thank you. Ducks say moo, right? And cows quack. I really know my animals. He has a duck quack thing that's very startling. It's good. A lot of people at this time think that it's just kind of an accident. We see the awful footage of the South Tower being struck because at that point all the cameras are on the burning towers. You can find on YouTube. There actually are a couple videos. The creepiest one is one guy is there to film something else. He's just filming in the street. There's this rush of a jet engine over it. He turns the camera and you see the tower being hit. It's a couple videos. A Czech tourist is in town just filming and off in the distance films the actual first tower being hit, kind of amateur photo. At this point, a lot of people think it's a mistake. The North Tower will burn for 102 minutes before collapsing at 10:28 a.m. And I highly recommend the book written by New York Times journalists Jim Dwyer and Kevin Flynn, 2005 book called 102 Minutes, The Untold Story of the Fight to Survive Inside the Twin Towers. South Tower, as we already talked about, American Airlines Flight 175, a domestic passenger flight from Logan to LAX. Departs from Logan at 8:14, right? It's hijacked in the 8:30s, 8:42 a.m. as Arkin told us in his timeline. None of the Flight 175 hijackers were selected for extra scrutiny by the Computer-Assisted Passenger Pre-Screening System, CAPS, C-A-P-P-S. 9/11 instigates this kind of like super, please take your belt, your shoes off, everything kind of, full body scan stuff. In the meantime, Al-Sheikhi approached a payphone and called Mohammed Atta's cell. Atta was preparing to board American Airlines Flight 11 from another terminal in Logan and would fly the plane to the North Tower of the World Trade Center 17 minutes before Al-Sheikhi crashed into the South Tower. Like the earlier conversation with Jarrah that we already talked about in the book timeline, the intent in this final one was to confirm they were both ready to go ahead with the attacks. At 8:42, Flight 175 made the transmission to the airspace of New York Center, allowing the pilots to report the suspicious transmission they heard while climbing out of Logan. Sounds like someone keyed the mic and said, "Everyone stay in your seats," Saraceni told David Bottiglia, the controller dealing with Flight 11. This was the last transmission from 175. At 8:55, a supervisor of the New York Air Traffic Control Center notified the center's operations manager of the Flight 175 hijacking. Now tasked with handling Flight 175, Bottiglia remarked, quote, "We might have a hijack over here, 2 of them." Around this time, too, the Flight 175, it's going to hit the South Tower, comes within 200 feet of striking another airplane. And these hijacker guys, remember, there's a huge question, too, around them. They could not fly. They were awful pilots. And they're just going to do this terrible thing. They're not like following coordinates. I don't know what there's almost a mid-air collision with Delta Airlines Flight 2315 flying from Hartford to Tampa. It reportedly misses the plane by only 200 feet. Bottiglia yelled at the Delta pilot to make collision avoidance maneuvers, adding, "I think Flight 175 has been hijacked. I don't know his intentions. Take any evasive action necessary." Moments before Flight 175 crashed, it also narrowly avoided colliding with Midwest Express Flight 7 flying from Milwaukee to New York. At 8:58, Flight 175 was over New Jersey at 28,500 feet, by which point Al-Sheikhi would have seen the smoke pouring from the North Tower in the distance. The airplane was in a sustained power dive of more than 24,000 feet in the 5 minutes and 4 seconds between approximately 8:58 and the moment of impact at an average rate of over 5,000 feet per minute. Bottiglia later said that he and his colleagues, quote, were counting down the altitudes and they were descending right at the end at 10,000 feet per minute. This is absolutely unheard of for a commercial jet, 10,000 feet per minute. 2 minutes before impact, New York Center alerted another nearby air traffic facility responsible for low-flying aircraft, which was able to monitor Flight 175's path. The aircraft was in a banking left turn in its final moments, as it appeared the plane might have otherwise missed the building or merely scraped it with a wing. Therefore, those on the left side would have had a clear view of the towers approaching with one burning. The airplane crashed nose first in the South Tower's southern facade at a speed of around 590 miles per hour, striking through floors 77 and 85 with approximately 9,100 US gallons of jet fuel. By the time Flight 175 struck the South Tower at 9:03 a.m., multiple media organizations are already covering the first plane crash in the North Tower that happened 17 minutes earlier, with millions, of course, watching around the globe. There is one thing that matters here, obviously, above all, in terms of like the knowledge. At this point, everyone knows it was not a mistake. Whether the reaction is an exclamation of profanity or an exclamation beseeching God, a prayer, or anger or befuddlement, or whatever your reaction is, at that point, you know, if you're watching this. When you're watching CNN or Fox or whatever, they're showing the burning tower, you think that's awful. May God rest their souls. An accident, a pilot got blown off course. Well, what happened? When you see the awful, horrifying, nightmare-like second plane coming in from the horizon hitting the South Tower, you know we're under attack. The Port Authority initiated an immediate full-scale evacuation of the North Tower within moments of Flight 11's impact. However, the same was not done for the South Tower. It's crazy. People think it's just an accident. Well, why would we evacuate the South Tower? First of all, North Tower is going to be fine. It's some kind of accident. No one's thinking it's going to collapse. There's been, I mentioned in the class that you missed, like there was fires across multiple floors, a lot of incidences before. It's going to be fine. Why would we evacuate? Now you think in retrospect, right? I mean, you'd be sprinting out a thing, but instead, the Port Authority instructed workers to remain in place. In spite of these hindrances, the number of people who would have been killed in the South Tower still reduced considerably after the first plane crash. And an estimated 2,900 people descended from the trap floors before the tower was even hit. Nonetheless, more than 600 people were still present on floors 77 to 110 when the plane struck. The impact killed hundreds, including everyone on the plane, many more inside the South Tower, once more like the North Tower, in the region of 300 people killed instantly who are in their offices as this plane hits where they are obviously standing. Unlike at the North Tower, a single stairway was mostly intact and negotiable from top to bottom after Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower. But Flight 11 crashed almost directly midway into the North Tower's central core and severed all escape routes from the 92nd floor upwards. Al-Shahedi flew the plane to the eastern half of the South Tower's southern facade near the southeast corner, also banking at a severe angle, narrowly missing stairwell A. Only 18 people passed the impact zone through the available stairway and left the South Tower safely before it collapsed. One of these survivors, Stanley Primnath, saw the plane coming toward him. Stanley Primnath, Stanley spelled as you think, last name P-R-A-I-M-N-A-T-H. Harrowing, amazing story. He's an executive for Fuji Bank working on the 81st floor of the South Tower. He's one of only 18 survivors from within or above the impact zone of Flight 175. While he was calling for help, Eurobrokers executive Brian Clark from the 84th floor and a group of his coworkers were debating in the stairwell whether to descend through the impact zone using the stairwell, which they had been told was impassable, or climb to the roof. Please note that. Can you imagine? Right now it sounds obvious. Imagine all of us watching this, we're in the South Tower, the plane hits. I'm getting out of that building because we know it's going to collapse. But if you were just as assured that day that it's not going to collapse, because of course it's not going to collapse, you might go upwards too. Why would I risk going through, literally, right? No one's going to go through that. Through a stairwell that has millions of gallons of jet fuel. Can you imagine? People are afraid to go down in their basement when it's dark. Can you imagine walking through a dark stairwell of like 100 feet, multiple floors with burning jet fuel and infernal fire? I'm just going to go to the top. I probably would have gone up as well, right?
Well, there were other incidents where buildings were on
fire, and
so people did.
They go up, they put the fire out, and it's fine. Exactly.
And they're picked up by a chopper.
Absolutely. And the chopper thing is sad too, that they realize pretty soon they can't do a chopper rescue. We'll get to that in a second. Or really, like I said, if you're watching the stream, it's a second because I've already added the video. But if you're here with us in real time, real life, we're going to pause the class in a couple of minutes. We'll in 2 days. I'll finish this Primath story, and then we'll end. That'll be a good place to end after the first two towers are hit. When we come back on Wednesday, I'll go through all the notes again, back to the Arkin book and reactions and whatever. And if we miss anything, if after 5 hours still haven't gotten anything, I'll make an additional video and add it onto the whole documentary movie. It's going to be all. I really want to do justice again to this most important topic. Primath's calling for help. Eurobrokers executive Brian Clark from the 84th floor hears him, makes his way to him by using his flashlight and following his voice.
As Clark was on his way to find Primath, he looked back towards his coworkers and saw they had decided to climb up the stairs instead of going down. Because of this decision, all of them were killed, except for one, Ron DiFrancesco, who reverses course. He too decides, I'm going to go up. Then he says, no, I think I should go down. Everyone who goes up obviously dies when the South Tower collapses. After the two men had made it outside and walked 2 blocks away from the South Tower, they stopped and looked back at the building they had just exited, and Primath said to Clark, quote, you know, I think that building can come down. That's what Primath says to Clark. They're outside, these two guys, and they look up. You know, I think that building can come down. Clark was in the midst of replying, those are steel structures, there's no way. And he's cut off by the South Tower starting to collapse before their eyes. Flight 175's crash in South Tower was faster and lower, right? 590 miles an hour versus the 440, 500 in the north, impacting close to a corner rather than the midway in the structure, compromising its structural integrity more. Thus, there is far more structural weight pressing down on an unbalanced, damaged section of the building, which was already on fire as well. The South Tower collapses at 9:58 a.m. It's the first tower. The second tower to be hit by Flight 175 is the first one to collapse after burning for 55 minutes, being the first of the 2 skyscrapers to collapse. Nobody who was in the South Tower at the time of its collapse survived. So let's end today's class, part 2, on that note. May God rest their souls. And once more, all sympathy to all people affected by this most awful tragedy. We've talked now, both towers have been hit. The one has collapsed. We'll pick up next class with the continual timeline from Arkin's book in our notes and talk about Flight 93 and 77 and the collapse of Building 7. 4 flights and the collapse of Building 7 being our 5 main points of interest on 9/11. And then we'll get to the reactions. So next class, we'll see you at noon normal time. Take care, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our part 3 of our 9/11 lecture. Today we'll be finishing up both the timeline and talking about some Catholic reactions. So last time in part 2, when we finished, as you all know, we stopped with the impact on the North and South Towers. Now, the next large event that happens, the kind of 6th movement of my lecture, is American Airlines Flight 77, which was a flight from Dulles International Airport in technically Northern Virginia, but it's the main Washington, D.C. airport along with Reagan. A flight from Dulles to LAX, a Boeing 757, hijacked as were the first 2 planes, American Flight 11, which crashes into the North Tower at 8:46 in the morning, and Flight 175, which hits the South Tower, the first tower to collapse, as I mentioned in the previous class, at 9:03. Hijacked as well. The lead hijacker, Hani Hanjour, assumes control of the aircraft, flips it back around as it was heading out, of course, west from Dulles out towards Los Angeles, and crashes it into the Pentagon. For a long time, people are curious, can we see footage of this incident? We know, sadly and tragically, the most well-documented one, of course, is the second flight, Flight 175, that crashes into the South Tower, because, as you all remember, here's where we finished part 2 last class. People think at first, well, it's an accident, the first flight that hits the North Tower. I remember speaking with my mother about this. She was at the dentist office, and she says, in a very typical common story, a lot of people recount this, that we're watching this on TV, it's a live coverage, the North Tower, the smoke is pluming out. And people are even saying, President Bush was told this when he's down in Florida, that we think it's a pilot just got off course. It's a small, crop duster almost seems inappropriate for New York City, for Manhattan. This is not a kind of rural scenario. But hello. But pretty soon, when that second plane hits the South Tower, as my mother was recounting, watching it live, as were millions of people, we are very quickly aware to the fact that this is not an accident. This is a deliberate thing. Barb, where we are right now is last class we finished up with
the first two planes hitting the North and South Tower, respectively, in order. Today, we're finishing out the timeline. It's our last part of our lecture on 9/11 and the kind of reactions to this event. While the second plane, Flight 175 in the South Tower, is the most well-documented, most seen footage, there is some existing footage of the first plane hitting the North Tower. Tragically, awfully, that this gentleman, him and his brother, this French guy, if I remember correctly, are down in Lower Manhattan to film something else. Perhaps they're filming some kind of like documentary or some kind of feature about a fire brigade, if I remember correctly, or something with the NYPD. They hear this roar, they look up, and they see the first plane, hit the North Tower. There's also this Czech tourist who, and both these videos, of course, are available online. There's this Czech tourist who happens to be stuck in New York City traffic, and he's just filming, and you see that the Twin Towers off to the distance on the right, and just by happenstance happens to catch the impact. So 846, the North Tower, not a lot of footage. Flight 77, where we are now, not a lot of footage. Same thing with Flight 93. The most well-documented is the second of the four planes. And people for a long time, hello to you, Betsy, and everyone watching online, where we are now is talking about, once more, for those of you that joined us right now, American Airlines Flight 77, Dulles to Los Angeles, crashes into the Pentagon. People for a long time are asking about footage about this crash. And the Department of Defense releases footage finally on May 16th, 2006, that was recorded by a security camera crashing into the Pentagon. The plane is visible only in one small frame, this thin white blur, followed by an explosion. Of course, these planes, I know at the North and the South Tower, the impact velocity is higher. Flight 175 hits the South Tower, it's 580 miles an hour, or something like that, or the first plane in the 400s, and still an incredible speed. Please consider 100 miles per hour, okay, basic math, right? 100 miles per hour is 150 feet per second. So 400 miles an hour is 600 feet per second. It's covering 2 football fields in one Mississippi, right? So of course, the idea that this is just one blur, one quote, thin white blur, makes sense. The images were made public in 2006 in response to a request from 2004 from under the Freedom of Information Act made by Judicial Watch. Then later that fall, September 2006, we're at the 5-year anniversary now, a nearby Citgo service station also had security cameras and releases this crash, even though the camera was away from the kind of impact zone. Finally, last thing here with Flight 77, just the impact, etc. The Doubletree Hotel, located in nearby Crystal City, also had a security camera video. The FBI releases the footage December 4th, 2006. Once more, a man named Scott Bingham files a Freedom of Information Act request. Quote, the footage is grainy and the focus soft, but a rapidly growing tower of smoke is visible in the distance on the upper edge of the frame as the plane crashes into the building. I have said multiple times now, as a historian, we should not believe in any conspiracies. Things are just true or false. I say that as a Catholic as well. Someone walks in here and says the moon landing was fake. Okay, that you're postulating something. I think you're definitely wrong, but I should not just say conspiracy, tinfoil hat, get out of here. Like, I should engage with the comment. The moon landing was fake. Okay, here's why I believe that's false. Perhaps that person is refuted in a minute, 10 minutes, maybe takes an hour. The earth is flat. No, right? Epic fail. The earth is not flat. But if I just say conspiracy, what good does that do? I am not into 9/11 conspiracies, but not in the way of like, how dare you? I'm willing to hear any kind of argument. As a historian, it must be backed up by facts, period. Right? I mean, that's the only thing a historian that he or she should care about are the facts of the situation. I tend to believe, under normal kind of circumstances, the standard narrative. I will say some of the stuff surrounding Flight 77 is interesting, historically speaking. Let me say once more, anyone just tuning in now for the third and final episode, may God rest all their souls, all these 3,000 people killed on this most awful day. Deepest sympathy and sorrow to all the families, everyone affected. You might be a person who lived, in Midtown Manhattan, and you have PTSD just from like experiencing that day. You didn't even lose anyone. God bless all people. Like, the sorrow, the sympathy is 100% constant and the same. It's very, very somber. A lot of our lectures this semester in Catholicism and Disasters are under the rubric of sorrow and kind of heavy material, especially today. So when I say interesting, I mean that with the highest respect. It's just there are some interesting questions about this. Number one is the flight movement that Hanjour does, the pilot. Again, I don't want to even give him the respect of calling him that. The hijacker terrorist, the bad guy who commandeers this plane, the terrorist pilot who crashes Flight 77 into the Pentagon. Apparently, the maneuver is so difficult that it's impossible. It's almost impossible. It's something like a 330-degree corkscrew movement, and then flying so low to the ground that even experienced pilots are like, I have no idea. What adds to this? Okay, I mean, maybe the guy was, knew how to fly a plane. Well, Hani Hanjour, the pilot, the terrorist pilot of 77, he is involved in a lot of these flight schools, as the terrorists are. We talked about that. So that was the Phoenix memo, the summer 2001, right? When the FBI or one of these agencies is like, hey, you guys should check this out. This is really sketchy. These guys just seem to want to like learn how to use the cockpit, but they don't want to land or fly or take off. Is that not a red flag? That kind of stuff. Hanjour enrolls at this ELS language center at Oakland University, and he receives a level of proficiency sufficient to, quote, survive very well in the English language. However, in January 2001, Arizona Jet Tech flight school managers reported him to the FAA at least 5 times because his English was inadequate for the commercial pilot certificate he had already obtained. It took him 5 hours to complete an oral exam meant to last just 2 hours. Hanjour failed UA English classes with a GPA of 0.26. And most perplexingly, Jet Tech manager said, quote, he could not fly at all. So pilots, when we talk about this movement that Flight 77 makes, a 330-degree corkscrew, and I'm admitting my ignorance here. I am not a pilot. I've been on a lot of planes as a passenger. I don't know the first thing about flying a plane. 0. Epic fail me. F me. Like I don't even know what I'm talking about. Other than they say this movement, this corkscrew movement that this pilot makes, like 330 degrees, would be insanely impossible for like an F-16 jet fighter pilot guy. For the most experienced pilots in the world, the best pilots in the world. On top of it, a lot of the training these guys do in the flight school is with like Cessnas. And the difference I've been told from flying a Cessna to like a 747, 767 is kind of like saying, oh, I was a good middle school player. I guess I'll just do the NFL this weekend. It's a completely different plane. It's a completely different animal. The certificate was a requirement for him to join the Saudi Arabian Pilots Academy. His FFA certificate had become invalid in late 1999 when he failed to take a mandatory medical examination. In February, though, February 2001, he begins advanced simulator training in Mesa, Arizona. So here's what an ex-employee of the flight school says about Hani Hanjour. Remember, the jet tech manager said, quote, he could not fly at all. Here's what the manager says about him in the aftermath. Quote, I'm still to this day amazed that he could have flown into the Pentagon. He could not fly at all, period. Apparently some guy said he didn't even know how to get in and out of a plane. So again, one of these kind of awfully weird, again, what does that mean? Like conspiratorially speaking? I don't know. I'm not into conspiracies. I'm zero into conspiracies. I just do not respect at all when like weird stuff like this. Oh, just don't talk about it. What's up with that? I don't know. I think that's the ultimate kind of question, or the ultimate kind of point of any kind of historical inquisition, is to just ask questions. And here I have to shut up and say, I don't have the answer. I don't know what that means. At the time of the attacks, approximately 18,000 people worked in the Pentagon, 4,000 fewer than before the renovations in 1998. USA Today reporter Mike Walter was driving on Washington Boulevard when he witnessed the crash. Brad, hello, this is talking about Flight 77 into the Pentagon, the third one that day. We talked about last class, as you know, finished with the Twin Towers. Flight 77 from Dulles to LAX, Hani Hanjour, the terrorist pilot, bringing it back into the Pentagon wall. USA, again, it's like, it's hard to even talk about it so matter of fact. It's so awful. Like, I'm gonna read you a comment from this reporter in a second, but it's like, those that experience this day, right? I mean, like I'll have some, I'm gonna see if I can find some kind of public domain video footage of like President Bush addressing the country and all that kind of stuff. It feels like it was yesterday. I was then, 14-year-old ninth grader. But I mean, of course, I mean, you remember that decade perfectly. But those who especially experience this in adulthood, like I said once more, my mother was at a dentist office, my father was at work, they're like their late 30s. I mean, that's really I didn't know what the World Trade Center was until that happened that day. Like I said, I who grew up going to New York City a lot could tell you absolutely Lady Liberty, Yankee Stadium, that kind of stuff. The ice skating rink at Bryant Park. You think you would know the Trade Center towers more than that? I had no idea. And yet you remember like it was yesterday. Mike Walter says this: driving on Washington Boulevard and witnesses the crash, quote, I looked out my window and I saw this plane, this jet, an American Airlines jet coming. And I thought, this doesn't add up. It's really low. And I saw it. I mean, it was like a cruise missile with wings. It went right there and slammed right into the Pentagon. Okay. And the fourth flight of that day, of course, is United Airlines Flight 93. The first two flights that crashed in the Twin Towers are out of Boston Logan. This third one, 77, Dulles for LAX. This one is a flight out of Newark International Airport, which is, New Jersey, but basically New York City, scheduled for San Francisco. It was the only plane hijacked that day that did not have Los Angeles as its intended destination point. 46 minutes into the flight, the hijackers murdered one passenger, stormed the cockpit, struggled with pilots as controllers on the ground listened in. And the main terrorist hijacker pilot on this, we read those names last class, is Ziad Jarrah. The cockpit voice recorder began recording the final 30 minutes of Flight 93 at 9:31 in the morning. At this moment, it recorded Jarrah announcing, quote, ladies and gentlemen, here the captain, please sit down, keep remaining seating. We have a bomb on board, so sit, end quote. The commission believed Jarrah tried to make an announcement to the passengers but pressed the wrong button, sending the message to Cleveland controllers. Mohammed Atta had made the same error on Flight 11. Remember, Atta is the ringleader of all 19 terrorists. He's the hijacker pilot also of Flight 11 that crashes into the North Tower of the World Trade Center, the first plane to hit. The controller understood the transmission but responded, quote, calling Cleveland Center, you're unreadable. Say again, slowly. People are calling, sorry?
I bet he was.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Well, what you missed last class, and by the way, do you have a cell phone?
No.
See, that's the problem. I'm trying to think, last class, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you came for noon. If you did, I'm sorry.
I did.
Yeah. I moved the class to 8 o'clock last time because of the power outage, the Vista stuff. And I literally thought of you. I'm serious. This is not a joke. I'm not trying to be fake nice. I think it's so awesome how off the grid you are with no email, no cell phone. But I wonder how I could tell you almost always the class at the normal time. But it came up late that our kids who go to school in Moscow, that was out. My wife and I had moved schedule around. So I sent a flock note out and an email. And I said, if there's anyone you know in the class who doesn't have, and I was thinking of you, I didn't mention you by name, like please. And Brad and I were joking. Like Brad, I think said we wanted to go to Boots or see through there. And
Yeah, right.
so we were thinking of you. But they had power, really. But so I had to move the class last time, and I was thinking, yeah, if you had a cell phone, you could get a flock note, but whatever. Most time it's okay. Yeah, it's no problem. Almost every single time it's gonna be the normal time. So, anyways, what we talked about last class was where was I? I totally lost my train of thought. We finished with flight 11, finished with flight 175. Oh, we were talking last class that there are calls being made from the flights. Sadly, tragically, right? These kind of last reported calls, distress calls, kind of 911 calls. The heroine of Flight 11 is this flight attendant, this amazing woman, Betty Ong, O-N-G, who, amazing, holy woman, it's incredible, like, remained so calm in the face of this impending disaster, just relaying calmly, we've been hijacked, whatever. There are calls being made on the plane as well. Here's a plane made by a woman, a call made from United 93 by a woman named Lauren Grant-Colas. Lauren Grant-Colas to her husband, quote, Jack, pick up, sweetie, can you hear me? Okay, I just want to tell you there's a little problem with the plane. I'm fine, I'm totally fine. I just want to tell you how much I love you. And it's a sad, heartbreaking, kind of last messages of these loved ones calling people. If Betty Ong is the heroine of Flight 11, the kind of ultimate symbol, and President Bush talks about this when he honors his widow, Todd Beamer. Do you all know the story of Todd Beamer? He's the guy who famously says, "Let's roll," storms the cockpit, takes down Flight 93. Remember, the first two planes hit the North and South Tower. The third one, 77, hits the Pentagon. 93, people think, was headed for either the Capitol or the White House. And Todd Beamer, and his compatriots crashed the plane, stormed the cockpit, overtake the terrorists. Legends, heroes, Todd Beamer. Hero, saint of a man. Incredible bravery. Like it's like a Clint Eastwood movie, but better, amazing bravery. And prevent, an even worse tragedy. Todd Beamer attempts to call his wife from row 32 at 9:43, but was rerouted to a phone operator, Lisa D. Jefferson. Beamer told the operator the flight had been hijacked and the two people who he thought were pilots were on the floor, dead or injured. So one of the hijackers had a red belt with what looked to be a bomb strapped to his waist. The passenger revolt on Flight 93 began at 9:57 after the passengers voted on whether to act. With FBI agents listening in on their call, Beamer informs Jefferson that hijackers had taken over 93, one passenger had been killed. He also stated that two of the hijackers had knives and that one appeared to have a bomb strapped around his waist. When the hijackers veered the plane sharply south, Beamer exclaimed, "We're going down, we're going down." And the plane does not go down at this time. Beamer and his compatriots, people like Mark Bingham, Tom Burnett, Jeremy Glick, all these heroes, they form a plan to fight back. I talk about like true American grit style,
Now, was Todd Beamer told what happened with the other flights? Did he know?
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a great question. I'm not sure if like someone's. I know the pilots are being relayed at one point already. When they know that 11 is hijacked and perhaps it has not yet crashed into the North Tower, air traffic control is telling people be on the lookout for stuff. 11 has been taken over. They even tell 175 before it itself is taken over. I'm not sure. Other passengers join in. Lou Nacke, and again, apologies if I'm mispronouncing any of these people's names. Nacke, Lou Nacke, Rich Guadago, Alan Bevan, Honor Elizabeth Wino, Linda Grodland, William Cashman, along with flight attendants Sandra Bradshaw and Cece Lyles. They bind together in discussing their options, and Beamer tells Jefferson the group is planning to, quote, jump on the hijackers and fly the plane to the ground before the hijackers plan to crash the Capitol or whatever could be followed through. Beamer recites the Lord's Prayer and the 23rd Psalm with Jefferson. Epic. This guy's the man. Man, yeah. Although I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. The 23rd Psalm and the Lord's Prayer, prompting others to join in. Beamer requested of Jefferson, quote, "If I don't make it, please call my family and let them know how much I love them." After this, Jefferson heard muffled voices and Beamer clearly answering, "Are you ready? Okay, let's roll." These are the last words spoken by Beamer, heard by Lisa Jefferson. The plane crashes eventually in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, a little after 10 o'clock at 563 miles per hour into the ground. All right, seventh movement, collapse of building 7. 5 kind of main things that happen on 9/11. The 2 towers, and I'm counting them as separate incidents, obviously separate planes. Flight 77 into the Pentagon, Flight 93 into Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And then at 5:20, if you want a true timestamp, 5:20 and 33 seconds p.m., the building number 7, which is, I think it was 40-some stories tall, right there in front of the Twin Towers collapses. This one is as well, mentioned earlier about, conspiracies and whatever. People have wondered, like, how did Building 7 collapse? We thought, first of all, that the Trade Center towers could withstand what happened anyways. That's why Brad and I talked last class. A lot of these people, God rest their souls, when the planes hit the towers, the North and South Tower, a lot of people went north. And I said last class, I would probably do the exact same thing. If I was on the 82nd floor or it was 93rd and 99th on the North Tower and 76th to 84th floors in the South. If I was on the 90th floor of the South Tower and a plane hit below me, and I'm thinking, okay, there's 10 floors 100 feet out of pitch black, dark jet fuel, 500 miles an hour, 500 degree fuel, whatever burning, 1,000 degrees. I'm not going to walk through that. Of course I'll go up. I'm not even thinking the tower is going to collapse. I mean, we'll get rescued by helicopter, something. It's awful. So people say, like, how did they even collapse? I thought they would be able to. I mean, of course, there's been a lot of stuff done about this. I would recommend anyone just go look at, like, you can read the NIST report, the 9/11 Commission. You can look at different documentaries. This stuff is so easy to find online. Obviously, it's such an enduring. I am a huge fan of just the architecture of the two towers. I really find them very beautiful. And they're kind of like really modern, stark, kind of like modern meets Gothic. They're beautiful. They're fascinating for a lot of people. A lot of different reasons you can find all this information. But yeah, Building 7 is kind of like, how does Building 7 collapse? The official story is that from all the debris falling down, but it was never hit. There was, how did it collapse? How did it come down? I don't know. I don't know what happened. Again, I do not know. Let me say, those are the 5 things. Last class, I bounced back between my notes and this wonderful book by William M. Arkin. On that day, the definitive timeline of 9/11. I'm going to go back to that and read some things from Arkin once more. And if we run out of time today, this is our last class on 9/11. It's going to be like a 4-hour documentary, and I put it on the YouTube channel. But if I run out of time, I'll just do the Catholic reactions over Thanksgiving or something and attach them on. I'm actually really glad. This is the longest episode of Maple Syrup we've ever done. And it's perfect because we have no class next week. Barb, FYI, obviously it's Thanksgiving break next week. And Father Chase, in his wisdom, I think he's absolutely correct, to match whatever we're doing at Augustine's with U of I General. They're off, we're off. The next Maple Syrup class will be the 27th, I believe, that Monday. We only have 2 classes left when we get back to Thanksgiving. We have Hurricane Katrina, Catholicism and COVID, and then kind of a recap. But no class at all next week. So if we run out of time today with reactions, probably take the class to about 1 o'clock or so. I want to finish definitely the timeline. If we run out with reactions, I'll add those later on. Because I'm really, I don't mean to pat myself in the back at all, 0%. But I really want to put a lot of like blood, sweat, and tears into making this documentary really good, and I'll send it out to everyone later. I'll try to find a way to get it to you somehow. I can put on like a CD-ROM, I don't know, DVD. But I already have like 100 slides. I'm gonna have a bunch of videos interspersed amongst me just speaking, so I can always add the reactions in after the fact. Reading from Arkin's book now. And just like boom, 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 bullet points, which is, he does a great job. He literally lists every minute by minute, second by second. 9:03 a.m. United Flight 175 strikes floor 7884, the south side of the South Tower. All 65 people on board the aircraft die instantly on impact. 9:05 a.m. President Bush is about to begin reading The Pet Goat to students at Emmer E. Booker Elementary School when Chief of Staff Andrew Card whispers in his ear, quote, "A second plane hit the tower. America is under attack." Bush says, "My first reaction was outrage. Someone had dared attack America. They were going to pay." 9:05 at the CIA in Alex Station, which is in charge of intelligence on bin Laden. Remember, we talked about in the first part of this lecture, they knew about bin Laden for a long time prior to this, obviously. Quote, "When reports of the second planes hitting the World Trade Center reached the station, everyone instantly thought and said the same thing. So this is what Al-Qaeda was planning. This is what we were waiting for." 9:50, Global Guardian Strategic Nuclear War Exercise is canceled. This is what you missed last class. I don't know if you know this. Do you know what Vigilant Guardian and Global Guardian were? The day of 9/11, they were doing a hijacking simulation exercise.
Oh, yeah, I do.
NORAD was doing that.
Okay.
And it turns out to be, again, one of these kind of awful coincidences that I read last class. You can rewind the video. People are like, is this real? Yeah, people are calling, hey, the hijacked plane. Wait a second. Hey, listen to me right now. I need this to be clear. Hijacking the game, the war game we're doing, or like really hijacked. At 9:50, Global Guardian is called off officially. 9:06, World Trade Center FDNY Chief of Department Gansey orders no aerial rescue is to be attempted. Okay, this is super sad, right? 9:06 a.m. What's going on at this point? At this point, the North Tower is smoking for 20 minutes. At 9:06, it's been 20 minutes, the North Tower pluming out smoke. The South Tower has just been hit 3 minutes earlier. This is 9:06. And the FDNY says, we're not going to be able to do a helicopter rescue of people who worked up to the top. Because everyone is thinking, well, we'll just wait till it dies out. We'll get them, we just, the smoke is too thick to fly our helicopters into that. (9:12) At Flight 77, attendant Renee May makes a last-second call and talks to her mother, Nancy May, in Las Vegas. May tells her mother that her flight was being hijacked by 6 individuals who had moved them to the rear of the plane. She asks her mother to call American Airlines and make sure they knew about the hijacking, giving her 3 numbers to call. This is 9:12 a.m. Remember, American Airlines Flight 77 is the one that crashes into the Pentagon. 9:13 at the World Trade Center, WTC security radio reports the North Tower is flooding. 9:15 UA Flight 93 at Shanksville. Automatic pilot is engaged. The plane has reached its assigned altitude of 35,000 feet, flying normally across northern PA. 9:16 Flight 77. Barbara Olson, a passenger on Flight 77, speaks to her husband, Ted Olson, for about 1 minute before the call is cut off. Ted Olson is the Solicitor General of the U.S. and is in Washington. She reports the flight has been hijacked. Hijackers are wielding knives and box cutters. After this call, Ted Olson tries to unsuccessfully reach Attorney General John Ashcroft, who is traveling and not in Washington. He then contacts the Department of Justice Command Center, tells them his wife's flight has been hijacked, gives them the flight number. 9:17 Jim Stewart of CBS News, reporting from Washington, said that Osama bin Laden is considered a probable suspect, according to the intelligence community. This is the first no national news media mention of Osama bin Laden. It's crazy how fast this happened. 9:17 an hour earlier, the first flight that hits the World Trade Center, 11 at 8:46, has not even been hijacked yet. So within an hour of the flight taking off, they're like, we know it's bin Laden. 9:19, Flight 93. United Airlines dispatcher Ed Ballinger, now aware that 2 hijacked airliners have crashed into the World Trade Center, begins sending ACARS messages to the 16 flights he's handling, including 93. Quote, beware any cockpit intrusion. 2 aircraft hit World Trade Center. These messages are sent out in groups beginning at 9:19. 93 receives message at 9:23 a.m. 9:20 at the World Trade Center, 3 fire companies make it to the 40th floor of the South Tower by work elevator. 9:21 U.S. Flight 93 still flying normally, checks in with air traffic control. 93 has not yet received the distress beware of cockpit intrusion ping. So Jason Dahl, who's friends with Ballinger, the dispatcher who sent it, writes, quote, this is the pilot 93. Good morning. Nice climb out of EWR, Newark. After a nice tour of the APT courts and Grand Central at 350 OCCL LT chop, occasional light chop. Wind 29/50 ain't helping, J. Dahl and Ballinger are they're friends. 9:21, Port Authority orders all bridges and tunnels in the New York area closed. 9:23, at the World Trade Center, FDNY radio dispatcher advises that 100 people were dead or dying from fire, heat, and smoke on the northwest and southwest corners of the 103rd floor of the North Tower. So at this point, I already remember that the first plane hit between the 93rd and 99th floors. At this point, 9:23, it's already been burning for more than half an hour. 9:24, at the World Trade Center, FDNY, of course, Fire Department of New York City is NYPD is New York City Police Department. FDNY radio communications report they have received a report from Morgan Stanley. They've taken the brunt of the stuff. There are a lot of bodies. The Port Authority police report that, quote, other bodies are coming down and people are on the street. There's a lot of debris. This is 9:24. Neither tower has yet collapsed. Remember, that's where we finished last class. As I said, I'm bouncing back between Arkin's book and my own notes on this. I finished last section talking about the North and South Tower collapsing. The South Tower, which is struck second, collapses first, whereas the North Tower, which is hit first, collapses after the South Tower. 9:25, FAA orders a nationwide ground stop. Bans all takeoffs of civilian aircraft regardless of destination. 9:26, Captain Dahl asked for confirmation of the ACARS warning he received. Quote, Ed, confirm latest message, please, Jason. 2 minutes later, the hijackers will begin their takeover of the plane. At the World Trade Center, NYPD says emergency units are set up at Vesey and West Streets and are prepared to enter the towers. Truly, God bless all these first responders, these brave, brave people who they are ready to go into this fiery inferno and did. Heroes, epic heroes. Yeah, truly. I am not the biggest fan of Pete Davidson. I don't know if you know who that is. Pete Davidson is a very famous Saturday Night Live performer, comic. I say that with respect. I don't find his comedy hilarious. Sorry. Maybe he's the coolest guy in the world. I have no idea. He's very famous for dating people like Kim Kardashian, Ariana Grande. He's an actor. Again, with all due respect, you know what? Again, back on me. I bet a lot of people hate what I do. So okay, I mean that's not what everyone does is everyone's cup of tea. I'm not the biggest Pete Davidson fan of his art. God bless Pete Davidson, and may God rest his father's soul. Pete Davidson's father died on 9/11 as a hero. One of these I think he was a firefighter who ran into towers. What a brave, amazing man. God bless the Davidson family, in their ongoing sorrow of this. May he never be forgotten, and may his soul rest in heaven, and all sympathy to them. He's one of the more famous people that I know who lost someone on 9/11. And like Mr. Davidson, this firefighter, a lot of these brave people were ready to rush into the towers and rescue people. Yeah, I'll go grab it. My coffee has arrived.
Thank you, Monica's coffee. 9:30. President Bush makes his first statement on the attack at the World Trade Center. I'm gonna read it all. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, the Director of the FBI, and have ordered the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you would join me in a moment of silence, may God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much. It's the first remarks of President Bush in the immediate aftermath of this. 9:30. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I was gonna say, I remember him saying these people will hear from us very soon.
Yeah, it's in his I think it's a couple days after the fact. I'll try to find that video. It's in the joint, it's an address to joint session of Congress. And he also, sorry? No, he also says something similar at the ground zero. He's there with one of the guys, a firefighter, and he's in a bullhorn. I'll try to find these videos again. If you post stuff that is not public domain on YouTube, you can get a copyright strike where your video just is not allowed to be played. I don't want that to happen. Public domain is awesome though. I found really cool archives of stuff that's like you can just use. So I'll try to find those videos that are allowable to be used, aren't like licensed by NBC. I don't think I can contact NBC like, hey, I'm this idiot guy in the middle of nowhere, Idaho professor. Can I use your video? Like, I mean, if I was like Steven Spielberg or some serious person, like, hey, I'm some 30-year-old idiot. Can I use your, I don't know how you get permission to even use like copyrighted stuff. But I'll try to find if it's not copyrighted stuff and post some of this video. It'd be cool to kind of have. 9:32 UA Flight 93. The flight is now 30 miles east of Dreyer. Remote communications outlet in Ohio with hijacker pilot Ziad Jarrah evidently in control in the cockpit 4 minutes after the hijacking begins. 9:32 at the World Trade Center. Because elevators are ceasing operation in North Tower and extensive flooding in the concourse, orders are given for all units to come down to the lobby. No response is received from this order. It is either unheard or ignored. Firefighter Danny Suhr, S-U-H-R, is killed soon after his Brooklyn Engine Company 216 arrives at the scene, hit by a person who jumps from the South Tower. May God rest both their souls. That is awful. That is awful. The velocity of a human being falling from the top of the tower is 1,300 feet.
Everybody's seen that picture recommendation.
Yeah.
That couple that jumped up.
Yeah. Heartbreaking. It's hard not to get emotional like watching it now. Yeah, it's awful.
Okay. Let's see. I really, we cannot. I cannot do a 9-hour I watched a documentary on 9/11 that was 5 hours long, and I kid you not, that inspired me to make my own kind of. And mine, of course, is one of my favorite passages in the Bible is John the Baptist. I am unworthy to unloose the thongs of his sandals, about Christ. That's how I feel. I'm not a documentary filmmaker. It's a joke to call it even a documentary. But in my own kind of like lecture series, whatever this maple syrup thing is in this long-term video, it inspired me that I watched a 5-hour documentary and I could have watched 10 hours more, which is so engrossing.
Wow.
And I think we have a lot of good material, but still no one wants to watch 10 hours. So just for the purpose of kind of, again, I'll try to finish today in the next like 15 minutes by 1 o'clock or whatever. I'll definitely save the Catholic reactions for an addendum video added onto this. But I'll send it out to y'all. I'll try to find a way to get it. Yeah, I will have a showing in Friendship Square that I'll make. Okay, so what else is going on here?
Did you see the movie Flight 93?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
Awful.
yeah,
Like an
yeah.
amazing movie.
Yeah.
Awful. It rips your heart out. Rips your heart out.
Yeah.
Awful. Makes you so angry.
No, but you know, you can imagine if you were in that situation, knowing that the thing, if you knew that the thing was gonna crash anyway, you're gonna do what you can anyhow.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm.
Absolutely. No, praise God. No, I was thinking Todd Beamer, God bless you. I think most people that watch our show are Catholics, I think. You know, we are getting more traction online. I kid you not. A month ago, I had 3,000 views on YouTube for my whole channel. Guess how many I have now?
80,000.
I wish both. No, 23,000. Still very small. Still very small.
Wow, well, still.
But still, no, my goal is, God willing, I think we have cool Catholic content. I think what we can offer is like in my maple syrup channel history channel, a lot of Catholic stuff, a lot of really good Catholic online content. It's like long form interviews, whatever, or like testimony. There's not a lot of Catholic history stuff, as far as I understand. I think there's a niche there. And the Hippo lectures, which, by the way, my last Hippo lecture this semester is tonight. If you are interested, this is part 3 of the poetry Dante thing. Totally different topic than we're discussing now, obviously. But I think most people that watch our stuff are Catholics. Like I said, we've had 2 maple syrup episodes, one of the First World War and one from last year, have almost 1,000 views, which is cool. Most people who are watching that are Catholic. Todd Beamer was not a Catholic. He was a Protestant. He went to like Wheaton, I think, but a very devout Christian. Lord's Prayer, Psalm 23. We Catholics believe, right? The communion of saints, like, and if Todd Beamer is in heaven, we pray. I mean, I can't imagine anyone who deserves more of a ticket straight to heaven. You know, Christ says, no man has greater love than this than to lay down his life for his neighbor. Todd Beamer died Christ-like to save others. I mean, straight to heaven. And so I almost want to say, you know, like Saint Todd Beamer, pray for us, you know, like we hope that he's in heaven with God and, you know, looking down, smiling down on his family, etc. These people are incredible. They're incredible heroes. Even if you're right, the fight or flight, adrenaline, whatever kind of, you know, takeover, you just do whatever it takes. It's still the courage to do that. It's just remarkable. And Beamer, I think, here's where I take no small pride in myself being an athlete and really loving athletes. I made a comment earlier. All the students that I have at WSU, U of I, invariably, whenever they're like a football player, basketball, they're the best students. I've never, ever encountered a dumb jock. Au contraire, most athletes I teach are very serious people who are like, I have a scholarship, I need a good grade. I'm used to getting up at 6 to work out. I'm not partying all the time. You know, Todd Beamer was an athlete. I think he's a football player in high school, maybe even played in college or played college basketball. But yeah, talk about like the old coach speak, the values that teaches, you know, putting others over yourself. Just amazing man. 9:37 and 19 seconds, flight 77 strikes the Pentagon. There's a reason why I'm bouncing back my notes in this. I think it's good to hear it twice often. For the general story, I gave you up to building 7, just kind of point by point. Once more, at the end of its 330-degree right turn, that's what I'm talking about. People say, Handra, how did he do this? The guy who reportedly couldn't fly a plane, how does he execute a 330-degree right turn? The plane descending through 2,200 feet over the next 30 seconds, power increased to near maximum. So when it hits the Pentagon, it's at the max acceleration of 530 miles an hour. How does a guy who does not know how to fly a plane do a 330 corkscrew flight parallel to the ground and hit? I don't know. I don't understand aviation at all.
Are they certain that all the terrorists were accounted for?
Yeah, I don't know. Exactly. No, yeah. So on that, and exactly, I really hate when people are like, how could you ask that? Because we're historians, we're asking questions. I'll say it again. I found it disgusting There's this priest online, and God bless him, he's a great guy. I'm not going to mention him by name. He's an awesome guy. But he had this thing about like, and I actually like his content a lot. In this video, he was trying to debunk conspiracies, and he talked about this guy who's a 9/11 truther, one of these guys who's like, the whole story's a lie, whatever. And the guy changed his mind because he met with a widow of someone who died in the attacks. Those two things have nothing to do in common. That woman, that poor woman's husband died. Doesn't matter who did it. She mourns him the same. That's the fact that her husband died isn't proof of anything. Who did it? No, something happened. And again, I will say for the record, when there's 25 million views on this episode, I believe the normal narrative. I'm sorry. If that makes me some like normie, blind sheep, whatever, fine. I tend to believe the normal narrative, but there's a lot of stuff that's kind of weird. And this idea, this pilot guy who apparently couldn't fly, and people say that, and now all of a sudden he does this kind of thing that even experienced pilots say they can't do. It's kind of hard to believe. So I don't know what's up with that. This is the exit footage. Right, put it right up in the camera of what was released after the Freedom of Information Records thing about the little blur of the plane hitting the Pentagon. Your question about the hijackers being accounted for. Yeah, I said that last class. There's pictures of Mohammed Atta and a different hijacker, the guys who hijacked Flight 11 and flew into the North Tower. There's pictures of them in the airport through security in Portland, Maine. They did a small plane, but then no pictures of them in Logan Airport. Why? There's pictures of them boarding the plane that transferred to Boston, but the Boston to LA that was hijacked, there's no pictures of them. I don't know what's up with that. How do you know? And apparently there was something released that they showed them at 6 o'clock in the morning on September 11th, but in the Portland airport, all that shows is they got on the plane at Portland and flew to Boston. Then at Boston, there's no pictures of them. And apparently someone wanted like a Freedom of Information Act. Where's this footage? And I was like, well, the cameras weren't working that day or something. I don't know. I am not a person, again, I tend to believe authority. Look at how I'm a sheep, right? I'm a Catholic. If the Pope told you jump off a bridge, would you? Yeah, I would. And of course, there's a part of sarcasm there, but no, I believe in authority. I believe, the fourth commandment to honor your father and mother is to respect all lawful authority. I want to trust the people that are in charge. But at the same time, we can't be like, well, what? Oh, they just said this happened. Okay. We should always be investigating. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the thing about that one guy who doesn't know how to fly, get in that airplane and make that turn and all that kind of stuff. The guy doesn't care. He just rams those throttles.
Sure. Yeah.
Does it. And normal people that know how to fly.
Yeah, you're right. And that's what a lot of people have said, defending the traditional story. They would say, pilots have said, pilots who are like, no, it absolutely could happen. They're like, the toughest thing to do in a plane is to take off and land. It takes no skill to crash it. And he's just going nuts. He doesn't care. So it just was dumb luck. He just turned the plane, revved it. Okay. And again, well, that sounds plausible too. I don't know. Okay, between 9:37 and 9:57, a passenger is in contact with his wife and mother-in-law. A lot of people are calling from his Flight 93, trying to figure out what's going on. 9:39, Flight 93, Ziad Jarrah, this hijacker, comes on the intercom. Quote, this is the captain. Would like you all to remain seated. There is a bomb on board and are going back to the airport to have our demands. Unintelligible. Then back, please remain quiet. End quote. Okay. 8:40, President Bush, 9:40. President Bush speaks with Condoleezza Rice from his limousine en route to the Sarasota Bradenton Airport. She tells him a third plane hit the Pentagon. He says he thought, quote, President Bush thought, quote, the first plane could have been an accident. The second was definitely an attack. The third was a declaration of war. I'm coming back, the president tells Rice. Mr. President, Condoleezza Rice responds, stay where you are. You cannot come back here. I then did something I never did again. I raised my voice with the president, and in a tone as firm as I possibly could muster, I said, Mr. President, you cannot come back here. Washington, I mean, the United States is under attack. End quote, Condoleezza Rice. 9:40, at the World Trade Center, there are reports the floor of the South Tower is buckling, that more WTC buildings, including 7, could collapse. 7 will collapse. It's the event number 5 at 5:20 that evening, right? Okay.
Did you see who's the guy that was one of the advisors of the Bush administration? His name, the famous guy you see all the time. He was describing when they took President Bush to the airport to get out of there. He was going to be flying in 747. He said they did this full throttle takeoff, and that thing was just up like that. He said
Wow.
plane too.
Well, I haven't heard that part, but I know when Bush finally makes his way back, he goes to like, I think Offutt Air Force Base, which if I'm not mistaken, and forgive me, anyone in the military, if I'm like misnaming, I think Barksdale base is in Louisiana. I think Offutt is Omaha, Nebraska, perhaps. But he flies to different bases, and he flies back into DC that night. And again, thank you, Mr. William M. Arkin. Really fantastic book. It's a great book. It's a riveting reading. You're second by second. So I'm gonna, again, of course, I'm gonna save the Catholic reaction. It's already 1 o'clock. Class goes to 1:30. I mean, it's amazing how this is gonna be probably maybe 5 hours now. It's like, wow, it's worth every second. It's to do honor to all these victims. But anyways, to not make it longer, I'll stop rambling on. Just really quickly, when he comes back, I didn't hear about the kind of crazy takeoff of Air Force One. I know when he comes back, he's escorted by F-16 fighter jets for obvious reasons. 9:44, Todd Beamer in row 32 contacts an airphone operator, says, quote, "The flight has been hijacked. The captain and the first officer were lying on the floor of the first class cabin, injured or possibly dead. One of the hijackers had a red belt with a bomb strapped to his waist. Two of the hijackers with knives entered the cockpit, closed the door behind them. At some point, the hijackers closed the curtain between first class and coach, so passengers could not see into first class. Those in the rear of the plane were not being monitored by the hijackers. The plane was going up and down and was turning or changing direction. He and some other passengers were planning something, and he was going to put the phone down." This is cited from the 9/11 Commission staff report released August 26, 2004. 9:44, Mayor Giuliani says on CNN, he will say later on, New York City Command Center located in World Trade Center 7, which will collapse again. It was the head of the New York City Command Center where these, like, there was supposed to be the control room, the brain trust during these kind of catastrophic events, where he had initially relocated to, quote, "was located close enough so that it was affected by it. It's not in one of the Twin Tower buildings, but it was located right in that area, as is City Hall, the police department. All of them had to be evacuated." So long before Building 7 collapses, they're getting people out, and they're thinking it might. 9:45, Secret Service orders a mandatory evacuation of the White House. If you're wondering, you can hear me flipping pages. This is, again, an amazing book. Highly recommend it. I made just pencil notes of certain things. If I read the entire book, it would be a 30-hour, episode. So if you're like, why is he flipping pages? I'm going to where my notes are. Like here you see on page 168, I have point number 94 written in I think I'm like 100, maybe 30 to read to you. 9:49 a.m., UA Flight 93 passenger Marion Britton calls her husband, telling him the plane has been hijacked. Hijackers have cut 2 passengers' throats. She says she thinks the plane may be over the Mississippi because they're passing over a larger river. She says also the passengers are discussing how to overpower the hijackers, including preparing hot water to throw on them when they rush them. So this is, again, 93, these heroes, this group led by Todd Beamer, who eventually will take this plane down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and doing so save many, many, perhaps thousands of lives on the ground, certainly hundreds. 9:54 a.m., President Bush aboard Air Force One makes a 2-minute phone call to an unidentified person. This is one of the few remaining deletions still in the president's mostly declassified diary from that day. So 9:54, Bush calls someone. We still know who it is. It lasts for 2 minutes. No one knows who he called, including Arkin. Arkin, great job on his research. I should probably read his biography really fast too. I've been mentioning him the whole time. An award-winning journalist, best-selling author, Newsweek magazine columnist, consultant to LA Times, Washington Post. His almost 30-year association with NBC News included reporting on 9/11 and its aftermath. He's author of a dozen works, served as a consultant to a lot of different organizations, including the U.S. Air Force, UN Secretary General, Greenpeace. He was one of the first independent analysts to visit Afghanistan after 9/11 to evaluate the effects of American bombing, and was also an intelligence analyst in the U.S. Army in West Berlin during the Cold War. I mean, very decorated, kind of interesting guy. Intelligence analyst during the Cold War plus journalist. He knows how to find stuff, right? And he still says, like, we don't know who Bush called. He called somebody. We don't know. It's not declassified. 9:57, U.S. passenger 90 UA flight, United Airlines Flight 93 passenger revolt begins. One flight attendant who called her husband at 9:50 ends her phone call about this time. She says, quote, "Everyone is running up to first class. I've got to go. Bye." Then hangs up the phone.
9:59, the South Tower collapses. Approximately 56 minutes after 175, United Airlines 175 hit the building. Remember, 175 is the second plane to strike the towers, the south one, but it's the first one to collapse. Millions of pounds, 200,000 cubic yards of metal, concrete, glass, and other debris fall with a sudden ear-splitting din, the collapse killing everyone remaining in the building, a number of people below on the concourse, occupants and firefighters in the adjacent Marriott Hotel, and people on the surrounding streets. An AP reporter of the scene says, quote, "People walked around like ghosts, covered in dirt, weeping and wandering dazed," end quote. Um, 10 a.m. Hijacker Ziad Sharah stabilized the plane. Hijackers discussed final options. One of the hijackers asked Sharah, "Is that it? Shall we finish it off?" Another hijacker voice over this transmission says, "No, not yet. When they all come, we finish it off." And then you hear Beamer eventually, "Let's roll," in his correspondence. Flight 93 crashes at 580 miles per hour into an empty field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania at 10:03 and 11 seconds a.m. It's the fourth and last plane to crash on this most awful day.
How far was your place from Shanksville?
Pretty far away. We were closer to New York. I was in northeastern Pennsylvania. We grew up in northeastern Pennsylvania, 2 hours from New York City. I think Shanksville was like 3 hours from us. We were kind of in that track. But I say again, I'll mention once more, everyone heard this who's watching online. I'm in 9th grade, 14 years old. I didn't find out about this till my father told me after football practice, freshman football practice. It's crazy. A lot of people, my wife was from Idaho. Her whole school was canceled. They're watching. I'm in Pennsylvania. I heard like a rumor at lunch about something. And it wasn't until afterwards. So we continued on. I mean, we were kind of in a very much backwoods place, but not that backwoods. I mean, it's like kind of like a city like Colfax, kind of, it wasn't like in the middle of nowhere. I don't know, but no, not close to Shanksville. I'm pretty sure Shanksville is like even farther than New York City, about as far as DC, where I was from, about 4 hours away. 10:23, as the World Trade Center fires are now rapidly spreading to the North Tower. There are still dozens of firefighters in the building. 10:24, dozens of people trapped in the North Tower stairway on and above the third floor are directed out by a firefighter who has broken through an office wall with an axe, allowing access to the mezzanine in the street. He lights the path with his flashlight. Hero, amazing. All this, so much evil on this day, but as St. Paul says, where sin abounds, grace all the more. So much evil on this day, so much heroism, holiness, self-sacrifice, brave men and women. He stays behind to direct others out of the building, does not exit with people who have been trapped. 10:28, 29 minutes after the South Tower falls, North Tower, 10:28, collapses to the ground in approximately 11 seconds.
Knew where they were putting that plane. The Shanksville guys.
Yeah.
They got in here and did something with it. They must have known that, we can't fly this, we can't land it. No, there's a bare spot.
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like, talking about instinct though, you probably, I think you try to kill the terrorists and try to fly the plane, right? I mean, if you could.
You would, except they were probably rational enough to realize that, they're overpopulated areas about that. If you tried to fly it, you'd have a pretty good chance of landing it right in the middle of it. City.
And perhaps they were trying to land it.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But just awful. 10:41 a.m. President Bush is first officially told that Osama bin Laden is most likely behind the attacks, even though this has been reported on the news, much earlier. Now, here's some fake news stuff. This is awful. 10:45 a.m. According to news media reports, in the West Bank town of Nablus, some 3,000 people are reportedly celebrating the attacks and chanting, "God is great." NBC shows footage from, quote, earlier this morning of what it says are Palestinians celebrating the terrorist attacks in America, and it's repeatedly aired. It's later revealed the footage was filmed during an earlier funeral. Now, this is awful. This is bad. This is awful. Wow. As Catholics, right, Christ is the way, the truth, the truth. Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. The truth will set you free.
Did they ever figure out who
Who leaked this?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But that's awful. That's terrible. Oh, here's these guys want to pin the blame on. Oh, say, oh yeah, see, they're just so celebrating. It's like that wasn't it at all. How about now with like ongoing wars and whatever? Oh, look, this guy did this atrocity, and oh, actually, it was from 30 years ago. I don't know. Again, I am not all about, as like Trump says, oh, the failing New York Times, fake news media. I tend to believe the media. I read the New York Times and Washington Post every single day. I think with a lot of salt, a grain of salt. I don't just, oh, well, they said it must be true, but I want to believe journalists, but this is absolutely, yes, this is awful. You know, whoever, this is either evil, calumny, lying, blaming people for something that's awful to blame someone for a terrorist attack if you know it's false, or just total incompetence. It's not good either way. Either you're too stupid to realize, oh, it's from a funeral, it's not, they're not celebrating, it's wrong, or it's an awful thing, it's a nefarious thing to say, we want to blame these guys. Oh, look, these guys are celebrating it. 1046, Bush is aboard Air Force One, talking with Cheney. Of course, I don't have to say this, everyone knows, but Dick Cheney is his vice president, as Donald Rumsfeld is what we used to call the Secretary of War, but in more recent times, the Secretary of Defense. Ari Fleischer says President Bush said two things sent a chill down his spine. First, that he authorized the military to shoot down commercial planes if necessary, and second, he put the military on DEFCON 3, the highest alert status since the 1973 Yom Kippur War.
Carl Rove, the guy that described the 747 taken off.
Like that?
Carl Rove.
Okay. Thank you. I'll have to go.
I may remember.
I'll have to go and check that out later. Thank you. At 11:02 a.m., Mayor Giuliani orders the evacuation of all lower Manhattan below Canal Street. Giuliani urges resident New Yorkers to stay at home. 11:16. CNN reports the CDC is preparing emergency response teams as a precautionary move against the possibility of a biological attack. 11:17, Associated Press reports an expert saying, quote, I would name at the top of the list Osama bin Laden. Once more, to dispel any notion that, oh, they don't think about bin Laden until the weeks. No, it's immediate. We get involved in Afghanistan on October 7th, 2001, less than a month. People like, remember that memo that's either ignored or overlooked, August 6th, the presidential memo to Chief Bush. I love your ringtone. It's awesome. I love when it goes off. Really.
The crickets are a text.
The cricket.
Quacking ducks.
Is it called? Nice. Brad King says crickets on his phone or a text, quacking ducks are a call. It's awesome. It's easy to remember. Remember, there's this memo from August 6th, bin Laden determined to strike in the US. And right away, it's being kind of, enforced or said out loud, we think he's the guy behind all this evil stuff. On the one hand, I'm tempted just to say, okay, that's good enough. No, I want to get to this whole arcing book. The class runs to 1:30. Fine, we can use all that time. And I want to do justice to this topic. Even though really it's gonna be impressive in that definition of like, wow, when I have a 5-hour YouTube upload later, I think it's gonna be that long. Because I will give all the Catholic reactions. If any of you remember from the first class, talked about that beautiful story of Mike Piazza, Mike Piazza, the home run that he hits on September 21st to put the Mets up against their bitter rival, the Atlanta Braves, and epic, legendary baseball manager Bobby Cox, who was the head of the skipper of the Atlanta Braves in those 1990s Chipper Jones World Series teams, beautifully says, when the game starts, we're playing baseball, but there's a lot of love. There's not a lot of love lost between the Atlanta Braves and New York Mets. Not to get too far off topic, but like there's this pitcher named John Rocker, who's an Atlanta Braves closer, and he said a bunch of stuff about New York, called out the whole city, and the New York fans threw batteries at him. So it's like the Braves and the Mets hate each other. But like on that moment, we're all Americans, very beautiful. So I'm going to talk about all those reactions in the back end of this video. Or if you're watching online now, in the future, when this is posted, it's on the back end of this video, but I probably will not be in a suit, actually. I'll probably be recording it from my basement, my basement with the water heater. My announcement, guys, thank God, I have 2 books coming out pretty soon, which is really awesome. Praise God. I signed a contract for my novel, Thermonuclear Mirth, 1,000-page novel in November 2021. It's been in the making for a long time. I mentioned it at HIP lectures like a million times. It's taking a long, long time. The designers put the cover together. They just sent me the cover the other day. It'll be worth it, but it's been taking a long time. But I got a HIP lectures book, which is the compilation of the essays that I give my HIP lectures, accepted in September. And that one's already at the type center. That might actually be out before the other one. So it'd be funny. Other one was accepted a couple years ago, and it's coming out. It might come out later than the one that was accepted only two months ago. But it'd be fun, like out of Vandal Catholic Intellect, a novel and a nonfiction book of essays. Why am I saying this beyond shameless self-promotion, which you know I love to do? Is in the Hippo lectures, when I open up the thing, I sign it, like where I am, I sign it from the basement in Pullman with a water heater that reads, and then it's like, it's in Spanish, like, si no entiende, no tratar de instalar esta agua de calentador, like, you burn yourself. Like in a picture of the Sacred Heart of Jesus. So I'm probably going to be putting the Catholic reactions from that basement with a beautiful picture, the Sacred Heart of our Lord, and a Spanish warning water heater. I have no idea. I don't think so. They relit it. Avista relit it pilot light style. Is that electric? I don't know. It's gas. Yeah, no, it's 100% gas. No, there you go, 100%. We had no hot water, but like our hot tub was still warm. Electricity was working fine. It's not electric. It's gas, 100%. Yeah. That shows how much I know about like guy stuff, like mechanic stuff. V6, V8, V90 engine. I don't know, whatever. You said mine's V3. Okay, V3.2. Oh yeah, I know. We had to do old school, just heating it up like pioneer style on the stove. It was awesome. Anyways, 12:10 p.m. at the World Trade Center, 3 new casualty collection points are established: the Javits Center, Brooklyn Navy Yard, and the Yankees minor league stadium on Staten Island. 12:15. San Francisco International Airport, which is the original destination of United Airlines 93 that crashed in Shanksville, is evacuated and shut down. 12:30. FAA says 50 flights are still flying in U.S. airspace, but none are reporting problems. Thank God. And none will. The 4 hijacked flights, of course, are already at this point are down. 12:35. Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah, appearing on CNN, says he'd spoken to government officials about who's responsible for the attack. Once more, quote, little afternoon, 12:35 on 9/11, they've come to the conclusion this looks like the signature of Osama bin Laden, and he may be the one behind this. I think most authorities agree that this is something we doubt seriously if Iran, Iraq, or Libya would try and do, because they know of the massive response that we'd have to bring down on them. But there was no advance notice at all. They had no way of knowing that this was going to happen. It was carefully planned. Here's President Bush's next complete set of remarks. I read you the first ones. Here's him at Barksdale Air Force Base, which once more I believe is in Louisiana. I want to reassure the American people, it's at 1:10 p.m. I want to reassure the American people of the full resources the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, National Security Team, my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home around the world is on high alert status. We have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless. End of remarks. 2:30. At 2:30 p.m., FAA announces there will be no commercial air traffic over the U.S. until noon Eastern time, Wednesday at the earliest. Crazy to think about. You show like maps of the sky being totally like pitch black. No, that's amazing, right? Just so eerie. Almost done. Almost the end of Arkin's book. So here we reach our again, I'm not saying this to pat myself on the back. I just like this format, hence why I did it this way. We already talked about this. We already talked about, from my notes, Flight 11, Flight 175, 77, and 93. Then the 5th movement, as you all know, the collapse of Building 7. Here's what Arkin has to say about the collapse of Building 7. 5:20 and 33 seconds p.m. The 47-story 7 World Trade Center building begins to collapse after burning for hours. It takes less than 1 minute for the unoccupied building to come down. The building had been evacuated during the day. The fire and debris that hit the building have created an uncontrollable situation. The penthouse on top crumbles apart only about 6 seconds before the entire building begins to collapse. The building contains New York's Emergency Operations Center, originally intended to be a secure facility to be used in disasters such as the 9/11 terrorist attacks. It also houses domestic offices of the CIA and the New York field office of the Secret Service. 5:30, John King on CNN reports that U.S. officials say the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania could have been headed for one of 3 possible targets. I mentioned before the White House and the Capitol. He also says Camp David, perhaps the presidential, if I'm not mistaken, correct, right? Camp David is just a presidential retreat in Maryland, right? Like the Camp David Accords, they house world leaders there. It's kind of the place where the president officially can kind of go and get away from it all, right? Stretch his legs, whatever. It's kind of rural retreat.
I would rule that out because I doubt that Camp David is a really recognizable.
Yeah, if it's out in the forest, exactly. Yeah, how do you even know what? Yeah, Camp David versus just an Appalachian grove of trees or whatever. 6:10 p.m. Mayor Giuliani urges New Yorkers to stay home Wednesday if they can. 7 p.m. In Shanksville, Pennsylvania, residents gather for prayer. About 70 people meet at the United Methodist Church on Main Street. Donations of food and drink for the first responders begin to arrive at the Shanksville fire station. 7:45, CNN reports NYPD says that at least 78 officers are missing. The city also says that as many as half of the first 400 firefighters on the scene were killed. I don't want to overdo the kind of like, but sincerely, like it's a martyrdom of sorts. It is laying down your life out of love for Christ. Even if these guys were non-believers, it's like I can imagine like the divine humor of God, of St. Peter being like, no, you're ticket straight to heaven. Like what you did was like Christ on the cross. You died out of love for your neighbor, and ultimately that was the love of act of God. That was an act of worship. Again, God is God. God alone can judge. But some of these people, perhaps won their salvation in their heroism of bravely going into these buildings, doing things that maybe only us could dream of doing. Maybe we would blanch at doing it on a movie set scene. These people did in real life. It's amazing, brave men and women. Let me see. We are truly almost done. So I will probably I'll just mention what I'm going to talk about in the Catholic reactions and then film those later on. I'll just mention to you what let's actually do that now. So I have 2 things to read you from the Arkin book. What am I going to read about if you stick around, so to speak, for the video? I'm just going to talk about all the stuff that Catholics the worldwide over. Why are you going to do this? Because once more, this class is called Catholicism and Disasters. This has been the most involved historical lecture I've ever done. I don't know if I've ever done a historical lecture. Even my ultimate specialty as a historian, my PhD is in 19th century America. Even on my own work as a Civil War historian, I don't know if I've ever given a 4-hour lecture on the Battle of Gettysburg or whatever. So it's been very, very involved. But the class is Catholicism and Disasters. We talk about the disaster. This 9/11 lecture exceptionally for 3 classes. Usually the most is 1 class, then reactions, or even half a class. Like Hindenburg, remember we did half a class disaster, half a class Catholic reactions. Anyone new to the channel or new to this, whatever, we always talk about the Catholic reactions. I'm going to be reading you reactions from John Paul II, of course, talking about, heroic priests at Ground Zero, talking about a local parish. I believe it's St. Peter's. Let me see if we can get that correct. Yeah, St. Peter's, located very close to Ground Zero. Talking about Our Lady of the Rosary, Catholic anecdotal stuff, like this woman, Lisa Dolan, a parishioner of the Basilica of St. Mary in Alexandria, Virginia, who lost her husband that day, Navy Captain Robert E. Dolan Jr., in the attack on the Pentagon. And I will finish with talking about the bishop's letter that I actually started this full course with. If you go back to our first maple syrup of this fall 2023 semester, I'm going to double back to those 2 reactions I did that day that were the bishop's letter and Mike Piazza. I love Mike Piazza. I'm an incorrigible baseball fan. I love baseball. Did I mention that I love baseball? I love baseball. So it's like, fine, you know, great. Like some people love golf. You know, I personally don't consider golf a sport. But some people, you know, are like, I want to go to the Masters and walk the Masters, or you know, I love basketball. I love to have courtside seats for the Lakers game, whatever. New York Knicks. I love baseball. So of course I'm biased towards baseball and Mike Piazza. It's an awesome thing, objectively speaking. Like if Mike Piazza was a golfer and this happened, I'd put it in despite my not being a fan of golf. So I'm not just doing because I love baseball. Mike Piazza's home run once more on September 21st, 2001. The Mets are playing the Braves. The Mets are down. He homers, and this beautiful woman has this beautiful testimony. She's a widow of 9/11, and she's there with her two boys. And she said, I never thought I'd see my boys happy again. And they're cheering because Mike Piazza hit a home run. They forgot about their sorrow. They did exactly what sports should do in that moment, distracted them. And Piazza is a Catholic too, which is super cool. Yeah, Piazza's, again, yeah, I'll save that for the reaction that I do from the basement. But Piazza is, I love Mike Piazza. I'll try to find some kind of stuff about him. He's a catcher for the Mets, dropped absolute bombs, really sweet swing. He would have just the easiest right-hand swing because he's not even trying, hit missiles. And it's awesome that on this home run that I'm going to talk about, he hits it almost off the apple in center field. It's amazing. It's so cool. So we'll talk about that. But last two things from the William Arkin book. Here's how President Bush, I'm actually going to read you his whole address. I've read two already from the school in Florida and then his address at Barksdale. I'm going to read you his kind of address to America. I'm actually going to read you a final thing here, 11:50 p.m., 10 minutes to midnight on 9/11. President Bush and the First Lady return to the White House residence. Like his father, President Bush tries to keep a daily diary of his thoughts and observations. That night, he dictates, quote, the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century took place today. We think it's Osama bin Laden. We think there are other targets in the United States, but I have urged the country to go back to normal. We cannot allow a terrorist thug to hold us hostage. My hope is that this will provide an opportunity for us to rally the world against terrorism. President Bush then goes back to bed. What I want to finish part 3, though, with is President Bush's address from the Oval Office to the American people, which I hope, and you know, being on the stream now, watching it on YouTube later, if I have this video or not, if I've been able to find this video, again, like in a public domain copies or whatever that I can use from my channel, I'd love to have excerpts. People talk about really quickly on just like copyright and stuff. Apparently you can use copyrighted material under the fair use law. Like even if something is copyrighted, like if something is like CNN or Fox, if you're using it for the purpose of education, like in scholarly stuff, you can use snippets. That of course qualifies. This is a documentary. This is a lecture. It's an academic thing. But still, I'd love to just find stuff that's totally public domain, because I don't want to put all this work into this thing and then people can't watch it because copyright restriction or whatever, you know. So if I'm able to find President Bush speech kind of clip, I'll try to include as much as I can. I already have, like I said, I've been putting the lecture together. I already have 100 slides in there interspersed. 100% is going to be over 4 hours long. Today, we're already recording for close to an hour and a half. It was already at 2 hours and 30 minutes when I had just the base of the first 2 classes. Now it's close to 4, and as for the Catholic reactions, definitely going to be in the 4 something. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, last point of today's part 3. This really closes out, before we get to the reactions in a kind of addendum part 4, this closes out 3 days. Well, the first day was just in the build up to the day, the history of the towers themselves, but 2 days specific on the attacks. This closes it out. 8:30 p.m., President Bush addresses the nation in the Oval Office, calling the attacks, quote, evil, despicable acts of terror, and declaring the U.S., its friends and allies would, quote, stand together to win the war against terrorism. I'm going to literally sign off when I finish reading Bush's thing here. It's kind of long, but what I read to you henceforth, the rest of the stream, 0% me, 100% the words of President George W. Bush, the night of September 11th from the Oval Office. Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers. Moms and dads, friends and neighbors, thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation to chaos and retreat, but they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundation of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature. And we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government will continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which have been evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks, and on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before and will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day. Yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
Part 4, our addendum of the 9/11 lecture. In the entire run of maple syrup history to date, especially for this semester, fall 2023, our class, Catholicism and Disasters, we've never gone beyond 2 classes. We'll often have the disaster and the Catholic reaction contained within 1 class. Less frequently, but also something that sometimes happens is we'll have a whole week dedicated to a certain event. And that was true for like the First World War, Chernobyl, those lectures, where on the Monday we talk about the facts, the actual disaster itself, and the Catholic reaction on that second day. This 9/11 series, which ended up running, as you can see from the YouTube timer, so to speak, over into 4 hours, has gone over into 4 classes. The first parts 1, 2, and 3 were held at St. Augustine's in our normal space, and this part 4 addendum of the Catholic reactions, I'm obviously streaming to you from a basement. Let's get to it right away. So, as always, we talked about what happened. What did Catholics, both famous and not famous, say about this terrible day? Joaquin Navarro-Valls, he was at the time, 9/11, the director of the Vatican Press Office, personally delivered the news to Pope John Paul II. Quote, "I remember that terrible afternoon as if it were yesterday. I called the Pope, who was at Castel Gandolfo. I gave him the news. He was shocked not only by the tragedy itself, but also because he could not explain how man could achieve this abyss of evil. He was deeply shaken, saddened, but I remember that he asked himself how so heinous an attack could happen. His dismay in front of those images went beyond pain. He stayed for a short time in front of the TV, then he retired to the chapel, which is only a few steps away from
the TV room, Navarro Valls explains. Continuing with Navarro Valls' recollection of how John Paul took this news, he remained there in the chapel for a long time in prayer. He also wanted to get in touch with George Bush to communicate his support, his pain, his prayer, but it was not possible to contact the president, who for security reasons was flying on Air Force One. The first thing the Pope said to me was how sorry he felt for my country, which had just been attacked, and how sad it made him feel. We next said a prayer together for the victims and their families. Then the Pope said something very profound and very revealing of his acute grasp of international terrorism. He said, Ambassador Nicholson, this was an attack, not just on the United States, but on all humanity. And then he added, we must stop these people who kill in the name of God. Just quick clarification, in those quotes, I kind of smashed them together on my notes, but I didn't mention that when he says at the end about to his country, and of course addresses this man as Ambassador Nicholson, the first part of John Paul II's recollections are from this director of the Vatican Press Office, again, Joaquin Navarro Valls. The second man, who I didn't mention in the notes, but to clarify now, is John Nicholson. John Nicholson was the U.S. ambassador to the Holy See between 2001 and 2005. And in 2003, John Paul II knighted him with the Grand Cross for his leadership on different human rights issues, especially standing for religious freedom. But right away, like in the whole course of this process, if you're following the maple syrup history on our playlist on the channel, I've said many, many times, in Catholicism and Disasters, the response often seems to be the same. Disasters are different, but the responses Catholics often are kind of uniform. There, of course, is the basic human sorrow factor, disbelief, anger, all of those things that all people, irrespective of religious beliefs, feel and go through. But for Catholics, when we talk about John Paul II retiring to the chapel to pray, to turn everything over to God, and as he says to this Ambassador John Nicholson once more, right, we must stop these people who kill in the name of God, praying that people turn to God in that beatitude, Matthew chapter 5, Sermon on the Mount, blessed are the peacemakers way, as opposed to invoking the name of God in a blasphemous way to justify heinous, awful acts. Our second Catholic reaction, these numbers are wholly arbitrary. I honestly could have, this is already over a 4-hour episode. I could be here for 45 hours and nobody wants to watch that. No one has the time for that. Please understand, I just have like a couple of reactions for you. The numbers are just kind of helped me in my notes. There's nothing special about the numbering system. I just picked a couple out of literally, thousands of reactions that we could have picked. But there's an interdenominational prayer service at St. Patrick's Cathedral, the famous neo-Gothic Catholic cathedral in Midtown Manhattan, for members of the New York Fire Department, and they remember the firefighters, specifically these brave people who were the first responders running into the building, right? Running towards the sound of gunfire, as the cliche goes, towards the fire. And they're remembering all these people who died. Patrick Nate Lyons, 9 years old, remembered his father, who, may God rest his soul. You can never tire enough in saying, may God rest all these people's souls who died, and all sympathies and comfort to their families. Patrick Nate Lyons, at the time a 9-year-old kid, remembers his father who died on 9/11. This is in retrospect, looking back later. Every September 11th, we go to your firehouse, Squad 252, for a mass. We get to eat lots of donuts and see the fire truck. I see it every year, and every year I think it's so cool. On your birthday, the Lyons family gets together and we celebrate you. I send a baseball and football balloon up to heaven to make you happy. I think it is really cool that you were such a brave firefighter and that you died saving lots of people's lives. And indeed, what a beautiful message. This, by the way, this actual message of every year is on the 10-year anniversary. On September 11th, 2011, 10 years after the day itself, this son, this beautiful remembrance of his father, that every year we go to the firehouse, we remember you. I'm sending these prayers up to heaven, this football and balloon up to heaven to make you happy. But that last line that I'll read again is so terribly beautiful. I mean, it's heart-wrenching, and very emotional and very sweet and very evocative of that special bond, of course, between fathers and sons, but something all of us can say to all these brave men and women who, ran towards the burning buildings. Once more, I think it is really cool that you were such a brave firefighter and that you died saving a lot of people's lives. And indeed, I mean, we talked about this kind of secular martyrdom, this holy act that a lot of these guys were very religious themselves. Some perhaps were not. Some were, God alone can say. And yet that John 15:13, no man has greater love than this, than to lay down his life for his brothers, right? To kind of do the ultimate imitation of Christ dying for our sins on Calvary. We can repeat this one personal remembrance of the son towards his firefighter father for all these men and women on this day. What about kind of first responder priests, very brave priests who were involved in the rescue effort, involved near Ground Zero? Father Michal Fallon Judge, by Father Mike, was an American Franciscan friar Catholic priest who served as a chaplain to the New York City Fire Department. As far as I remember correctly, he is identified as kind of victim 0001. Like if Ground Zero becomes this colloquial term, right, for the epicenter, obviously, the footprint of where the towers collapse into in Building 7 and where all this takes place, the kind of very epicenter. Father Michal Judge is this heroic priest who's a chaplain for the NYPD, chaplain to the New York City Fire Department, who becomes the first kind of certified fatality of the September 11th attacks. Remember, all these poor people who are basically incinerated in the process of the tower collapsing down. Some of them are never identified, right? Sometimes they can't even say for certain. We know person X was on the 98th floor of Trade Center 1, the North Tower, but their body is never found. Judge was well known in the city for the corporal works of mercy. I was hungry, you gave me food; thirsty, you gave me drink; naked, you clothed me; in prison, you visited me. This means Matthew 25, judgment of nations. Whatever you did for the least of, your brethren, you did unto me type behavior that we should all strive for. He was well known in the city for ministering to the homeless, the hungry, recovering alcoholics, people with AIDS, sick, injured. There's even a story once, like he just takes his winter coat off his back and hands it to a homeless woman in the street. And when someone notices this, and he probably was not happy that someone noticed it, right? Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. But he just says, she needed it more than me. Kind of a true priest who's for God and for others. Father Michal Fallon Judge. On 9/11, upon learning that the World Trade Center had been hit by the first of two jetliners, he rushed to the site. He was met by Giuliani, of course, the then mayor of New York City, who asked him to pray for the city and its victims. He did that. Then he enters the lobby of the North Tower, where an emergency command post had been organized. There he continued offering aid and prayers for the rescuers, the injured, and the dead. When debris from the South Tower was ejected into that lobby of the North Tower during the collapse, the image of the South Tower is photographed 9 days before. This image of the South Tower is photographed 9 days before Judge's death. You can go and look at, if you're like, what are you talking about? Well, you can go see Judge's body being carried out by a cohort of people. And people even went so far as to call it, the Philadelphia Weekly called it, quote, an American pietà. That is an amazing statement for artistic representation. The famous sculpture, right, of the Blessed Mother holding our Lord as he's taken down from the cross. So 9 days before, like the photos associated with, Ground Zero, etc. There's a lot of these kind of haunting photos that I myself tried to capture a little bit of that in the course of this lecture and some of those earlier slideshows, right? The kind of like windows in the world shots from 9/10, from hours before that famous news broadcast at 10:28 p.m. that shows the city, shows the skyline, shows the towers that are going to be reduced to rubble less than 12 hours. When this happens, when the South Tower collapses at 9:59, remember one more time, the South Tower is the second tower to be hit, but it's the first tower to collapse. The North Tower is hit first, but collapses after the South Tower. When the South Tower collapses and debris goes flying through the North Tower, Judge dies during this this moment as well, as the South Tower comes down and shooting out debris. Although it was initially assumed he was struck and killed by the debris, according to a later interview with firefighter chief Joseph Pfeiffer, it turned out that he had suffered a heart attack. In the moment before his death, Judge was repeatedly praying aloud, quote, "Jesus, please end this right now. God, please end this." I mean, it's a true kind of Catholic to the very end. You know, and his corporal works of mercy, his bravery, his heroism, running towards the site instead of running away, trying to help as much as he can. And it's his last words, his last dying words, as we pray all of us can share in that, are Jesus, you know, God, help me, please. Help all of us. End this all. Bring peace. His body is found and carried out of the North Tower, and that's where we get the famous kind of photo, and you know, the comparison to this American Pietas, American, you know, kind of like, you know, should we compare anything to Good Friday? I mean, that's another kind of philosophical question, but it's certainly one of the darkest days in American history, and a beautiful photo here of this man being carried out after he had truly given his all out of love for neighbor. On September 15th, 2001, less than a week after 9/11, of course, 3,000 people attend his funeral at St. Francis of Assisi Church, presided over by Cardinal Edward Egan. Cardinal Egan being, at that time, the Archbishop of New York. 50 blocks uptown, Father Christopher Keenan watches with the world as the smoke rising from the Twin Towers darkened the television screen. He also, like Father Judge, was eager to go and help. He went to St. Vincent's Hospital downtown to help those who were wounded, but you know, the victims never came. In a lot of ways, right? Again, the very tragic thing we talked about in that timeline, that kind of very early on, especially after the South Tower has been hit. Remember, North Tower is 8:46 in the morning, South Tower is 9:03. In that early 9 o'clock hour, 9:06, I think was the exact date, the rescue operators decide we're not going to try any kind of helicopter evacuation, escape, whatever, off of the tops of the towers. A lot of times people either get out of the tower, thank God, in the last minute, or they die. And especially in the early points, you know, there's this kind of like zero-sum game. So this priest is ready to help, all the more so, perhaps no less than Father Judge. It's just that he's not, you know, to the hospital, he's not getting, they're not getting the normal traffic you'd assume, because of the reality of the kind of all or nothing situation at the towers. Either people made it out, or sadly they would die. Another priest story, Father Kevin Madigan, on this Tuesday morning, which we said many times, it's clear blue sky. He hears an explosion overhead right away. Super Catholic style, awesome priest. What's the first thing he does? He grabs oil for anointing, runs out of the door of St. Peter's Parish in New York City and wanders towards the center of commotion. Father Kevin Madigan's St. Peter's Parish became a relief supply station during recovery efforts, as it was located only yards away from the World Trade Center. So people would famously say later, the doors of St. Peter's in Lower Manhattan were open to the world. You know, all the world was obviously transfixed by this event, focusing on it microscopically, and St. Peter's at the center here. Father Madigan would celebrate Mass, hear confession, provide pastoral care to the rescue workers, even as some of the debris had damaged the church, you know, ash clogging the church's gutters, flood damage. This man, once more, Father Kevin Madigan, is a true priest. He's a true servant of Christ. He is not thinking, well, I'll just look out for myself, or perhaps, you know, if our church is kind of damaged, we shouldn't be down there, let's move somewhere else. He's right in the thick of it. He's right in there, embracing his cross, embracing service, and helping in any way that he can. And here's a quote from him. Prior to September 11th, we were accustomed to look at the Twin Towers as a symbol of America's strength and power in the world of trade, commerce, and finance. But as those buildings turned to dust before our eyes, we came to look to each other to see where our true strength and power lie. Our true strength was in all those acts of compassion, deeds of generosity, and self-sacrifice that were performed that day and the days, weeks, and months afterward. Wherever sin abounds, grace all the more. No cross, no crown. The ultimate Catholic reaction of 9/11 is for all the evil that went into creating this most awful day, the heroism shown by countless men and women in response, Catholic and not Catholic, all types of people, loving God, loving neighbor, and just being there to help. Maybe it was something as simple as an act of compassion, just giving someone a hug, or provide that beautiful passage from Matthew chapter 10, verse 42. Whoever gives a cup of cold water because he's to this person because he's a disciple of mine, like maybe just handing out water and a towel to wipe someone's face. Or maybe it was like Father Judge rushing into the lobby and dying on that hill. Or like Father Madigan celebrating Mass, whatever it was, out of all this evil, so much beauty, so much resilience came in response to it. A volunteer construction worker named Frank Selechi discovered a cross in a carved out area of the pile in the lower core of Building 6. There he spotted a cross made of steel standing upright, fused to one side of the cross a large piece of melted metal that resembled a rumpled cloth, which brought to mind the cross and shroud of the resurrected Christ. Frank Selechi fell to his knees, as did many who came to see it later. Firefighter John Piccarello described what he saw in a story published by Christian Broadcast News. Quote, "Just the way the sun shone down, it looked like an amphitheater with benches. Believers and non-believers came and bowed their heads or knelt. Many of them came back again and again over the course of 8 months to reflect, worship, and hope." And I think Giuliani does say it good here when he remarks that, quote, "It kept a lot of people going, especially those directly involved in the recovery efforts." Yeah, guys, like everyone, we know that stereotype. And again, I'm not old enough to have remembered it from a mature level. I was 14 years old in 9th grade when 9/11 happened. I don't have any of the adult recollections, but all the adults then and people that were, just involved in being a Catholic in America. And I myself am a cradle Catholic, but you're 14 years old. You're there's a kind of autopilotness to being a 14-year-old Catholic, right? Even though, thank God, I think I have the greatest parents in the world, always taking my brother and myself to Mass. We're always a faithful family. As a 14-year-old, you're not aware of a lot of stuff. People that are aware of a lot of stuff, they're like 25, 30, my parents' age in the 30s, 40s, 50s, would remark like, "I never saw confession so full. I never saw churches so full. I never saw people turning back to God so more." Once more, it's that out of this evil, the ultimate Catholic reaction was people returning to faith. I haven't been to confession in 35 years. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I saw the towers fall down. Here I am, some 62-year-old man, and I wanted to say, "God, have mercy on me." And it made me think I need to return back to God. So this cross, these signs emerging out of the debris, these like little helps sent by heaven perhaps to help people return to the foundations of their faith. The churches were packed. The churches were packed in the wake of 9/11. On August 11th, 2011, a new custom cross was installed to stand in the place on the side of St. Peter's. The modern sculpture commissioned by the Archdiocese of New York was made by the artist John Kravchik. It was crafted in Malibu, California, and then brought over to New York City. On September 11th, St. Joseph's Chapel, right there once more, right in the heart of this whole Ground Zero area, became a FEMA command station. FEMA, of course, is the acronym for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which designated the chapel as a command station. The chapel and its furnishings were a great help to the rescue effort. Even altar cloths were used as temporary bandages. Following the rescue operations, the chapel became a temporary sanctuary where construction workers, police officers, firefighters, all these first responders could come eat, just gather, email their families, and of course, talk to priests and different counselors, get spiritual help. While the priests of St. Joseph continued to celebrate Mass in a gym nearby. The kind of obvious, just omnipresent Catholicism of the whole situation, that even something wholly secular like the emergency management federal response is using this Catholic space, and this Catholic space becomes a true sanctuary, as it always is, a chapel, a holy place, throughout this whole process. Our Lady of the Rosary. After September 11, 2001, Our Lady of the Rosary held a memorial service for 67 British and 24 Canadian citizens who died in the World Trade Center attack. The church kept its doors open and for 7 Sundays hosted the services of a local Protestant denomination, Trinity Episcopal Church. There's a lot of also, like we opened out that story, that heart-wrenching story of that young boy and the tribute to his hero father who died as one of these first responder firefighters. was done during that interdenominational service at St. Patrick's. There's a lot of kind of like, cross-denominational, you could say, where, right? I mean, Catholics and Protestants sit down and say, no, look, here are the doctrinal differences. Here are the things that separate us. And these things do separate us, period. Never, ever, ever, like, blur those lines. There's a reason there's Catholics and Protestants in the Reformation, Counter-Reformation. And yet all of us purport, Catholic, Protestant, otherwise, to follow the incarnate word, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. So, especially in these moments, it's kind of like, you're not even focused on the denominational differences. Like, it's the community, it's the coming together. Let me make a point about that on the general reaction. In the wake of 9/11, there's no such thing as Republicans or Democrats, right? It's just we're all Americans. I always think back to the 5th century BC. Between 499 and 449 BC, the Greeks have a common enemy, the Persians, and they defeat the Persians. And this Greco-Persian War is the famous Battle of Marathon in 490 and Thermopylae, right? 479, 480, famous stand of Leonidas and the Spartans. Spartans, Athens, Corinth, they're all united because they have a common enemy. Well, what happens when that common enemy goes away? They fight each other, and you get the Civil War, Peloponnesian War that destroys Greece from 431 to 404 BC. Similar thing in America. I'm making this lecture in 2023. We're kind of very Peloponnesian. We're very divided, very much. If you're on the left or the right, you hate the other person, they're evil, that kind of stuff. After 9/11, it was very much Greco-Persian War. We have a common Persian adversary for us Greeks, right? This war on terror, Bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, whoever it is. And so we're not worried about left or right. And you know what? I didn't vote for George Bush, but he's my president, that kind of attitude. And you see that, religiously in a secular society all throughout. In Washington, D.C., I think I mentioned this woman earlier in class, Lisa Dolan, a parishioner of the Basilica of St. Mary in Alexandria, loses her husband, Navy Captain Robert E. Dolan Jr., in the attack on the Pentagon, American Airlines Flight 77. He had called her at 8:55 a.m. to tell her a plane had crashed into the World Trade Center, New York. Quote, "We discussed what a horrific accident was. At that point in time, what else would we be thinking but a terrifying accident? Then, just moments after the second plane flew in the South Tower, I knew it was no accident." And Lisa Dolan, God bless her, what are the chances she ever sees this episode? Probably 0.0000001. Miss Dolan, if you ever hear this, God bless you. What an amazing example of marital fidelity, of love for one spouse. Lisa has not remarried in the 20 years since becoming a 9/11 widow. Quote, "In my eyes, I'm still married. I feel like he walks beside me every day. I often tell people Bob and I were together for over 20 years, and in that time, he gave me enough love and memories to last me a lifetime." She said there is a difference between, quote, moving on and moving forward. Why would I move on and leave my loved one behind? He may not be with us in a physical sense, but he's always with us in a spiritual sense. Amen. Right? Praise God. Pray this man is looking down from heaven, interceding for his family, and soon they'll all be reunited. Soon, in the whole, like blink of an eye, drop in a bucket of eternity of what time is passing through this valley of tears. What an amazing woman. I personally vowed to never move on, yet I wouldn't become trapped. I would move forward, taking my loved one with me in my heart and my mind, always as part of me in my life. Beautiful story. Until death do us part. There is nothing wrong for a husband or a wife to remarry after their loved one has died. And yet, what an amazing testament of like, no, that was my soulmate. That's the only person for me. And I cannot wait to be reunited with him in heaven. That kind of attitude. What a beautiful, amazing story, Lisa Dolan. And by the way, really quickly, every year, this Catholic school, St. Mary's School in the DC area, awards the Captain Robert E. Dolan Citizenship Award, which recognizes a graduating student for their exemplary community involvement and selfless actions. Indeed, amen. It's very beautiful. Father Stephen McGraw took a wrong turn on his way to a funeral at Arlington National Cemetery on the morning of September 11th. Turns his car right and sees the Boeing 757 crash into the Pentagon and simply disappear into the building, he says, quote. At the time, like a lot of people, he thought it was kind of tragic pilot error. What does Father McGraw do? Same thing the earlier priest did at Ground Zero. Grabs his purple stole, oils for anointing, and a book of prayers. for the sick and dying. He jumps the guardrail. What an absolute stud. What a boss, right? Just like absolutely into action. Like this, I've talked in the past how much I hate superheroes and those kind of nonsense because they're just stupid, right? This guy's an actual real superhero. He's number one tending to that metaphysical spiritual reality. And then he has like a 50-inch vertical. He jumps a guardrail and starts praying on the Pentagon lawn where victims were trickling out of the building. The phrase that kept coming to my mind was, quote, Jesus is with you. That was the phrase I kept saying to them one after another, and more than once people responded affirmatively, yes, yes. Father McGraw was comforting a woman who's badly burned on her back, and she told him, tell my mother and father I love them. I remember saying, I will. The woman, Antoinette Sherman, later died at a local hospital. How many people went to heaven that day because of Father McGraw, right? Because he gave them last rites, because he prayed with them, because they in their dying moments said, yes, yes, Jesus is with me. Yes, Jesus, have mercy upon me. So many heroic priests on this day doing this kind of like last minute saving work, right? That morning, staying in the DC area, Archbishop, Arlington, Virginia Bishop Paul S. Leverd was in Fairfax at St. Paul, the Sixth Catholic School, celebrating the annual Mass of the Holy Spirit that commemorated the start of a new school year. What was normally a 40-minute drive took nearly 3 hours due to this gridlock. Quote, when I got to the chancery from my office window, I could see the smoke rising in the skies from the Pentagon. That very night, he celebrates a Mass for Pentagon victims at Blessed Sacrament Church in Alexandria. And over the next few days, the good bishop would travel to parishes across the diocese celebrating Mass, doing what all these people were doing. All these heroic priests, going, distributing the sacraments, helping people. And it's a beautiful quote that I kind of want to end this whole reflection on. I'm going to tell you some kind of free note things and what will be done. Like I said, again, I could talk about this topic for 65 hours. More than 4 hours of literal tape on this is quite enough. The bishop says, quote, our churches were filled with people those evenings, the Sunday following, and for several weeks afterward. There was a new fervor, a new spirit of deepening faith. I was praying that it would last, but human nature being human nature, sadly, after a while, I think people forget. That is such a beautiful quote, sad quote. But yeah, we've kind of gone back to, less Mass attendance than should be, right? I don't have to tell anyone as a Catholic you have a Sunday obligation to attend Mass. Every Catholic should be at Mass on Sunday. I know totally baller, boss, awesome Catholics who go to Mass every single day. That's amazing. That's not what the church requires. You don't have to do that. It's good. Go to Mass as often as possible, but you definitely have to go once a week, right? It is a mortal sin to miss Mass on Sunday for no reason. And what like some countries like France, what is it, like 2.1% of people? Is it lower, higher at 5%, 0.9? Yeah, I mean, people in America are the same, just declining Mass attendance, all this kind of stuff. Bishop Barron talks about this often. The nuns, NONES, people who write none, religious affiliation on census data and that kind of thing. Yeah, people write, it's one of those things like a tragedy happens, that's awful, but what's the good thing that comes out of it? People turn back to God. The fervor remains, once more, as Bishop says, for several weeks afterwards, a new spirit of deepening faith. And then people kind of relapse and fall back. Truly, as always, may God have mercy on us all. May God help us. The last two reactions I want to close with is I want to tell you all something that you can revisit. If you go to, I was already saying, how many classes we've done on 9/11. It's not just four. It's not just the four classes that are part of this little documentary lecture, so to speak. I actually started the entire semester. With a reading from the bishop's letter on 9/11. So it's actually kind of the fifth class we've done. If you go through the maple syrup history playlist and go to the first class that introduces kind of the whole theme, I read in that class for probably 20 or 30 minutes from a pastoral letter called from November 14th, 2001, a pastoral message, Living with Faith and Hope After September 11th, from the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. I don't want to be repetitive and go on too long. I just encourage you once more to open up that first maple syrup Catholicism and Disasters class from this year, and you'll see all the stuff we talked about there. what's beautiful, I'll read this one point, this opening from November 14th, 2001, Pastoral Message, Living with Faith and Hope After 9/11. Quote, "Blessed are they who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are they who hunger and thirst for righteousness, they will be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the peacemakers, they will be called children of God." Like John Paul II, these Catholic bishops talk about not using religion as a justification to do war. Do not blaspheme God's name by saying you're acting in God's name to do evil. Be a peacemaker. Blessed are the peacemakers. As Catholics, we definitely have and do believe in a just war theory, right? Read Aquinas, read Augustine. There are reasons to fight wars, but Catholics should always be on the side of peace and invoking God, Christ, as the Prince of Peace for the sake of peace, not to further fan different hatreds and go down an endless rabbit hole of fighting. And that's why, if you famously remember, in the wake of 9/11, a lot of people are gung-ho to go do the war on terror, which, I agree. Let's absolutely 100% eradicate terrorism, 100%. But what's lost in that process when perhaps you go overboard and you start seeing, everybody's being kind of allied against you, and the whole war on terror becomes a 20-year kind of debacle. And there's a reason why John Paul II and the Vatican 100% opposes America's involvement in Iraq in 2003, right? America gets involved in Afghanistan October 7th, 2001, less than a month after 9/11. And a lot of people, even though the Pope, John Paul II, who's so saddened, remember I read his reaction first, even though he and a lot of people perhaps can understand that, okay, well, if Afghanistan has been harboring bin Laden, okay, perhaps that is a just war. Let's have a measured response. It's a huge part of just war theory, proportionality. It has to be proportionate. You can't outdo it. Can't be like, this person went to level 2 out of 10, we're going to do level 30. No, right? There must be proportionate response. Perhaps that's proportionate. And 100%, our daily prayers and our diplomacy and action should be to eradicate all acts of evil. But what does Saddam Hussein have to do with that? What does Saddam Hussein have to do with this whole event in 2003? A lot of people ask themselves. And as this thing perhaps spirals out of control. Okay, so truly in conclusion, I encourage you to go, you can find, a million of these reactions online. I've just shared a very brief, very small sample size. But for instance, a recent one from September 8th, 2021, near the 20th anniversary, Bishop David M. O'Connell, the Bishop of Trenton, New Jersey, gives a reflection, which is Trenton, New Jersey, close already, Trenton, not exactly, but getting close to the New York metro area, he was actually president of CUA when this happened, Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. I'll just read you a little excerpt from him. By evening, everyone present on campus at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. By evening, everyone present on campus gathered on the Great Lawn again for a candlelight prayer vigil. As the crowd began to disperse, I turned to walk back to my campus residence and was stopped in my tracks. As I looked up and saw the American flag against the backdrop of the university's main administration building, whatever emotions I had been holding in all day emerged in a burst of tears. Tears from the deepest parts of me. My whole body shook as I stood there alone, crying. May God bless and protect our country and our people. So very good reflection. It's super long. It's like a 5-page reflection. I read one paragraph. You can look that up. You can look up from April 20th, 2008, Pope Benedict, during his visit, Benedict XVI, when he visits America, goes to Ground Zero and composes a prayer, talks to firefighters, survivors. Cardinal George gives a reflection on the 10-year anniversary in 2011. And the last quote I'll finish from is from Cardinal Joseph Tobin of Newark, preaching on September 8th, 2021. September 8th, by the way, shout out to Our Lady, right? It's the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary. At a mass of remembrance in the Cathedral Basilica of the Sacred Heart, he says, quote, he too giving a shout out to Our Lady, quote, the Mother of God is also called the Sorrowful Mother. May she comfort those who are overwhelmed in sadness as they remember 9/11. May she lead them to hope, a hope that has a name and a face, Jesus Christ, Savior of the world. So the true last thing that I want to say once more, this is a 4-part class into one documentary lecture, so to speak, as I'm calling it. But that 5th one, the first maple syrup Catholicism and Disasters we started this semester, I encourage you to revisit that and look at the full bishop's pastoral letter that I read from there.
But also Mike Piazza. I mentioned Mike Piazza. Mike Piazza, a Catholic, one of the best hitting catchers of all time, one of the greatest offensive catchers of all time. Not a small thing, indeed a big deal. Oh, sports or whatever, I'm an incorrigible sports fan. I love sports. But even if you don't like sports, right? Don't take it from sports people, take it from like the survivors. A woman, you can go to MLB.com, just type in YouTube, like Mike Piazza 9/11 home run, talks about this event of her husband had died. He's one of these first responders. She's a 9/11 widow, and her two boys and her go to the Mets game. It's the first sporting event in New York City since the attacks, September 21st, 2001. The Mets are playing the Atlanta Braves, which normally would have a very, division rival NL East playoff implications. Everybody's bawling their eyes out, crying before the game, the American flag, kind of the God bless America type of feel. The game gets underway. As the game's going on, people are like, oh yeah, it's a baseball game. I care about the game. I love the Mets. Let's go Mets. Mike Piazza comes up and hits a go-ahead home run. The Mets are down 2-1, I think in the bottom of the eighth. He hits a 2-run homer. Beautiful home run too, like dead center, lofty, beautiful home run. Almost hits the apple out there. The crowd goes nuts. And as that happens, as the crowd goes insane with this home run, and everyone's cheering and everyone's so overwhelmed with emotion, the woman beautifully says, right? She's like, if she doesn't say the exact words, God bless Mike Piazza, it's basically like, because of Mike Piazza, I could see my boys happy again. My poor boys who lost their father, like countless people, all these people that died in these attacks, they thought, I thought they'd never be happy again. And here, 10 days later, because of Mike Piazza, who just happens to be this Catholic, Italian-American heritage guy, super cool dude, fantastic baseball player, because of him playing this stupid game of baseball, no, he helps heal a city. And so, in fact, this Mike Piazza home run, which I encourage you to go look up, is titled online something like, the home run that healed New York. Very, very beautiful. The true final thing that I'll say is, let me not be remiss in once more saying, may God rest the souls of all those people who died on 9/11. May they long be in heaven, and may they, as we Catholics believe, beholding the beatific vision forever, may they pray for us, these saints in heaven now. If any of these people are in purgatory, may we pray for them, that they may soon be on their way to heaven. May God rest their souls. For all the people that suffered in this horrible event, may they be comforted by our Blessed Mother and our Lord, and find the wherever sin is, grace abounds all the more, meaning out of this, a greater triumph, a greater glory of Easter Sunday, out of this personal Golgotha, this awful Good Friday in their lives. And let me conclude to in a phrase that sadly sometimes becomes overused or whatever, but at that time was truly something beautiful. That it was said, when it was said by our president or said by our leaders or whoever, it really meant something. That indeed, God bless America.
In the normal course of events, presidents come to this chamber to report on the State of the Union. Tonight, no such report is needed. It has already been delivered by the American people. We have seen it in the courage of passengers who rushed terrorists to save others on the ground. Passengers like an exceptional man named Todd Beamer. And would you please help me welcome his wife, Lisa Beamer, here tonight. We have seen the state of our union in the endurance of rescuers working past exhaustion. We've seen the unfurling of flags, the lighting of candles, the giving of blood, the saying of prayers in English, Hebrew, and Arabic. We have seen the decency of a loving and giving people who have made the grief of strangers their own. My fellow citizens, for the last 9 days, the entire world has seen for itself the state of our union, and it is strong.
Thank you all. I want you all to know. I want you all to know that America today is on bended knee in prayer for the people whose lives were lost here, for the workers who work here, for the families who mourn. This nation stands with the good people of New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut as we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon. The nation sends its love and compassion to everybody who is here. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America.
The Mets were on the road on September 11, 2001. But when they returned home and after baseball paused its schedule for 10 days, they became the first sports team to play in New York since the terrorist attacks.
I can't describe that week, and I can't describe what it was like to come back and play because I don't remember any of it, in a way.
It was a Friday, and the Mets were playing the Braves in the midst of a pennant race. The night would be unlike any other the players and their fans ever experienced.
A day I will never, ever forget. It was a decision, should we go, shouldn't we go? We were terrified because here it is a ball field and with terrorism and stuff. And we decided as a family that there was someplace their father and my husband would want us to be, to try to at least enjoy yourself, would be Shea Stadium.
It wasn't a competition against our most hated rivals. It was so much bigger than anything I had ever been part of before that it was just inevitable that something really special was happening.
The minute I heard the bagpipes, I lost it, And I remember looking up and praying to God, saying, Lord, please give me the strength to get through this because I don't know if I can.
I never thought I'd see my boys happy again. It was very solemn at that point to me. Everything hurt.
And here's the man the Mets want up in this spot, down a run late in the game.
Next thing you know, here comes Piazza to the plate. And the energy level of the stadium, I'm not getting goosebumps talking about it right now, but the energy level of the stadium starts to go and everybody's like, oh, wait a minute. Could this possibly happen right now?
Because wants it away.
the place just absolutely erupted. My children, for the first time in 10 days, which I thought would never happen, were cheering and smiling and happy, and it was just I'm getting the chills now just thinking of it.
I gotta be honest with you. I truly feel uncomfortable when people say, you're a hero, that home run, and I have to disavow myself from that. I don't feel like I was a hero. I really don't.
Daddy said, I'm just doing my job. I said, Michael, gosh, you can't imagine what that home run meant to the country. I mean, it united everybody.
Those firefighters, smiling because of the baseball game.
I could never thank him enough for putting the smiles on my children's faces. They saw they could enjoy a baseball game without their father, which I'm sure they probably thought they would never. And making me as a mom realize that, you know what, the kids got a shot at this. They're gonna be okay.